Chapter 805. Zichen's power had not broken through yet, but as he refined the fruit of strength, he released a strong pressure. This pressure was comparable to that of a ferocious beast, making people feel suffocated. Previously, the two level 4 warriors were guarding Heya, but the pressure from Zichen, who was more than 10 meters away, was too terrifying. Their faces turned pale, and they ran far away after a short while. It's too scary. It's like a ferocious beast is right in front of me. The two ran away and stopped when they were a few hundred feet away from the pressure. Not long after, Black Cliff opened his eyes. He was also awakened by the terrifying aura. When he opened his eyes and saw that there was no one around, Black Cliff's expression changed. He could feel the oppressive aura right next to him. His expression changed drastically. When he realized that the pressure was coming from Zichen, he was so shocked that he could not say a word. He could feel that Zichen's power level had not increased, but the pressure from Zichen's body indicated that he had become even scarier. After getting up, Heya could not stand it for a few minutes. The suffocating feeling was driving him crazy. He walked a few hundred feet away, looked at the two level 4 warriors, and then sat down to refine the fruit of strength again. After refining one fruit of strength, Heya's power level increased from level 5 to level 6. When he opened his eyes again, he found that there was no one around him. The two guards had retreated a few hundred feet because the pressure from Zichen's body had become even scarier. The two level 4 warriors could not withstand it. In the world of the barbarians, Zichen was only a level 3 warrior. His level was lower than the people present. Of course, combat power was not included. Zichen's strength level had already reached level 5. Level 5 strength was equivalent to the middle stage of the primal core realm, which was higher than the elemental force level. Furthermore, after refining so many fruits of strength, Zichen's perfect body had transformed into true perfection. The perfect body, which was known as the strongest physique among humans, released the terrifying pressure that it should have. The moment his body transformed into the perfect body, it was equivalent to Zichen possessing the powerful battle prowess of a mid-stage primal core cultivator. This physical combat strength had already exceeded the realm of elemental energy. In other words, Zichen's strongest attack was no longer the moment he used elemental energy to cast techniques, but when he used his perfect body to cast berserker arts. Zichen's transformation was undoubtedly huge. However, this transformation was also accompanied by a huge consumption. During the time he had been refining and tempering his body, Zichen had already consumed half of the 18 fruits of power. 9 fruits, 9 miraculous and heaven-defying fruits of power, allowed Zichen's body to transform to a perfect state. During this period of time, Man who had also finished refining and was now with Heya and the other two. Looking at Zichen refining the fruit of strength in the distance, the trio's faces were filled with shock and confusion. What's going on? What's going on? He has refined 5 fruits of strength, but his body doesn't show any signs of breaking through. Heya let out a low cry, his eyes filled with disbelief. Beside him, a level 4 warrior corrected him. Leader, it's not 5. It's 9. When you were refining, Leader Zichen had already refined 4. 9. Heya looked at the two level 4 warriors. The two of them nodded. It's said that one fruit of strength can increase a person by 1 level. However, Leader Zichen hasn't broken through after refining 9. This is too unbelievable. Heya couldn't understand Zichen's situation. As the number of fruits of strength Zichen refined increased, his aura became more and more terrifying. This aura made Heya and the others feel uncomfortable, frightened, and in awe. This aura was somewhat similar to the barbarian god in the Cloud Mountain range. However, it was slightly weaker than the barbarian god's aura. Sometimes, when they slept at night, they would be awakened by this aura. It was as if a peerless monster was right next to them. These days of not being able to eat or sleep well lasted for several days. Just when the trio felt that their minds were about to collapse, Zichen finally opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Zichen's aura slowly dissipated. Withdrawing his aura, the trio and Man who walked over. Man who hadn't broken through, but his battle strength had increased. Not only did the fruit of strength increase his battle strength, but it also increased his potential. This would allow him to reach greater heights in the future. Heya, on the other hand, had broken through and become a level 6 warrior. This was the realm he had always dreamed of. However, after seeing Zichun easily kill a level 7 warrior and sensing the barbarian god's aura coming from Zichun, Heya wasn't as excited as he should have been after breaking through. When he arrived beside Zichun, he was extremely cautious. I still need to cultivate here for a period of time. You don't have to stay here with me. If there's anything you need to do, you can leave. Over the past few days, the trio's every move was under Zichen's spiritual senses. When the 11 fruits of strength allowed his perfect body to reach its peak, Zichen temporarily gave up on refining them. The trio didn't want to stay here either. When they heard Zichen's words, they quickly nodded. If there's anything, come and find me here. I reckon it will take some time before I can leave, Zichen added. Heya nodded and said, then we won't disturb Chief Zichun any longer. We'll take our leave now. The trio left, leaving Manhu behind. The 11 fruits of strength had allowed Zichen's physical strength to reach the peak. His perfect body had reached level 5. Without using his elemental energy, his physical strength was comparable to a heaven realm martial artist of the same level. This was because the energy cultivated by the perfect body wasn't any weaker than ultimate energy. After the trio left, Zichun rested for half a day and gave Manhu a few drops of ancient beast blood essence for him to refine. Now that Zichen's physical strength had reached the perfect body, there wasn't much point in having the ancient beast blood essence. Half a day later, Zichun continued to refine the fruits of strength. However, this time, Zichun wanted to break through to the next level. The pure energy contained in one fruit of strength was immense. Even with his perfect body, Zichen instantly broke through the barrier of level 5 and reached level 6. After reaching level 6, Zichen's body's wooden barrel had become larger, and the amount of pure power it could contain had also increased. Then, Zichen swallowed the 13th fruit of strength, followed by the 14th, 15th, and 17th fruit of strength. When Zichun only had one fruit of strength left, his physical strength had reached the peak of level 6. However, his physical strength stopped there. In fact, he had already reached the peak of level 6 after consuming the 16th fruit of strength. The 17th fruit of strength didn't increase his strength much and didn't reach level 7. Zichun knew that the fruits of strength were no longer effective. He had to rely on himself for the rest. This bottleneck to level 7 had to be broken by Zichun himself. After refining the 17th fruits of strength, Zichen's transformation was undoubtedly huge. His physical strength was 100 times stronger than before. Just the thought of a 100-fold increase in combat strength was terrifying. Just as Zichen opened his eyes and was about to get up, he heard two loud sounds coming from under his feet. Then, Zichun saw that his feet had sunk deep into the ground. Zichun wasn't used to the sudden increase in strength, so he subconsciously used too much strength. Zichun bitterly smiled. He had actually forgotten about this. He put some strength into one of his legs and was about to pull his other leg out. However, just as he lifted his leg, he heard another loud sound. Zichen's leg, which had just put some strength into it, was now 3 inches into the ground. This is too ridiculous. Zichen's smile became even more bitter. It seemed that his strength had increased too much, and he couldn't even walk normally. Then, he exerted strength 2 more times, and Zichun sunk even deeper into the ground. Zichun was helpless, but he had to get out, right? So, he used his hands to try and break free, but who knew that the ground was like tofu? Zichun pressed his hands lightly, and good lord, both of his hands were sunk into the ground. At this moment, Zichun had no other choice. He needed a long time to get used to the sudden increase in strength. Thus, Zichun called Man-Tiger over. Man-Tiger bit Zichen's collar and pulled him out of the ground. After coming out, Zichun sat on the ground and wanted to thank Man-Tiger by patting his head. However, Man-Tiger was like a startled bird. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes, and he quickly dodged to the side. Zichun smiled bitterly. I almost forgot about that. Luckily, you reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have killed you. Next, it was time for Zichen to familiarize himself with his strength. This process was relatively slow because Zichen's strength had increased by 100-fold. The first thing Zichun had to learn was to walk normally. Otherwise, It wouldn't be good for him to let Man-Tiger bite his collar all the time or rely on his elemental energy to fly. During this period, Zichun constantly tried to control his strength. On the first day, he was already able to walk unsteadily. However, there were many deep footprints on the ground. On the second day, Zichun tried to pick up things. This was the so-called pick up and put down gently. However, after one day, all the things that Zichun picked up were broken into pieces. Among them, a large rock that Zichun lightly patted also shattered into pieces. Seeing Zichun's unstable state, Man-Tiger moved even further away from him. He was afraid that Zichun would accidentally pat him. If that happened, he would either be injured or die. On the third day, Zichun was able to pick up things without damaging them. However, he only picked them up and didn't dare to throw them. As for his feet, Zichun was able to guarantee that every step he took would use the same amount of strength. As a result, wherever Zichun passed, it was as if a giant had stepped on the ground, leaving behind 2 rows of footprints of the same depth. On the 4th day, the 5th day, and the 6th day, Zichun was able to control his strength better. Now, when he patted a large rock, it wouldn't shatter. Instead, it would only cause cracks to appear. Just like this, on the 10th day, Zichun was able to control his strength very well. Of course, he still wasn't very adept at it, and there were times when he used too much strength. Chapter 806. Before he got close, Haya shouted. Zichun saw Haya. Haya was practicing his walking, so he walked towards him. As soon as his foot landed, the ground shook. Clear footprints appeared again. It seemed that because of Haya's arrival, Zichun couldn't control his power. Haya was heading straight for Zichun, but when he saw Zichun walking over, his body was twisting and turning. Every step he took left a footprint on the ground. His face was immediately filled with shock, and he stood there in a daze. His mouth was wide open, and he could even swallow a large bird's egg. Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Zichun finally walked to Haya's side. He wanted to pat Haya's shoulder, but realized that he couldn't reach him, so he gave up. Haya stared at Zichun blankly. After a while, he said, "Leader Zichun, something big has happened. The world of the barbarians is going to be in chaos." Chaos? What kind of chaos? Zichun sat on a big rock. This time, he controlled his power well and didn't break the rock. The few large tribes in the deep region are going to join forces to attack the barbaric Dragon Mountain range. During this period of time, there are also outsiders participating. Among them is the tribe that you killed the 2 rank 7 warriors from last time. Black Cliff released a shocking news. Oh, Zichun was obviously surprised by this. The news is true. This time, they are serious. However, before they attack the mountains, they want to unify the entire world of the barbarians. Zichun frowned. Unify the world of the barbarians? How do they do it? Do they surrender, or do they kill them all? Surrender. Absolute surrender. If they have the slightest intention of rebelling, they will be killed immediately. Haya took a deep breath and said, "According to the news, they will take everything they want along the way." "Where are they now?" Zichun asked. "They are about to reach the territory of the Wood Race. Once the Wood Race surrenders, they will have to go to the Black Race. After the Black Race, it will be the Ravens." Haya said quickly. Zichun looked at Haya and asked, "What do you think?" "Me." Haya was stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "What can I do? I can only lead the small black clan to submit." It was clear that Haya was still unwilling to accept this. Just simple submission? Haya shook his head and said, "Other than surrendering, we will also pay some resources according to the overall strength of the tribe. If the resources are not enough, we will use women or laborers to replace them." Zichun nodded. Evidently, he had already guessed why Black Cliff was so unwilling. After submitting, he would have to give something to the other party, which meant that he would have to offer offerings every year. Clearly, Haya wanted Zichun to step in. Understanding Haya's intentions, Zichun said, "I can help you with this matter." "Really?" Black Cliff's eyes brightened. He didn't have much hope in coming here. After all, Zichun wasn't from the Black Race. He was from the Raven. Zichun had a duty to protect the Ravens, but not the Black Race. Zichun nodded and said, Helping the black race and the ravens is no problem. Zichen changed the topic and said, but have you ever thought about what will happen if I leave? I am an outsider and I have reached the 6th level. I will leave very soon. After I leave, how do you think they will deal with the ravens and the black race? This. Heiya's expression changed. He hadn't thought of this. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of it, but that he hadn't thought about it. He originally thought that Zichun would stay here for at least 10 years, and with his protection, the Black Clan would develop well. Now that Zichun said that he would leave soon, there was no point in protecting the black race for a short period of time. He would also offend the big tribes. Heiya's expression changed. Thinking about the stakes involved, he was soaked in cold sweat. I will take my people to submit now. Heiya made a quick decision. He was afraid that the black race wouldn't be safe if they submitted too late. Didn't you say that it's still early? I am going back to the ravens anyway. Let's go together. After Zichun stood up, Heiya noticed that the rock that Zichun was sitting on had cracked. He was stunned. He was trying to guess how strong Zichun was. On the way back, Manhu stayed far away from Zichun. He was afraid that Zichun would make him carry him. Zichun didn't go back immediately. He went to the barbarian god statue. His strength had reached the peak of the 6th level. He could also learn a 6th level barbarian spell. His physical strength was Zichun's strongest weapon. He needed to use it to the fullest. Perhaps because of the unification of the large tribes, when Zichun arrived here again, there was no one in the small market near the barbarian god statue. There were only a few empty tall buildings, and the wood tribesmen who had been guarding this place had also disappeared. The last time Heiya came back, he had come here to meditate. This time, he followed Zichun and walked up the altar again. However, his speed was not as fast as Zichun's. Forget about Zichun. He couldn't even compare to the ravens. When Zichun was learning a 6th level barbarian spell, Heiya hadn't even entered the state of enlightenment. Forget it. We'll talk about it next time. Seeing that Zichun was about to leave, Heiya smiled and followed Zichun. During this time, Zichun walked to familiarize himself with his strength. Because he needed to familiarize himself with his strength, Zichun didn't walk very fast. It took him a few days to reach the black race's territory. Along the way, Heiya invited Zichun to visit the black race. Zichun refused and said that they would talk about it next time. After that, one man and one tiger walked towards the ravens. When they passed by the barbarian god statue, Zichun saw a few familiar faces. They were 6 barbarians. They were all 3rd-level warriors. Wu La and Una were among them. The 2 of them seemed to have finished their meditation. They were standing outside the altar. There were no other black race guards around them. The 2 of them were chatting happily and didn't notice Zichun's arrival. Zichun heard their conversation from afar and felt a chill run down his spine. The 2 of them were still talking about sleeping with Una. If there was nothing good, Una wouldn't agree. Helpless, Wu La threatened to fight. If he won, Una would have to agree. Una curled her lips and said that Wu La wasn't a match for her. Wu La was furious. Zichun shook his head and walked towards them. After deliberately making the sound of his footsteps, the 2 of them finally reacted. The 2 of them turned around and saw that it was Zichun and Manhu. Their faces were filled with surprise. Chief Zichun. The 2 of them quickly ran over, their faces filled with surprise and joy. Zichun raised his head and looked at the 2 of them. He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. You actually broke through to become 3rd-level warriors." Hearing Zichun's praise, Una revealed a rare bashful smile. Wu La, on the other hand, laughed loudly in joy. This is all thanks to Chief Zichun. If it weren't for the fact that Chief Zichun brought us enough food, I wouldn't have been able to break through. Next, Wu La turned to Zichun and said loudly, "Chief Zichun, let me tell you a piece of good news. During this period of time, our Raven tribe has gained 7 more children." The children that Wu La spoke of meant children of the barbarian tribe. Other than food, children were the most important issue for the barbarian tribe. They represented the inheritance of the tribe. Haha, is that so? Then I must congratulate you. Zichun laughed dryly. What are you congratulating me for? This is all thanks to Chief Zichun. Quite a few of them were given to us by Chief Zichun. Haha, Chief Zichun, you are the benefactor of our Raven tribe. Zichun's mouth twitched and he nodded his head. Perhaps this was the cuteness of the Raven tribe. There was no such thing as a pure bloodline. All they had was the hope for the continuation of the tribe. Call them. We'll go back together. Zichun was afraid that Wu La would continue to brag about this issue, so he quickly interrupted him. Call them. Wu La was startled and said, but they haven't finished comprehending. Something big has happened recently. Let's go back first. Tell them to stop comprehending, Zichun said. Okay. Wu La ran back to the altar and called the others down. When they saw Zichun, their faces were filled with worship. Zichun nodded and found that these were originally second-level warriors. They had all broken through to third level. It seemed that the Raven tribe had changed a lot these days. Chief Zichun, we broke through to third level. We wanted to learn the third-level barbarian technique that you taught us, but the Raven tribe leader didn't have time to teach us. The others didn't learn it well, so we could only come here to comprehend. Along the way, Wu La's mouth was not idle. Sometimes he would ask for a little something, and Zichun could only nod and agree. Before they reached the Raven tribe, Zichun saw many people standing outside. In front of them were the barbarian bulls and the Raven barbarians. The Raven barbarians were busy breaking through. Now that they appeared, it was obvious that they had broken through. It had been almost a month since Zichun left. During this month, the Raven tribe had built many more stone houses. Wu Man and the others all came to welcome Zichun and invited him to the tribe. After that, they prepared delicious food for the returning Zichun. Right now, the Raven tribe was full of vigor and vitality. This was a sign that a small tribe was about to transform into a large tribe. During the banquet, all the barbarians expressed their highest respect to Zichun. They also prepared wine for Zichun. The original Raven tribe didn't have wine. These were made by the elders of the Raven tribe that Zichun had redeemed. These elders not only brought back the method of making wine, but also many of the lost skills of the Raven tribe. After the banquet, Zichun called Wu Man and gave him the last fruit of strength. What is this? Wu Man looked at the glowing ball in his hand with a curious face. Fruit of strength. After Zichun finished speaking, Wu Man still had a puzzled face. Zichun smiled and said, after swallowing it, it can increase one's strength by 1 level. Quickly go and refine it. After he finished speaking, Zichun drove Wu Man out. Wu Man held the fruit of strength. His eyes were full of shock, but after the shock, there was even more gratitude. Zichun walked out of the room and found the barbarian bulls not far away. They were looking in his direction. It was obvious that they had seen Wu Man take the fruit of strength and leave. Zichun took out the last monkey fruit and threw it to the barbarian bulls. This is what I promised you. Take it. Chapter 807. The Black Tribe, the tribe that Heya was in. After returning, Heya sent people to investigate the Wood tribe. As long as the Wood tribe surrendered, the other side would attack quickly. Heya and the Black tribe would also surrender immediately. The ground suddenly trembled. The roar of savage beasts came from outside, followed by the cries of the tribesmen. This change made Heya's expression change. When Heya rushed out of the room, the roaring savage beasts had already entered the tribe. This was a group of savage wolf riders. There were more than 100 of them. Each rider was an extremely powerful warrior. In their hands were sharp weapons that emitted a cold light. These weapons were made of materials and not the stone tools that the Black tribe used. They had already rushed into the tribe. Wherever they went, anyone who tried to pick up a weapon or had the slightest intention of resisting would be cut in half at the waist. One strike. No matter if it was a rank 3 or 4 warrior, they were all killed in one strike. The speed of these people from the large tribes was faster than Heya expected. Moreover, the other side's ruthlessness was also beyond Heya's imagination. While he was still in shock, dozens of tribesmen had already been killed. Don't kill. We surrender. Surrender. Everyone, put down your weapons. Don't try to resist. Heya reacted and shouted loudly. His voice was a bit hoarse. The most precious thing in the tribe was warriors. Now, the other side was slaughtering their warriors. The Black tribe warriors threw away the stone tools in their hands. Their faces were filled with fear. There were also some who were clearly angry. They would be killed in the next moment by the wolf riders. The weakest of these wolf riders was rank 5. Their riders were rank 4 or 5 savage beasts. Other than the leader, who was a rank 6 warrior riding a rank 6 savage wolf, there were 4 other rank 6 warriors in the group. This was a powerful wolf rider led by 5 rank 6 warriors. They rushed into the black tribe without any scruples. The savage wolves below them let out low growls. The riders also let out sharp cries. Wherever they went, they would kill any black tribe warrior that they didn't like or had the slightest bit of emotion on their faces. Not only were they powerful, but they were also very well trained. They could attack a tribe like the Wood tribe in a few rounds. As for the small black tribe, they didn't even need to deliberately attack. Only when all of the Black Clan people stopped resisting and lay on the ground, not daring to show any dissatisfaction, did the wolf riders shout again and rush into the stone houses one after another. Soon after, a series of chaotic sounds rang out from the stone houses. After a short while, the sound of a woman screaming and panting could be heard from within the stone house. These wolf riders began to do whatever they wanted in the small black tribe. They were unscrupulous. One of the barbarian leaders even broke into Black Cliff's room. The woman who belonged to Black Cliff was quickly pressed under his crotch and shot at by the barbarian. The entire Black Clan was filled with such voices, and the Black Clan warriors were still in a state of panic. These wolf riders, other than wantonly enjoying the women of the Black Clan, would also take away resources that they thought were useful. Of course, these resources included women. However, in the small Black Clan, the only resources that could catch their eyes were women and nothing more. The entire Black Clan had been tossed around in a foul atmosphere. This was a blatant robbery. Clearly, he was thoroughly robbed after showing his willingness to submit. Heia's face was filled with helplessness. The Black Clan that he had painstakingly built up for so many years had suffered a heavy blow today. Leader. Many Black Clan warriors ran over and looked at Heia, waiting for him to make a decision. Looking at the messy Black Clan, Heia's face was filled with helplessness. The other party was the wolf riders of a super powerful tribe. The small Black Clan was nothing in their eyes. Not to mention a single charge, even half a charge would be enough to destroy the Black Clan. At this moment, Heia only prayed that these wolf riders would not kill anymore. All kinds of confused sounds continued for a long time. Only then did the barbarian wolf riders come out of the room one by one. When they came out, they had some relatively useful things in their hands. The one who entered Heia's room was the leader of the wolf riders. He was also the strongest of the 5 6th rank warriors. He was the one who rushed at the front. In his left hand was a woman, in his right hand was a gourd, and behind him was a 6th rank barbarian wolf. As soon as the leader appeared, he directly walked towards Heia. Heia's pupils suddenly shrank. He did not mind that the woman was taken away, but the gourd was taken away. This made Heia's heart bleed. Looking at the leader of the wolf riders, Heia suddenly thought of something more important than the gourd. Speak. Where did these things come from? The leader of the wolf riders came forward and let go of the woman. He pointed at the gourd in his right hand and shouted at Heia. He had opened the gourd before and found that it was monkey wine. This thing was extremely precious. Even the two clan did not have much of it. It's a bunch of delicious wine. I picked it up by accident. Heia was prepared to fool the leader. Slap. The leader of the wolf riders slapped Heia to the ground. The leader stepped on Heia's body and shouted, "Don't think that I don't know. This is monkey wine. Speak. Where did you get it?" I picked it up. Blood flowed out from the corner of Heia's mouth. Damn it. You still don't know the truth. Seeing that Heia was not cooperating, the leader of the wolf riders was furious. He lifted his leg and stomped on Heia. At the side, many of the Black Clan warriors were furious. However, the other barbarian wolf riders quickly noticed the abnormality and rushed over. Heia was also a level 6, which was the same level as the leader of the barbarians. However, he did not dare to resist. He had received news that those who tried to resist did not survive. There were even tribes that were wiped out, leaving only the women alive. Heia was being stepped on by the barbarians. More blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Many of his bones were crushed, but he insisted that he picked it up. Damn it, you still don't know the truth. Under the signal of the leader of the wolf riders, the two of them lifted Heia up. After Heia was lifted up, The leader of the wolf riders did not continue to ask. Instead, he slapped Heiya's face. Heiya was coughing up blood. His teeth were spat out one by one. Both of his cheeks were smashed, but he still insisted that he picked it up. He was very stubborn. The surrounding people could not bear to see this, but no one told on him. After following Heiya for a long time, they knew his temper. If he did not want to say something, no one could force him to say it. The leader of the wolf riders only slapped Heiya and did not interrogate the others. Don't hit him, don't hit him. I'll tell you, it's the ravens. This thing is from the ravens. Seeing that Heiya was about to be slapped to death, the woman next to the leader of the wolf riders screamed. Her face was full of tears. Oh, the ravens! The barbarian stopped slapping and shook the blood off his hand. He turned his head and looked at the woman. Yes, yes, I heard the leader of the ravens say it once. The woman cried. Bitch, you bitch. Heiya's eyes were full of hatred. Slap. The barbarian slapped Heiya again. This time, he used a lot of strength. Heiya fell to the ground and coughed up blood. Where is the ravens? Take me there. The group of wolf riders took the spoils of war and left the black tribe. As for the ravens' location, naturally, someone told them. Just like before, someone told them where the black tribe was, someone also told them where the ravens were. When the leader of the wolf riders heard that the ravens only had 100 people, he was surprised. Follow me. The leader of the wolf riders laughed and urged the level 6 barbarian wolf to speed up. Then, more than 100 riders rushed towards the raven tribe. Behind them were more than 100 barbarians from other tribes. They were in charge of guiding the other tribes. At the same time, they were also in charge of collecting the spoils for the riders. Of course, this also included materials and women. At this moment, Heiya was being carried by 2 level 4 warriors. These 2 warriors were from the Mo tribe and were now working for the wolf riders. Next to them, the woman who belonged to Heiya was applying some herbs to Heiya's face. She was now the personal property of the leader of the wolf riders. Heiya's injury was not light. His whole body was almost in a semi-conscious state. He was being carried by 2 warriors at a very fast speed. Under the fast speed of the wolf riders, the ravens soon arrived. This was a tribe with only 500 people. The number of people was too small, but this did not hinder the wolf riders' high spirits. Therefore, under the roar of the barbarian wolf and the sharp cry of the wolf riders, a group of wolf riders rushed toward the ravens with sharp swords. With such a big movement, the ravens naturally noticed. Then, they all appeared and stared at the approaching wolf riders. Suddenly seeing so many wolf riders, the ravens' faces were full of curiosity and surprise. Of course, there was also a touch of shock and envy, but there was no panic. After seeing this scene, the leader of the wolf riders had a cruel smile on his face. He thought that this was really a small tribe. They didn't even have the slightest awareness. Can't they see that we are going to kill them? Facing the attack of the barbarian wolves, the ravens did not react. Only a few of them had taken out stone tools. However, there was one person who caught the attention of the leader of the wolf riders. It was a tall barbarian. In his hand, he held a long sword that shone with a cold light. Even though he was far away, he could see that the quality of the long sword was not ordinary. This small tribe had monkey wine and such a high-quality long sword. The leader of the wolf riders felt that this trip was not in vain. Because he was too happy, he made up his mind to exterminate this tribe. He would kill the men and leave the women alive. As the leader of the wolf riders looked around, he found that there was a beauty in this small tribe. It was Una. Immediately, the leader of the wolf riders saw Una as a celestial being. He was deeply attracted by her appearance. The leader of the wolf riders raised the sharp sword in his hand and slashed down. Although he did not speak, this action represented the extermination of the tribe. The sharp cry became louder. The wolf riders increased their speed and approached. The sharp swords in their hands flashed with a dense killing intent. A group of level 5 wolf riders exterminating a tribe of 500 was a piece of cake. However, when they approached, they found that the ravens' faces did not show any fear. Instead, they showed a strange expression. Chapter 808. The beast that rushed out from the ravens was a level 6 savage beast, barbarian tiger. Barbarian Tiger's body was more than 5 meters long, and it was very strong. After rushing out from the ravens, it arrived in front of the ravens. It opened its mouth and let out a roar. The tiger's roar shook the forest. A sound wave that was visible to the naked eye spread out with a dense king's might. The savage wolves that were charging at the front trembled when they heard the tiger's roar. Almost half of the savage wolves lost control of their bodies and fell to the ground with their riders. The wolf riders that fell rolled on the ground a few times. Their bodies were covered in mud. Their sorry state made the other ravens laugh. Although the other savage wolves managed to block the roar and didn't fall down, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with fear. Although Barbarian Tiger was only level 6, he had refined the monkey fruit and the fruit of strength while he was with Zichun. He had also refined a lot of king-level ancient beast blood. Barbarian Tiger was no longer an ordinary Barbarian Tiger. Barbarian Tiger's body had some king-level ancient beast pressure. This pressure had a strong deterrent effect on savage beasts. After the second roar, many of the wolf riders fell down. The rest of the wolf riders had no choice but to stop because Barbarian Tiger's aura was too strong. Even the eyes of the 6th-grade Barbarian wolf under the wolf rider leader and the other 2 6th-grade Barbarian wolves were filled with vigilance and fear towards Man-Hu. After the second roar, about 30 wolf riders were forced to stop. The rest of the wolf riders were also shocked when they got up. A single Barbarian Tiger was able to stop a whole group of wolf riders. When the other barbarians saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Heya slowly opened his eyes. The blood on his face had been wiped off, but the wound was still very obvious. He saw the wolf riders, Barbarian Tiger, and the ravens. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on his face. It was clear that if the wolf riders dared to attack the ravens, they would suffer unimaginable damage. With Zichun present, Heya had already expected this. If he had taken the initiative to tell Zichun that the monkey fruit came from the ravens, he wouldn't have lost anything. However, Heya didn't want it because this wasn't a matter of him losing anything. It was a matter of gratitude. The Black Cliff owed Zichun a debt of gratitude. Zichun had given them both the monkey fruit and the fruit of strength. This was a great debt of gratitude, so he could not be ungrateful. When Heya raised his head to look, he saw the leader of the wolf riders approaching Man-Hu. Beside him were 2 other rank 6 warriors who were also riding rank 6 barbarian wolves. It looked like the 3 of them were going to attack Man-Hu. At this moment, a muffled roar came from the group of ravens. Barbarian Bull, who had swallowed the monkey fruit and advanced to level 6, also rushed out. After charging out, Barbarian Bull and Barbarian Tiger stood side by side. Barbarian Bull coldly stared at the approaching wolf riders. Their bodies emitted a red light, as if they were burning flames. When Barbarian Bull appeared, although he didn't have the same pressure as Barbarian Hu, his fiery red fur was still extremely eye-catching. The 3 people who originally wanted to charge at Barbarian Hu had a slight change in their expression and subconsciously stopped. But before Barbarian Bull could continue to show off, Barbarian Tiger let out a dissatisfied roar. Barbarian Bull's body slightly trembled, and he unwillingly retreated a few steps. Even though Barbarian Bull's strength had reached level 6, he still wasn't Barbarian Tiger's opponent. The leader of the wolf riders stopped. He was surprised. Level 6 Barbarian Tiger and level 6 Barbarian Bull. I didn't think that a mere 100-people tribe would have 2 beasts. 2 more wolf riders came up from behind. They were level 5 barbarian wolves, but the ones riding on them were level 6 warriors. These 2 people followed behind the first 2. 5 people and 5 wolves slowly approached Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull. In their hands were sharp blades that flashed with cold light. The other side's formation was too strong. If the 2 sides fought, the ones to be slaughtered would naturally be the barbarian tribe. Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull's timely appearance was only a deterrent. After that, Barbarian Wu took large strides forward. At that moment, other than the 5 wolf riders, the rest of the wolf riders also reorganized themselves and followed behind. The wolf riders' powerful battle strength reappeared. Barbarian Wu looked at the leader of the wolf riders from far away and shouted, "Our barbarian tribe surrenders." Surrenders? This is surrenders. The leader of the wolf riders spoke with a cold voice. Barbarian Wu was slightly startled and then said, Our barbarian tribe is small and can't afford to kill. Please forgive us. We surrender." He glanced at Man Hu and Man Yo before glancing at Wu Man. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "All right, I believe that all of you are sincere in your submission. Now, hand over the monkey bar." Monkey wine. Barbarian Wu was startled. The leader of the Wolf Riders sneered, "Don't tell me you don't have it or that you don't know. Bring him over." While they were talking, Heya was brought over from behind. His face was extremely swollen, and his teeth were missing. Wu Man didn't recognize him at first glance. A moment later, Wu Man reacted and cried out in alarm, "Leader Heya, you are Heya's leader. This was found in his room, and it came from your barbarian tribe. Don't tell me you don't have it. Otherwise, your fate will be even worse than his, and your little barbarian tribe will no longer have any reason to exist." While they were talking, the Wolf Riders once again charged forward. But this time, they didn't charge at Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull. Instead, they spread out and circled around the barbarian tribe. Wu Man's expression changed. He didn't think that things would develop like this. This was completely different from what Zichun had expected. The Wolf Riders began to harass the barbarians, but didn't immediately kill them. In desperation, the barbarians could only retreat. They retreated again and again until they reached the huge open space where they originally refined their bodies. More than 100 Wolf Riders had surrounded them. Even Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull didn't know whether to attack or not. "Quickly hand over the monkey wine, or your tribe will be exterminated." The leader of the Wolf Riders' expression was much colder. He left Barbarian Wolf's back and walked towards Wu Man. He threatened, "If you don't want to die, if you don't want your tribe to be exterminated, then cooperate with me. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll spare your little barbarian tribe." "I don't know what monkey wine is. What do you want me to take?" Wu Man had a puzzled expression. Slap. The leader of the Wolf Riders suddenly slapped Wu Man's face. Under the great force, Wu Man was sent flying. "You dare to lie? Do you want to die? Do you want your tribe to be exterminated?" The leader of the Wolf Riders began to madly step on Wu Man's body like how he dealt with Heya. Wu Man was easily beaten and didn't dare to resist. This scene shocked the barbarian tribe. When Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull saw this, they also rushed towards the leader of the Wolf Riders. But in the next moment, the other warriors of the 6th rank and the 6th rank Barbarian Wolves rushed towards Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull to stop them. The leader of the Wolf Riders continued to madly step on Wu Man. Seeing this, Wu Mu's face was filled with anger. He shouted, "Dog, you dare to behave so atrociously in the barbarian tribe? Die!" Wu Mu shouted loudly. His face was ferocious as he rushed towards the leader of the Wolf Riders. However, his loud voice didn't represent his battle strength. He was kicked away by the leader of the Wolf Riders and was unable to get up for a long time. Beat them up fiercely. Before I come out, don't stop. If anyone resists, exterminate their entire tribe without mercy." After kicking away Wu Mu, the leader of the Wolf Riders didn't continue to madly kick Wu Man. Instead, he went straight towards Una. His heart was burning with passion. He couldn't wait to see Una, who was comparable to a celestial. He had just finished controlling the situation when she came. Seeing the leader of the Wolf Riders charging towards her, Una's face was filled with panic. She exclaimed, "You? What are you doing?" A sinister smile appeared on the leader of the Wolf Riders' face as he grabbed at Una. Una resisted and attacked the leader of the Wolf Riders. However, due to the difference of 3 ranks, she was subdued in just one move. Next, the leader of the Wolf Riders carried her over his shoulder. Una continued to struggle, but it was useless. The leader of the Wolf Riders who was carrying her turned his head to look at Wu Man. A cold smile appeared on his face once more. Beating and interrogating were just his hobbies. It was purely a form of torture. As for the monkey fruit, he would be able to find it himself after he killed everyone here. The sinister smile on his face grew more and more complacent. He carried the beauty and headed straight for the largest house in the area. He knew that according to the customs of the barbarians, the largest house would always belong to the patriarch. As for the earthen race, a puny 6th rank like him wasn't much. There was no way he could get close to the patriarch. Thus, to be able to go to the patriarch's house was the most intense desire in his heart. Thus, after coming out, working in the patriarch's house had become his greatest hobby. Originally, when the Crow tribe members heard that their tribe was about to be exterminated, they were completely terrified. Fear and panic appeared on their faces. However, when they saw the leader of the Wolf Riders carrying Una into the patriarch's house, the strange expressions that disappeared from their faces resurfaced once more. Bang! The door of the patriarch's house was kicked open by a powerful force. Next, the leader of the Wolf Riders carried Una into the house. Outside, Wu Man was being kicked by two barbarian warriors. Further away was Man Tiger and Man Yo, who were being held back by a group of people. Bang! Suddenly, another loud sound rang out. This sound came from the patriarch's house. Everyone turned their heads to see the leader of the Wolf Riders, who had carried Una in earlier, flying out from the house. As he flew out, Una, who was being carried by him, swayed slightly before falling to the ground. When Una looked at the leader of the Wolf Riders again, her eyes had turned cold. The leader of the Wolf Riders, who was sent flying over 10 meters away, began coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. Two fifth-rank warriors rushed forward to help him up. They then turned their gazes towards the patriarch's house. They wondered what was inside that could send their leader flying out. Under their watchful gazes, a person walked out from the house. This person was much shorter than the barbarians. In the barbarian race, there was only one name for such people, and that was outsiders. Outsider. The Crow tribe actually has an outsider overseeing them. Chapter 809. These days, Zichun had been adapting to his new strength. In his spare time, he had been comprehending barbarian techniques. Now, his strength was his strongest attack, so he had to develop it to the extreme. Zichun had already known that the big tribes wanted to unify this area and make the people submit. He had also told the Crow barbarians that if the other party's attitude was good, then they should just submit. After all, the Crow tribe was only so big, so there was nothing that could catch their eye. However, if the other party wanted to kill, then the small Crow tribe would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, Zichun signaled for Man Hu and Man Yo to appear and intimidate them first before submitting. Zichun's plan was excellent, but it wasn't perfect. He was only referring to his own thoughts, but it didn't mean that the barbarians of the other tribes had the same thoughts as him. From time to time, the voices from outside seemed to indicate that this surrender wasn't going well, but Zichun didn't care. He believed that with Man Hu and Man Yo here, and the fact that the Crow tribe was poor, the other party would quickly leave after being intimidated. Only when Wu Shu shouted did Zichun know that something had happened. It seemed that things had gone awry. Therefore, Zichun released his spiritual sense to sense everything. The moment he released his spiritual sense, Zichun caught sight of the extremely arrogant leader of the Wolf Riders. After taking down Una in one move, the leader carried Una and headed straight for Zichun's room. Seeing the fanatical look in the leader's eyes, Zichun knew what he was up to. Within the barbarian tribe, Una was definitely a beauty. Unfortunately, Zichun was incapable of appreciating her beauty. Thus, Zichun had completely overlooked that point. At that moment, when he saw the leader of the Wolf Riders carrying Una, Zichun's mind was filled with the image of a human bandit who suddenly saw a beautiful woman. According to Zichun's standards, the other party's actions were extremely beastly. This kind of person was devoid of humanity and wanted to destroy someone's innocence. He was an existence that deserved to die. Just as the other party kicked the door open, Zichun also walked to the door. When he suddenly saw Zichun, the other party's face was filled with shock. The two of them looked at each other for a second. A second later, Zichun punched out. The Wolf Rider leader felt as if he had been hit by a moving mountain. He lost control of his body and flew backwards. After sending the leader of the Wolf Riders flying, Zichun walked out of the room. He looked around and saw the Wolf Riders, as well as Wu Man, who had been kicked. Because of Zichun's appearance, the Wolf Riders no longer kicked the Wu Man. Instead, they looked at Zichun in shock and surprise. What's going on? Zichun frowned, his voice cold. Wu Man stood up. There was blood on his body, but his injuries were much lighter than black cliffs. After he got up, he ran towards Ichon and said, "Leader Zichun, it's monkey wine. They're here for monkey wine. If you don't give it to us, we'll be wiped out." Monkey wine. Zichun was startled. He looked around again and saw Black Cliff. When he saw Black Cliff, he naturally saw the wounds on his face. To be honest, Black Cliff looked like a barbarian with a pig's head. If he hadn't sensed Black Cliff's soul with his spiritual sense, Zichun wouldn't have recognized him at a glance. Seeing Zichun look at him, Black Cliff's eyes were filled with tears of grievance. Black Cliff's miserable appearance made Zichun's expression gloomy. Although he wasn't friends with Black Cliff, he didn't have a bad impression of him. Now that Black Cliff had been beaten to such a state, Zichun was still a bit unhappy. After seeing Black Cliff's aggrieved expression and recalling what Wu Man had said before, Zichun vaguely understood what had happened without Black Cliff's explanation. A smile suddenly appeared on his gloomy face, but it was a cold smile. Many people who saw this smile felt a chill in their hearts. Ignoring the leader of the Wolf Riders not far away, Zichun directly walked towards Heya. Seeing this, the two Mo clan members who were holding Heya immediately left Heya behind and ran to the side. Heya's body swayed as he stood unsteadily. Seeing that he was about to fall, Heya's woman supported him. Zichun walked 5 meters away from Black Cliff. Only at this distance could Zichun look at Black Cliff. Looking at Black Cliff, Zichun said, "You're injured." Black Cliff, this big man, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears began to fall. He was very moved because Zichun didn't ask if it was his secret. Black Cliff's mouth wriggled. He wanted to speak, but his swollen face made him unable to speak. Zichun raised his hand. Light flashed between his fingers, and a blood-healing pill appeared. After shattering the blood-healing pill with his Yuan force, Zichun controlled the powder of the blood-healing pill and sprinkled it on Heya's face. Black Cliff's swollen face instantly went down. In just a few breaths of time, there were no more scars on Black Cliff's face. "They came to my Black clan and started a massacre. Then they found monkey wine in my room and forced me to tell them," Black Cliff impatiently said as soon as he could speak. But Zichun stretched out a finger, indicating that Black Cliff shouldn't speak. He said, "I believe you." Just those 3 words made Black Cliff incomparably moved. He was so moved that he couldn't say a single word until Zichun turned around. Actually, Zichun was the one who was the most touched. Along the way, he had seen a lot of deception, and he rarely trusted anyone. In his heart, he had only met Heya a few times, and although his impression of him was not bad, he did not treat Heya as a friend. Even so, Heya would rather get hurt than betray him. That kind of trust was the source of Zichun's feelings. And at this moment, Black Cliff had undoubtedly become Zichun's friend. Zichun even felt a bit guilty. He didn't consider him a friend, but he was willing to give up his life for him. Other than strength, friendship was the second thing Zichun had gained here. After turning around, Zichun's eyes became as cold as a blade as he coldly stared at the Wolf Rider leader. The Wolf Rider leader felt his hair stand on end. When he saw an outsider walking towards him, he felt even less confident. "You? What are you doing? Do you want your clan to be exterminated?" threatened the Wolf Rider leader weakly as Zichun walked over. Zichun's expression didn't change. He continued to walk forward, unaffected by the threat. "You, don't come any closer, or I will exterminate my clan. Even though you are an outsider, you have joined the Ravens. You are part of the Ravens. Do you want the Ravens to be exterminated because of you?" Seeing that the outsider wasn't threatened, the Wolf Rider leader spoke again. This time, his words were much clearer. But Zichun still didn't stop. When he got close to the Wolf Rider leader, Zichun jumped up and slapped him. A golden light flashed. Bang! The Wolf Rider leader was hit and spun around a few times. Blood appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took a few steps back and covered his cheek. He threatened loudly, "You dare to hit me? Do you want to destroy the Ravens? Do you want the Ravens to disappear?" The other Wolf Riders also let out a sharp cry. They took out their weapons and released their killing intent. Zichun's eyes didn't move. He was still staring at the Wolf Rider leader. He jumped up again and slapped him again. This time, under the loud slap, the Wolf Rider leader started to vomit blood and his teeth fell out. After beating him back again, Zichun said in a cold voice, Every time you attack someone from the tribe, you threaten them like this. Then let me ask you, which tribe are you from? The Earth Tribe. I am from the Earth Tribe, the largest tribe in the barbarian world. When he talked about his tribe, the Wolf Rider leader's face was full of pride. But unfortunately, the word Earth Tribe did not scare Zichen. Before he could finish, he was slapped again. After the slap, the Wolf Rider leader vomited more blood. He staggered back more than 10 steps and his face became pale. After Zichen landed on the ground, he asked coldly, "You are so arrogant outside. Do the people from the Earth Tribe know about it?" You. The Wolf Rider leader just opened his mouth and blood came out of his mouth again. He was in a sorry state. Zichen walked forward step by step, increasing the pressure on the Wolf Rider leader. But before he could attack, Zichen slapped him again. This slap was so loud that the Wolf Rider leader saw stars and his body swayed. You keep saying that you want to exterminate the tribe. Do you think it's fun? Do the people from the Earth Tribe know about it? Are you not afraid of being exterminated? Zichen approached again and slapped the Wolf Rider leader again. The Wolf Rider leader had just gathered some strength, but it was immediately dispersed and he was sent flying. This time, Zichen used too much force, so much so that all of his teeth were knocked loose, and he spat them out in several mouthfuls. After being humiliated like this, the Wolf Rider leader went completely crazy. He stood up again and gathered the strength in his body. At the same time, he shouted, "Kill! Exterminate the tribe!" A murderous aura filled the air. The Wolf Riders raised their swords and prepared to slaughter the ravens. But at that moment, a loud sound completely covered the word kill. It was like thunder, and the killing intent that the Wolf Riders had gathered dissipated in an instant. In front of Zichen, where the Wolf Rider leader stood, there was only a pile of flesh and bones left. The Wolf Rider leader had been killed in one blow. A level 6 leader was killed in one blow. The eyes of the Wolf Riders were filled with fear. "We are from the Earth Tribe, the most powerful tribe in the barbarian world. Kill everyone here." The Wolf Rider leader had just been killed. Just as the Wolf Riders felt that they had lost their backbone, the second leader from before opened his mouth to speak. Kill everyone." At the same time, the Wolf Rider leader, who seemed to be the third leader, also shouted. Then, the two of them took the lead and attacked the ravens. The rest of the Wolf Riders also reacted. One by one, they raised their sharp blades and charged towards the ravens. Seeing that the Wolf Riders were not completely frightened, Zichen was not surprised. In the next moment, his body emitted a bright golden light. The pressure of a level 6 perfect body was released. Under this pressure, everyone's face was filled with fear. This pressure was very similar to the pressure released by the barbarian god statue. For a moment, everyone was in a daze, as if they were seeing the arrival of a beast. Chapter 8:10. Zichen had disappeared, and there was only a golden lightning in the field. In the eyes of the barbarians, this was a real lightning, and its speed had already reached the limit. The second leader of the Wolf Riders only saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. Then, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. The third leader's sharp blade was about to hit a barbarian from the Raven tribe. Suddenly, the golden light flashed in front of his eyes. Then, the third leader felt that his hand was as light as a feather. When he raised his head, he was shocked to find that his entire arm and the sharp blade had disappeared. The third leader, who did not feel any pain, let out a scream out of fear. However, his scream only lasted for half a second before it stopped abruptly. The third leader also fell down. The golden light continued to flash. Every time it flashed, a Wolf Rider would fall down. Moreover, in just one breath, the golden light had flashed more than 10 times. Fast, it was too fast. They could no longer see Zichen. They could only see the golden light. In the second breath of the golden light, dozens of Wolf Riders had already fallen down. Under the speed of killing more than 10 people in one breath, the remaining Wolf Riders' fear reached its peak and they tried to escape. However, the golden light continued to flash. Every time it flashed, a Wolf Rider would fall down. The Wolf Rider who fell down did not even have the chance to scream. Everyone around was shocked by Zichen's strength. The barbarians who had followed the wolf riders had already escaped when they saw that the situation was not good. Other than the ravens, there was only one man, Heya, and a few women left. They were all the spoils of war that the wolf riders had obtained. In addition, the most eye-catching ones were the barbarian wolves that had lost their masters. Zichen's pressure was only slightly weaker than the barbarian gods. The barbarian wolves did not have the courage to run away. Anyone who tried to escape would be intercepted by barbarian tiger and barbarian bull. At this time, Zichen had already killed a lot of wolf riders. However, he only killed the riders and did not kill the wolves. Under Zichen's pressure, the barbarian wolves did not dare to move. In desperation, the wolf riders could only jump off the backs of the barbarian wolves and walk. It had to be said that they still had a high chance of survival if they fled separately. After the golden lightning chased them for a while, it turned back. Not counting the leaders of the other clans, there were at least 10 wolf riders who ran away, but they all ran away and left their wolves behind. At this moment, over 100 barbaric wolves were crawling on the ground with fear in their eyes. Zichen's expression was as cold as ice. He released the pressure from his body and walked back step by step. Everywhere he passed, all the crouching wolves trembled. In their perception, this human was an existence even more terrifying than savage beasts. The pressure on his body had already surpassed that of a king. There were a total of 115 barbaric wolves. Among them, there were 3 level 6 barbaric wolves, more than 10 level 5 barbaric wolves, and the rest were all level 4 barbaric wolves. Perhaps only a large clan could afford such a large number of barbaric wolves. Zichen suddenly took out the dragon soul spear, and a resplendent silver light flashed on the surface of the spear. Then, a loud dragon roar resounded, and a dragon's might spread out. This was the true might of a dragon, an existence that only existed in legends. When this might was unleashed, many barbaric wolves actually wet their pants in fear. Dragons were sacred and powerful existences. When this might was unleashed, the barbaric wolves felt their souls tremble. Zichen held the dragon soul spear and walked forward. After unleashing the dragon's might, the barbaric wolves' reaction satisfied him. When he reached the leader of the barbaric wolves, Zichen suddenly thrust his spear at it. A dragon's roar resounded as the spear pierced through the barbaric wolf's head and nailed it to the ground. Under this attack, the barbaric wolf's leader actually didn't die immediately. It let out a mournful cry, and its entire body twitched. However, after a few twitches, the barbaric wolf's leader stopped moving and died completely. The instant the barbaric wolf's leader died, the other barbaric wolves roared uneasily. Their bodies trembled even more, and their fear grew even stronger. At this moment, Zichen's cold voice resounded, "Submit or die." When these words came out, the barbarians who didn't understand why Zichen wanted to kill the barbaric wolf's leader instantly understood everything. As for Heya, who had recovered from his injuries, his eyes widened. His eyes were filled with undisguised envy. Zichen's action was obviously to help the Raven tribe subdue the barbaric wolves. As for why he killed the leader of the barbaric wolves, it was only to intimidate them. The most important reason was that there were 3 level 6 barbaric wolves. Manhu and Manyo weren't easy to suppress. After killing one, there were still 2 left. Even if the 2 barbaric wolves suddenly rebelled, Manhu and Manyo would still be able to suppress them. Zichen's action was very far-sighted. Heya admired him from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, after Zichen's words, the barbaric wolves all chose to submit. They crawled on the ground and didn't move. Zichen's gaze swept over the barbaric wolves, and then he looked at the Raven warriors and said, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pick up your weapons and find your mounts." Hearing these words, the Raven tribe barbarians were all stunned. They didn't even react immediately. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and find your mounts." The first to react was naturally Wu Man. After repeating his words, he was the first to charge towards the barbaric wolves. As a level 6 warrior, Wu Man's first target was naturally a level 6 barbaric wolf. "Wu Man, the barbaric wolf mount isn't suitable for you." Zichen suddenly called out to Wu Man. Wu Man, on the other hand, was stunned and he subconsciously stopped. The moment Wu Man stopped, the others reacted and charged towards the pack of barbaric wolves. As for the level 6 barbaric wolves that Wu Man coveted the most, they were instantly seized. One was Wu Shu, and the other was a level 4 warrior. Both of them were holding the weapons that the barbaric wolf riders used. The others followed suit. They all picked up their weapons and sat on the backs of the barbaric wolves. Their faces were filled with excitement. Including the level 2 warriors, there were over 100 barbaric wolf riders. Wu Man was very anxious. He scratched his head, but the mounts had already been distributed. He didn't have a share. Zichen pointed at the barbaric bull not far away and said, "This is a mutated barbaric bull. It definitely isn't any worse than a level 6 barbaric wolf." Wu Man's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. He had long been thinking about this barbaric bull mount. Zichen put away the dragon soul spear and walked forward. All the barbaric wolves had already stood up. They faced Zichen again. Although they were no longer afraid, their eyes were still filled with reverence. "Chief Zichen, what do you think of me sitting on it? Isn't it a good match?" The level 3 Wu Shu sat on the level 6 barbaric wolf and excitedly said. Zichen looked deeply at Wu Shu and said, "Right now, it isn't a good match. But in the future, it will be. Not bad. This barbaric wolf will be your exclusive mount." "Haha, thank you, Chief." Zichen's words were naturally the highest order of the Raven tribe. After this, no one would be able to take this barbaric wolf away. It belonged to Wu Shu. Wu Shu loudly thanked him. Zichen's gaze fell on the level 4 warrior on the second level 6 mount. This was the second warrior besides Wu Man to break through to level 4. Seeing Zichen looking over, the warrior also had a face full of smiles, waiting for Zichen's evaluation. Looking at the warrior, Zichen calmly said, "A level 6 barbaric wolf doesn't suit you. Go find a level 5 one." The level 4 warrior quickly got off and ran towards the level 5 barbaric wolf. On the back of the barbaric wolf, the level 3 warrior was chased off. This was the suppression of power. Then the level 3 warrior chased off the level 2 warrior. Zichen lightly patted the level 6 barbaric wolf's forehead. He turned his head to look at Heya and said, "Heya, this level 6 barbaric wolf is yours? Give it to me." Heya was clearly startled. Zichen nodded his head and said, "Not bad. For you. As a level 6 warrior, you are qualified to have this barbaric wolf as a mount." Having a level 6 barbaric wolf as a mount was naturally a good thing. No one could resist the temptation of a level 6 barbaric wolf. Heya expressed his thanks again and again. The level 6 barbaric wolf was now Heya's. Next, Zichen walked towards the level 5 barbaric wolf. Then, Zichen gave them some pointers on what level of barbaric beast they should own. Zichen's way of assigning the barbaric beasts was very strange. He did not assign the barbaric beasts according to their levels of power. The owner of one of the level 5 barbaric beasts was actually a level 2 warrior. It appeared that the way he assigned the barbaric beasts was based on his preference. "Una, this level 5 barbaric beast belongs to you." When he reached the last level 5 barbaric beast, Zichen turned his head and said to Una. As Una was a woman, she stood far away and did not step forward. When she heard that, she was first stunned. Then, her face became one of ecstasy. She quickly rushed forward and sat down on the back of the level 5 barbaric wolf. She held a sharp blade in her hand and looked like a goddess of war. "Use it as support and training," Zichen said to Una. Una nodded her head excitedly. At that moment, everyone felt that Zichen's way of assigning the barbaric wolf riders was very strange. However, they did not understand the specific meaning behind it. Only after several decades after Zichen left the barbarian world did they understand the deeper meaning behind his actions. At the same time, they felt that their leader Zichen was even more unfathomable. Heya, on the other hand, seemed to have some speculations. However, he did not dare to believe it. Even after several decades, he still could not help but sigh. After assigning the barbaric wolf riders, everyone left one after another. They happily went to test out the thrill of riding the barbaric wolf riders. The other ravens also left. It seemed that it was time to cook. Heya seemed to have something to say. However, in the end, he did not say anything. "Go back to your tribe first. I will deal with the earthen tribe. However, you need to make plans to migrate," Zichen said. "Migrate? Where do we migrate to?" Heya looked at Zichun. Zichun gestured for Heya to come out. Then, he pointed to an empty space in the distance and said, "That place is spacious enough. You all can move here. In the future, the Black Tribe and the Ravens will never invade each other's territory." Heya understood Zichun's meaning and nodded his head. However, he only understood half of it. He still had many doubts, but he did not ask too many questions. Just as Heya was leaving, Zichun asked how many days it would take for the Earthen Tribe to arrive. Heya said that he was not sure. However, it should be 3 days later. Zichun nodded his head and said that he would definitely arrive at the Black Tribe in 3 days. Heya took the women and left on the level 6 barbaric wolf. As for the other women, they chose to stay in the Ravens to continue their ancestral line. After returning, Zichun ate the food that the Ravens prepared for him and left the Ravens. This time, Zichun flew through the air and headed straight for the barbaric Dragon Mountain range. This time, he had offended the Earthen Tribe. Therefore, Zichun had to be prepared. Chapter 8:11. Zichun soared through the air, speeding along the way. His destination was the group of savage wolves guarded by the Grade 7 Monkey King. Ever since the savage monkeys schemed against a group of savage beasts and the Monkey King came out and killed many savage beasts, there were no longer any strong savage beasts in this area. Although many savage monkeys died in the last battle, to a large group of savage monkeys, this loss was nothing. Survival of the fittest. This rule also applied to the savage monkeys. Zichun soared through the air and arrived above the savage monkeys. He saw the monkey tree below him, as well as the savage monkeys on top of it. There were also a few shining monkey fruits. Previously, there were 12 monkey fruits. Zichun took 4, so there should be 8 left. But now, Zichun only saw 4 monkey fruits. As soon as Zichun appeared, he was discovered by the savage monkeys. Soon after, a group of savage monkeys let out a sharp cry. They immediately recognized that Zichun was the one who stole the monkey fruits and the monkey wine. Thus, after the sharp shriek, numerous stones rained down on Zichun, who was high up in the sky. Zichun's aura surged, and boundless origin power wreaked havoc. All the whistling stones that came whistling towards him exploded into dust when they were a few meters away from Zichun. Seeing all the stones turned into dust, the savage monkeys let out another scream. It was obvious that they were greatly shocked. Zichun's body suddenly emitted a terrifying aura. When this aura appeared, it pressed down on the ground. Boundless pressure gushed out, and at this moment, the group of savage monkeys' faces changed. The barbaric monkeys that were lying on top of the monkey tree immediately cried out in alarm when they felt the pressure at close range. Their bodies fell downwards until they were firmly pressed to the ground by the pressure of the pressure. Plop, plop, plop. The sound of falling echoed continuously. In the blink of an eye, there were no more savage monkeys on top of the monkey tree. All the savage monkeys fell to the ground, crawling, and their eyes were filled with fear. "Monkey King, come out." Zichun stood in the air, resembling a barbarian god clad in golden armor. A large group of barbarian monkeys came out of the cave in a single file. However, after they came out, their expressions changed drastically. They were incomparably terrified. The moment they jumped out of the cave, they would be pressed down to the ground by the pressure. During this period of time, regardless of whether it was level 5 or level 6, they all lost the ability to fight under the pressure. Pung! At the entrance of the cave, a thunderous sound rang out, following which, the large boulder at the entrance of the cave emitted cracking sounds. The Monkey King borrowed the force of the impact and shot up like a bolt of lightning before ruthlessly stomping towards Zichun. As expected of the barbarian Monkey King, it was still able to resist Zichun's pressure. However, that was all it could do. Zichun coldly glanced at the Monkey King, after which, his silhouette flickered as he appeared above the Monkey King. Zichun's strange speed clearly gave the Monkey King a fright. Just as the Monkey King was about to jump into the air to intercept Zichun, it saw a golden footprint ruthlessly stomping towards it. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as Zichun stomped on the Monkey King's head. A golden energy ripple spread out in all directions, after which, Zichun stomped on the Monkey King and descended from the sky. When the barbarian monkeys below saw this, They cried out in alarm and pounced towards the Monkey King. They actually wanted to be the Monkey King's scapegoat. When Zichun saw this, a strange expression appeared on his face. However, as he waved his sleeves, a tornado appeared out of thin air and swept the charging barbarian monkeys away in an instant. On the ground, a thunderous sound rang out. The Monkey King landed on the ground, and a deep pit appeared. At this moment, Zichun was standing on the Monkey King's body. One of his feet was stepping on the Monkey King's head as boundless golden light flashed. The last time Zichun fought with the Monkey King, he was defeated in a single strike. In the end, he had to flee in a sorry state. Today, he fought with the Monkey King again and defeated it in a single strike. The Monkey King was still struggling, but it was useless. More and more barbarian monkeys rushed towards Zichun with extreme speed. Their sharp claws and fangs tore at Zichun. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth were covered in a fiery red color. It was as if a fiery cloud was descending from the sky. Zichun's surroundings were instantly filled with barbarian monkeys. The eyes of these barbarian monkeys were all red, as if they had gone mad. Zichun's terrifying pressure was actually ineffective at this moment. Boom! Zichun sneered. The origin energy on his body was released once again. Following a thunderous sound, an origin energy shockwave blasted out in all directions with his body as the center. Wherever the origin energy shockwave passed, all the barbarian monkeys were sent flying. The stronger ones were sent flying for tens of meters, while the weaker ones were sent flying for hundreds of meters. After 2 rounds of origin energy shockwave, other than the Monkey King that was unable to move, there were no other barbarian monkeys around Zichun. The Monkey King was still struggling, and its expression was filled with unwillingness. Zichun coldly said, "Don't make any more useless struggles. If I wanted to kill you, a single move would be enough." As the words left his mouth, Zichun walked down from the Monkey King's body. After struggling for a while, the Monkey King finally got up. Although Zichun's kick was powerful, the Monkey King wasn't injured. However, the Monkey King knew that it wasn't because it was strong, but because Zichun had no intention of harming it. After getting up, the Monkey King looked at Zichun, and its expression kept changing. This human in front of it stole its monkey fruit. After that, it found out that the monkey wine was stolen. It was obvious that this human was the culprit. Towards this human, the Monkey King naturally hated him to the extreme. But today, this human came again, and his strength was actually so terrifying. Finally, after hesitating for a while, the Monkey King pointed at the monkey fruit and 2 withered trees not far away, indicating that Zichun could take them away. Although it couldn't speak, the Monkey King had already expressed its intention clearly. Its face was filled with regret. The monkey fruit and monkey wine were not only the favorite items of the barbarian monkeys, they were also the foundation for the continuation of the barbarian monkeys. If they were to hand them all over now, the barbarian monkeys here would be weakened for a long period of time. Even the number of barbarian monkeys would decrease because of this. The Monkey King's decision represented the highest decision of the barbarian monkeys. Although the barbarian monkeys in the distance were extremely angry, they didn't refute or come out to protest. Zichun took in the Monkey King's expression. He shook his head and said, "You misunderstood. I didn't come here to take these things. Moreover, do you think these things are still useful to me?" Zichun's words caused the Monkey King to be pleasantly surprised, but it soon became confused. If he didn't come here to take these things, then why did he come here? Zichun said, "I came here to tell you one thing. Very soon, there will be a power that will attack the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. Your tribe will be in danger of being exterminated." The confused Monkey King's eyes were filled with doubt. This time, there will be a lot of rank 8 warriors attacking the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. Other than that, there will be at least 2 powerful existences like me. With my strength, I can kill you in one move. Fear finally appeared on the Monkey King's face. However, it was still confused. It didn't understand why this human would tell it this news. "I'm telling you this news to protect your barbarian monkey tribe. Of course, there are conditions." Zichun looked at the Monkey King and said, "There aren't many conditions, only one. After this crisis is over, you all just have to do me a favor." The Monkey King possessed extraordinary intelligence and didn't immediately agree. Zichen said again. It's not a big favor. I just want you to protect the people of a tribe. If this tribe is in danger, you all just have to help. The Monkey King hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. All right, you can signal these barbarian monkeys to move away now. I reckon that they will arrive soon. Now, bring me to look for other powerful barbarian beasts in this area. There's no need to look for rank 6 ones. It's best if they are rank 7, rank 8, and of course, rank 9 ones would be even better. The intelligent Monkey King quickly understood the meaning behind Zichen's words. Soon after, a trace of fear appeared on its face. Obviously, if it was rank 6, this human wouldn't have come to remind it. After all, rank 6 wasn't enough for this human to remind it. After ordering its tribesmen to move away immediately, the Monkey King brought Huang Xiaolong to look for other powerful barbarian beasts. Under the Monkey King's lead, Zichen found powerful barbarian beasts one after another. After seeing the barbarian beasts, Zichen wouldn't say anything and would immediately go up and beat them. Only when the barbarian beasts had no strength to resist would he go up and make a deal with them. Without a doubt, all the barbarian beasts would nod and agree. Although these barbarian beasts only agreed verbally and didn't put any curses on them, Zichen still trusted them. Compared to humans, these barbarian beasts were indeed more trustworthy. At the very least, they wouldn't go back on their words. Just like this, Zichen visited 7 rank 7 barbarian beasts and 3 rank 8 barbarian beasts. As for rank 9 barbarian beasts, he didn't meet any of them. Only when the Monkey King didn't dare to go deeper did Zichen give up. That place was the deepest part of the barbarian dragon mountain range. No barbarian beasts dared to step into it. As for those barbarian beasts or barbarian beasts who tried to go in and explore, they never came out. After that, Zichen brought the Monkey King back. The barbarian dragon mountain range was very big. When the big tribes attacked, they would only enter from one point. Therefore, these barbarian beasts only needed to stay away from the attack route. As for the place where they temporarily moved to, it was still the barbarian dragon mountain range. After sending the Monkey King to the place, Zichen began to return. More than 2 days had passed. Zichen had to reach the Black Tribe before the big tribes arrived. Otherwise, the Black Tribe would be annihilated. On the way back, Zichen saw the Raven Tribe members. He noticed that many of them were moving construction materials to an empty space a few miles away. After knowing that the Black Tribe was going to move, the few ravens came to help. Zichen didn't stop and directly flew to the Black Tribe. When he arrived, the Black Tribe members had already finished their preparations. Many of the Black Tribe members were either carrying big beds, tables, or tall stone stools. Zichen descended from the sky. Under the surprised gazes of the Black Tribe members, Heya, who had heard the news, quickly walked over. Chief Zichen, we have received news that the big tribes have already passed through the Wood Tribe. They will arrive here in less than half a day. Heya hurriedly reported. Zichen nodded and said, I know. I will settle this matter. You let everyone move slowly. There is no need to rush. Take what you need. Okay, I will arrange it now. Just as Heya was about to turn and leave, Zichen suddenly thought of something. He stopped Heya and said, There is no need. There is no need to move. Heya was startled. Let everyone put the things back. There is no need to move now. We will talk about it after we settle the matter of the Wood Tribe. Heya could only nod and quickly pass down the order. It took almost half a day for the group of Black Tribe barbarians to put the things back into their rooms. Chapter 8:12. The troops of the large tribes had already set out, heading straight for the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. On the way, the Wolf Riders cleared the way for everyone, clearing all the obstacles. These obstacles referred to the tribes along the way, and the principle of the Two Clan was that wherever they passed, all the tribes they encountered would be the vassals of the Two Clan. This principle was well carried out by the Wolf Riders, and it was also smoothly carried out until they met the outsider, Zichen. When the dozen people fled back, they also reported the situation of the outsider, Zichen. The loss of more than 100 Wolf Riders was not enough to make the leader of the Two Clan feel bad, but what he cared about was the attitude of the outsider, who dared to go against the Two Clan. Did he not know that there were 2 outsiders here? Therefore, the large tribes deliberately sped up their advance, wanting to see who exactly this outsider was. Walking at the front of the troops was the leader of the two clan. Apart from them, there were several other clans, such as the Fire clan, which was second only to the two clan. There were also other clans, whose mounts were all level 6 barbarian wolves. The two outsiders, Qinming and Wu Yu, were also among them. Our people clearly reported their names, but this outsider still wanted to kill them. Could it be that he is very confident in his battle strength? On the way, there were still some people among the two clan who were angry about the outsider. Although I don't dare to say that all the outsiders are powerful warriors, but those who have successfully broken the seal here are not weak at all. Moreover, your Earth race's wolf riders should have provoked him, otherwise, he wouldn't have killed so many barbarians. Wu Yu had joined the Fire clan, and along the way, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the way the two clan acted, but as long as they did not provoke him, he did not care. It is true that he is not weak, but that does not mean that he is strong. If killing a few level 6 warriors is considered strong, then wouldn't there be strong everywhere? Qinming said. Qinming and Wu Yu had already raised their strength to level 6 with the help of the 6 fruits of power, and their battle strength was stronger, so they were more confident. If our information is not wrong, the level 7 warriors we sent before might have been killed by this outsider. Being able to kill level 7 warriors is considered a strong person. Qinming harumphed as his eyes were filled with disdain. He then said in a prideful tone, "My so-called experts are based on my strength, not yours." Then, Leader Qinming, do you mean that you have the confidence to defeat the other party? A native asked tentatively. I wouldn't dare to say 100%, but at least 80%. Qinming said, you should know that even if we are at the same level, the difference in our combat power is 100 times greater. A difference of 100 times? How is that possible? Many people widened their eyes when they heard this. 100 times is not a definite statement. It's just that one can fight against 100 people of the same level. It's like a group of warriors of the 6th level, but the strongest one can defeat 100 ordinary people at the same time. Qinming's explanation made the barbarians' complexion change. One of the leaders said, it seems that the world of the outsiders is indeed frightening. However, the world of our barbarian race is much simpler in comparison. It is already a heaven-defying existence for a barbarian to fight against 4 or 5 barbarians of the same level. I have never seen or heard of anyone fighting against more than 10 barbarians. The leader of the native race, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked, Leader Qinming, if we see an outsider, should we send someone to test him, or the leader of the native race was only at the 8th level? In the world of the barbarian race, he was naturally the strongest of the strong. However, in the eyes of the outsiders, the physical strength of a mere 8th level was nothing compared to elemental energy. Therefore, in front of Qinming, the leader of the native race had to be humble. Without waiting for the leader to finish, Qinming waved his hand and said, send out the 8th level first. If it doesn't work, then I will go. If the opponent is weak, then he deserves to die. If he is strong enough, then we can go to the barbaric Dragon Mountain range together. At this moment, the team was rushing toward the Black Tribe. They were all wolf riders, and there were more than 1,000 of them. Even the weakest wolf rider was a 5th level warrior. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on Qinming's face. What a confident guy. After releasing his spiritual thoughts, Wu Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light. The other barbarians didn't understand, but after a few miles, they immediately understood what Qinming meant. At the end of everyone's line of sight, there was a person standing there. It was the figure of an outsider. Behind the outsider was the Black Tribe, and he was standing in front of the Black Tribe, facing the entire tribe's army. Everyone who saw the outsiders had a look of surprise on their faces. The team stopped a few hundred meters away from Zichun. Outsider, you are the one who killed the people of the native race. After the team stopped, a wolf rider walked out from the back. He was riding a 6th level barbarian wolf, and he himself was a powerful 8th level warrior. Behind Zichun, many people of the Black Tribe appeared. When they saw the thousands of wolf riders, they were shocked. Under Heiya's reprimand, many people retreated, while Heiya hid in a hidden place and watched. Yes, I killed them. Zichun raised his head and looked at the wolf rider in front of him. The 8th grade wolf rider coldly snorted and said, "You've got guts. You even dared to kill my people. Let me ask you again, the 2 7th grade warriors we sent to the Cloud Mountain Range, were they also killed by you?" "Yes, they were also killed by me." Zichen glanced at him and said coldly, "What? If you want revenge, then come at me. I also want to see what kind of person you are. You keep saying that you want to destroy other people's clans." You. Zichen's rude words angered the 8th level wolf rider, and the other native race members also showed anger. As for Chen Ming, who had joined the native race, he had a cold smile on his face. Die. The 8th level wolf rider held his sharp blade and rushed towards Zichen. Zichen's eyes became colder and colder as he stared at the barbarian wolf. In the next moment, a sharp golden light flashed in Zichen's eyes, and boundless killing intent surged out from his body. The barbarian wolf, who was rushing forward, felt an extremely dangerous aura, as if there was a peerless monster in front of it. In fear, its front legs began to bend, and it actually fell down. The barbarian wolf rolled on the ground a few times, his eyes filled with fear as he cried out. The 8th level warrior took advantage of the barbarian wolf's unstable body and jumped up, then landed firmly on the ground. After landing, the 8th level warrior ignored the barbarian wolf and rushed madly towards Zichen with his sharp blade, his eyes filled with killing intent. Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. A bright golden light flashed around his body, as dazzling as the sun. Pure ultimate yuan energy also flowed around his body like golden water. Chen Ming, who was already sneering, felt the yuan energy released by Zichen, and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. A mere early primal core stage cultivator. This kind of trash can be considered the weakest existence among the ancient road trial takers. I thought I could meet a worthy opponent, but it turned out to be a piece of trash. Wu Yu, who was beside him, said, "You can't call it trash. That's ultimate yuan energy. The weakest among them is at least a sky-level warrior." Chun Ming's disdain deepened. A sky-level warrior? Is he that scary? As if he felt that his words were too pretentious, Chen Ming added, "Even if he's scary, he's still a sky-level warrior." "Leader Chen Ming, is he not strong enough?" asked the leader of the 2 clan. Chun Ming sneered. "According to the realm, he's not even a 4th level warrior." These words boosted the confidence of the 2 clans' leader. If he wasn't even a 4th level warrior, then he was indeed very weak. Even if he could fly, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat an 8th level warrior. Perhaps the 8th level warrior would be able to kill the outsider today. With this thought in mind, they once again looked at the battlefield. At this time, the 8th level warrior had already rushed in front of the outsider. He held a sharp blade in his hand and viciously chopped down on the outsider's head. Just as the whistling sound drifted over, the outsider also moved. He swiftly punched out with his fist, as his ultimate yuan force circulated around his fist. The golden light was still as dazzling as before, but this punch actually contained an extremely tyrannical aura. As for the small figure of the outsider, it seemed that after this punch, he had become tall and sturdy. The fist that was wrapped in elemental energy collided with the blade that was chopping down. Under everyone's gaze, the light from the fist exploded, causing a loud explosion. At the same time, the blade in the 8th level warrior's hand exploded as well. The blade shattered, and a strong force surged. The 8th level warrior was directly pushed back. There was an inexplicable shock on his face. The weapon that was specially made for him by the 2 clan was actually shattered just like that. The 8th level warrior was retreating, but at this moment, he saw the human in front of him moving. He was walking towards him quickly. As he moved forward, there was a flash of golden light. In an instant, the human disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, the 8th level warrior felt a sense of danger coming from the front. When the danger came, he didn't hesitate at all. He casually cast an 8th level berserker art. A strong force surged in his body like a real beast emerging from his body. This was the sign of power leaving the body. Such a strong force was no weaker than an attack from a late primal core cultivator. Such a strong attack would not be at a disadvantage against a late primal core cultivator. However, against a sky martial artist like Zichen, it seemed to be very weak. Moreover, Zichun was not an ordinary sky martial artist. Under the surge of ultimate Yuan energy, Zichun punched out again. It was still the domineering fist. When this fist was thrown out, the golden light on Zichun's body seemed to dim. The only thing that was bright was the golden domineering fist aura. This resplendent punch directly collided with the attack of the level 8 warrior. Then, there was another loud bang. And in the midst of the bang, the golden light of the fist directly shattered the attack of the level 8 warrior. It broke through the opponent's defense and bombarded the opponent's chest. The 8th level warrior's body flew backwards like an arrow. He flew a few hundred meters. When he landed heavily on the ground, he was already in front of the wolf riders. The 8th level warrior had been defeated in 2 attacks. The scene was dead silent. Only the 8th level warrior's occasional coughs and gasps could be heard. Everyone was in a state of complete shock. Even Chen Ming, who was previously disdainful, had a look of surprise on his face. Chapter 8:13. In the face of Zichen's disdainful mockery, the people of the Earth Tribe did not dare to say anything. The first strike had destroyed the weapon, and the second strike had forced the level 8 warrior to retreat. In just 2 strikes, the level 8 warrior had been defeated. Who would dare to fight back? Should they send more level 8 warriors? But it would be as simple as a few more strikes. It would be useless no matter how many there were. This was what Chen Ming had said earlier about fighting 1 against 100. Sure enough, there were no weaklings among the outsiders. The appearance of such a powerful outsider was extremely unfair to the world of the barbarians. Behind Zichen, some of the people of the Black Tribe saw this scene and were overjoyed. Zichen had easily defeated the level 8 warrior, which meant that he was stronger than a level 8 warrior. He should be a level 9 warrior. Thinking that a level 9 warrior was protecting them, the people of the Black Tribe were naturally excited. A level 8 warrior with such little combat power, yet you are still clamoring to annihilate other tribes. Aren't you afraid that you will be annihilated one day? Zichen's eyes became colder and colder as he looked ahead. In the face of such a blatant threat, the faces of the people of the Earth Tribe turned ugly. Even the leaders of the other tribes had unnatural expressions. The level 8 warrior did not die. He was only injured and carried away. Without elemental energy, he could not fly. However, he had an unusually strong body. This was the most precious thing that the world of the barbarians had given them. Therefore, the level 8 warrior was still alive after taking a blow from Zichun. If it were any other late-stage primal core cultivator, even if his body did not explode, he would not be able to survive after taking a blow from Zichun. The scene became silent. A group of wolf riders were intimidated by Zichun alone. They could not even hear the breathing of their savage wolves. The level 8 warrior's mount, the savage wolf, also ran away with its tail between its legs. The silence lasted for about 10 breaths. Finally, a cold snort came from the opposite side. Annihilation? How arrogant. You dare to threaten to annihilate other tribes after defeating a level 8 warrior? Who do you think you are? An outsider urged his barbaric wolf to walk forward step by step. With the protection of his elemental energy, the barbaric wolf walked very steadily. Zichen glanced at the outsider with a disdainful look on his face. He said, "We're all outsiders, so let's not talk about such useless things. If you want to fight, let's fight." Haha, good. I like your straightforwardness. However, you are merely at the early primal core stage. Let's see what you have to fight me. As he spoke, the aura around Chen Ming's body began to surge. Violent energy swept out like a tidal wave. After that, he stepped on the back of the barbarian wolf and borrowed the force to soar into the air. At the same time, Zichen transformed into a streak of golden light and soared into the sky. The two of them rose into the air. Without saying anything, they turned into 2 beams of light and charged at each other. At the same time, they launched powerful attacks. Boom, boom. Tremors continued to resound in the sky as violent energy surged. Large amounts of energy ripples began to spread out in all directions. The powerful energy shockwaves stirred the space and began to distort. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 blows, and there were no obvious signs of defeat. He is actually on par with Chen Ming. Isn't he supposed to be on par with a level 4 warrior? Why is he so powerful? Seeing that the two of them were on par with each other in the sky, all the barbarians were stunned. Even Wu Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light. He is only at the early primal core stage, but he is actually on par with Chen Ming, who is at the late primal core stage. Such talent and battle prowess is indeed terrifying. Indeed, there is no weakling among those who have entered the ancient road. I cannot underestimate anyone. This person is probably stronger than me. In the sky, the two of them were fighting fiercely. Although they were not fighting to the death, they were still using their full strength. After a long time of not being able to determine the winner and the loser, Chun Ming's disdainful expression slowly turned serious. After another collision, the two of them instantly separated. They looked at each other with a distance of 100 meters between them. Your battle prowess is not bad. However, if that was your strongest attack, then I'm afraid you will have to stay here today, Chun Ming said coldly. It's useless to say more. We will know who will stay after this battle. Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. After saying that, the two of them started to circulate their primal energies again. This time, when they were circulating their primal energies, the two of them clearly showed signs of forming hand seals. They were going to fight for real. You two, this is just a misunderstanding. It's not like you have a grudge against each other. There is no need to fight to the death. Wu Yu flew into the sky and tried to persuade the two of them to stop. On the ground, the barbarians who saw this scene already knew how to deal with it. The leader of the barbarians said to Zichun in the sky, "Outsider friend, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. This time, we are attacking the barbarian dragon mountain range. We are here to kill the dragons, not to kill the barbarians." Zichun looked down at the leader of the barbarians and said sarcastically, "Oh, so according to you, I am purposely causing trouble for you? Of course not. It should be our people who have done something out of line and offended you. Since it is our fault, we will not tolerate it. Bring them over." After the leader of the barbarians said that, the wolf riders behind him brought over the dozen barbarians who had escaped to report the news. After stepping forward, the dozen barbarians were all forced to kneel on the ground. "These are the barbarians from last time. You can deal with them as you wish." The leader of the barbarians pointed at the dozen barbarians and said. Zichun frowned slightly. Seeing that Zichun was frowning and not saying anything, the leader of the barbarians' expression suddenly became cold. He shouted at the dozen barbarians, "Damn things! You dare to ruin the reputation of the barbarians outside. Such behavior deserves to be killed." The sharp blade flashed, and in the next moment, the dozen barbarians' heads were all chopped off. Zichun's brows relaxed, but he also looked deeply at the leader of the barbarians. The leader of the barbarians was not shallow. Since the barbarians had already died and apologized, he naturally dropped the matter. After that, the leader of the barbarians suggested that they join forces to enter the barbarian dragon mountain range. After that, the barbarians who were previously enemies sat down and started to discuss the matter of attacking the barbarian dragon mountain range. The former enemies immediately became allies. It had to be said that humans were just so mysterious. "You want to attack the barbarian dragon mountain range? How much do you know about it?" Zichun asked. This was a small meeting, and the people who participated in it were almost all the experts of the barbarians' world. There were even 2 ninth-level warriors among them. However, ninth-level warriors were at most at the peak of the late stage of the inner core realm. They were not even at the peak of the inner core realm. Such people could shake the world in the barbarians' world, but in the outside world, they were really nothing. Sky-level warriors of the same level could slaughter a group of them. Of course, if they could train their physical strength to Zichen's level, it would be a different story. However, if these barbarians were to be placed in the outside world, they would still be stronger than normal inner core realm warriors, because they mainly trained their bodies. Their battle strength and vitality were both super strong. The leader of the barbarians said, "The reason why it is called the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range is not baseless. In the memories passed down by our ancestors, there was a very detailed description of the barbarian dragon. The barbarian dragon is an extremely powerful creature with extraordinary strength. Moreover, they are born with the ability to fly. Other than the big birds, they are the only species in the barbarians' world that can fly." In the memories left by our ancestors, the barbarian dragon is the most valuable treasure for training the body. Using the blood of the barbarian dragon to refine the body will make the body 10 times stronger than normal warriors. Moreover, the barbarian dragon's body is full of treasures. In addition, there is a dragon crystal inside the barbarian dragon's body. This dragon crystal has extraordinary effects. One of them said that after swallowing the dragon crystal, barbarian warriors can reach the 11th level and be able to fly. Obviously, the others knew about this rumor, but they were only telling it to Zichun. After listening to it once, Zichun did not get any valuable clues, but it was time to go. Zichun, this is the 3rd and 8th ancient roads of my trial. I wonder how many are yours? Chunming suddenly asked when the group was leaving. Zichun glanced at Chunming and said, My luck is better than yours. This is my 3rd ancient road. What? As soon as Zichun finished speaking, 2 people cried out in surprise. The 3rd one? How is that possible? Chunming and Wu Yu opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Zichun smiled and said, Maybe my luck is better, but it was also very dangerous when I first came here. I almost died. Then what ancient road is yours? Chunming asked again. First. Zichun did not hide it. Chunming's face was a little embarrassed, but he did not continue to ask. The group continued on their way, and they naturally bypassed the Black Tribe. The Black Tribe people all came out to see Zichun off. Zichun also stopped and said a few words to them. You all stay here first. As for the migration, wait for me to come back. Heya nodded. His eyes were full of gratitude. While moving forward, the people of the Earth Tribe prepared wolf riders for Zichun, and the group began to speed up. It was worth mentioning that when they passed by the Raven Tribe, they happened to see the Raven Tribe people controlling barbarian wolves to train their soldiers. They were riding barbarian wolves of the Earth Tribe and holding Earth-made weapons. Regarding this, the leader of the Earth Tribe did not say anything, and even his face did not change. After Zichun greeted Wu Man, he went straight to the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. This time, such a large-scale invasion caused a lot of commotion. After arriving, all the savage beasts in the outer area fled in panic. These were all level 3 or 4 savage beasts, and as they went deeper, traces of level 5 or 6 savage beasts appeared. There were many savage beasts of this level in the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. Because all the level 7 and 8 savage beasts had retreated, they occupied this place, and when they saw the barbarians, they began to defend their territory. Battles began to occur frequently, but they were all settled by the wolf riders. Zichun and the rest did not need to do anything. Even if traces of level 7 savage beasts appeared during this period, there would naturally be someone to deal with them. Zichun and the group advanced in a straight line. For those who could not fly, a straight line meant less detours, and when it was necessary to cross mountains, they would still cross mountains. As they went deeper, the number of savage beasts they encountered increased. In the frequent battles, the number of wolf riders decreased. Fierce battles occurred almost every moment, but Zichun and the rest did not stop moving forward. The purpose of these wolf riders was to open a path for them. Chapter 8:14. By the time they reached the depths of the barbaric Dragon Mountain range, the wolf riders had already lost a third of their numbers. The loss of a few hundred allowed them to open up a path to the barbaric Dragon Mountain range. This was a magnificent feat that had never been done before in the history of the barbarian race. Reaching here, the wolf riders' mission was completed. Next, it was time for the warriors above level 8 to go deeper. As they went deeper, the oppressive aura became more obvious. The level 8 warriors, who were relaxed before, became more and more serious. Chunming stood in the middle while Zichun and Wu Yu stood on either side of him. The 3 outsiders took the lead while the 2 9th-grade warriors followed behind them. Behind them were more than 30 8th-grade warriors from the various factions. This kind of power was unprecedented in the barbarian race's world. According to the rules of the barbarian race's world, it is impossible to produce a mortal origin stage being, even if it is a barbaric dragon. So, as long as it is a core origin stage being, we can deal with it, Chunming suddenly said on the way forward. Everyone was under more and more pressure, so much so that no one answered Chunming. Seeing Chunming in a tense state, Zichun sneered and said, "That may not be true. Don't forget about the barbarian god." Chunming snorted and said sarcastically, "The barbarian god? How can you believe in such a legendary thing? You are a cultivator, but you actually believe in the barbarian god." "Why wouldn't I? The barbaric dragon is also a legend. Didn't we also believe in it? Besides, compared to the barbaric dragon, I believe in the barbarian god more because I've seen it with my own eyes." Everyone's gazes all looked towards Zichun. "Greetings, barbarian god." Chunming laughed and said, "Are you going to tell me that the barbarian god you saw is the barbarian god statue?" "Of course not. It is a living barbarian god in the Cloud Mountain range." Zichun sneered and said, "Your fruits of power should be from the barbarian god statue. Mine is from the Cloud Mountain range. The one who gave us the fruits of power was the barbarian god." Seeing that Zichun was not joking, everyone's expression changed. The level 9 warrior from the Earth race said, "Friend Zichun, this is not a joke." Zichun glanced at the 9th rank warrior and asked, "Do I look like I'm joking? If that's the case, then you've really seen the god of berserkers. What does he look like?" Curiosity appeared on the other people's faces. "It's almost the same as the one on the barbarian god statue, but the aura it emits is even more terrifying. Moreover, when it gives out the fruit of strength, the pressure it emits makes people unable to move." Zichun suddenly took a step back, then stepped forward again. "TSK, that's because you are weak," Chunming said. Zichun ignored Chunming and continued. "After distributing the fruits of strength, the barbarian god told us something important." "What news?" Everyone looked at Zichun. Even Chen Ming was eavesdropping. "Barbarian world, no more immeasurable fruits." Zichun imitated the god of berserkers' tone. "What?" Everyone's expression changed slightly. "Who can prove what you said? Who can guarantee that you didn't make it up?" Disdain appeared on Chunming's face again. "Heya from the Black Clan and the 2 4th-rank warriors from his clan can prove it for me. If there are any survivors from the Cloud Mountain range, they can also prove it for me." "Nonsense. So what if there are no fruits of strength? What use does it have to us? What does it have to do with us?" Compared to Chen Ming's disdain, the barbarian's face was filled with shock. Zichun had actually seen the barbarian god, and the barbarian god had been protecting the barbarian world all this time. Zichun looked at Chen Ming with an inexplicable expression. A strange smile appeared on his face as he said, "Indeed, it has nothing to do with the barbarian world. However, what I'm about to say is related to us." "What?" Everyone looked at Zichun again. "We seem to have come to a strange world." "A strange world?" "That's right. Look behind us. According to our speed, we can only walk a few miles at most. But where are the wolf riders behind us?" As soon as Zichun finished speaking, everyone turned their heads and looked behind them. There was nothing behind them. The forest and the wolf riders were nowhere to be seen. Even the roars of the savage beasts could not be heard. How could this be? Everyone's expression changed. Qinming and Wu Yu's expressions also changed in an instant. Clearly, the two of them did not know when this had happened. Could it be that we have accidentally stepped into an illusion formation? Wu Yu, who had not sensed anything with his spiritual sense, asked, "There is no spiritual energy in this world. It is impossible for there to be an illusion formation," Zichun said. Qinming's hand flashed and a gorgeous elixir weapon appeared in his hand. He did not know when he had been tricked. At this moment, his face was full of vigilance. The others were also on high alert. However, the surroundings were empty. There was no movement at all. It did not seem like there was any danger. Among the group, only Zichun was relatively calm. Everyone looked at Zichun again. Chunming asked, "Do you know something? Or is this your doing?" Zichun looked at Chunming with a cold gaze. He said coldly, "If I wanted to kill you, I could do it in a matter of minutes. Why would I need to play tricks with you?" "Shameless boasting. Come and try." Chunming was enraged. He tightened his grip on his elixir weapon. The others quickly separated the two of them. This was the depths of barbarian Dragon Mountain range. It was definitely not the time for internal strife. Chunming was still shouting loudly. Zichun said coldly, "Idiot, if you have the ability, then shout loudly and attract a powerful existence. I guarantee that the one who will die will be you. Chun Ming was naturally unconvinced. However, he did not dare to continue shouting. The others looked at Chun Ming with dissatisfaction. Qin Ming had been targeting Zichun the whole time. Now, he was even more ignorant. Zichun moved his disdainful gaze away from Qin Ming. He said, "The possibility of this being an illusion formation is not high. Previously, I used my spiritual sense to check the surroundings. I discovered that the wolf riders behind us disappeared naturally. We should have unknowingly entered another world." Another world? You are saying that we have entered a small world? Wu Yu looked at Zichun. Zichun nodded. He said, "This is only my guess. However, we cannot go back the way we came. When I sensed that something was wrong, I tried to take a step back. However, I did not discover that the wolf riders had disappeared." Everyone's expression changed. They had already recalled that Zichun had indeed taken a step back for no reason. If it's a small world, there's naturally an exit. Furthermore, the exit is very likely deep inside. From the looks of it, we have to continue going deeper, Wu Yu said. Isn't that obvious? If we don't go deeper, are we going to return? Chun Ming finally found an opportunity to speak. Since he could not mock Zichun, he switched to mocking Wu Yu. Wu Yu smiled slightly and did not bicker with him. Everyone continued forward. As they advanced, they felt an inexplicable pressure. This pressure made them feel vexed. Everyone was in a state of alert. Even Wu Yu took out his pill armament. Only Zichun remained relaxed. At that moment, not only was Zichun extremely relaxed, but he was also so excited that he wanted to laugh maniacally. In fact, he had been lying previously. He hadn't released his spiritual sense at all. Zichun wasn't crazy. Why would he probe the wolf riders for no reason? The reason why he knew that the wolf riders had vanished was because after Zichun took a step forward, he felt the perfect body circulation speed suddenly increase. Then, Zichun, who had released his spiritual sense, sensed the wolf rider's disappearance and took a step back. The perfect body circulation speed increased as Zichun felt a summoning force. This was a summoning that belonged to the perfect body. Therefore, Zichun appeared extremely relaxed. As they went deeper, everyone sensed the vexing pressure. Zichun was extremely excited because this was a familiar pressure. It belonged to the perfect body. To be more specific, it belonged to the barbarian god. The barbarian god was very likely deep inside, and there was also a high chance that there was something here that could allow a perfect body to break through. Zichun's emotional changes were all hidden deep in his heart. No one could sense it. At most, they saw that Zichun was relatively relaxed. Chun Ming, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. He stared intently at Zichun and said, "Why do I feel that you are very smug? Do you know something?" Chun Ming, that's enough. Wu Yu, who had always been kind, was finally enraged. As for the others, their expressions clearly turned ugly when they saw Chun Ming. The current Chun Ming was already detestable. "I can't say that I'm smug, but I'm not nervous either. I do have some guesses about this place." Zichun had an unfathomable expression as he said, "This slightly familiar pressure makes me feel that this might be the barbarian god's habitat." The barbarian god's habitat. Everyone looked at each other. "Didn't you say that the barbarian god was in the Cloud Mist mountain range?" Chun Ming was also apprehensive. Zichun sneered. "I said that the barbarian god appeared in the Cloud Mist mountain range, but I never said that the barbarian god was there." Regardless of whether the barbarian god was in the depths or not, everyone had to go deeper. As they went deeper, the pressure became stronger. As for Zichun, he felt the summoning of the perfect body become stronger. Now, he was 100% certain that there was something related to the perfect body here. Perhaps the barbarian god was really here. After advancing for about dozens of kilometers, everyone reached the end. There was no path ahead. It's a barrier. The outsiders had seen such a scene before, so they weren't surprised. While on guard, everyone stepped onto the barrier. The barrier began to ripple like water. Then, a passageway appeared and everyone walked in. When everyone walked out and felt that they were stepping on solid ground, they heard a strange sound. The sound was extremely sharp and ear-piercing. In addition to the sound, everyone felt an even more terrifying pressure. "Look, What are those? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the side. Everyone was standing above a large canyon. Below the canyon, there was a group of creatures that were dozens of meters long flying around the canyon. Chapter 8:15. What appeared in front of them was a group of gigantic creatures. Their bodies were like pythons, dozens of meters long. They had 4 legs and were covered with green scales. The green scales emitted a dazzling green light. Their huge heads were majestic and ferocious. They did not have wings, but they could fly in the air. Seeing these strange creatures, all the barbarians were stunned. Zichun and the other 2 were petrified as if they had been struck by lightning. Dragon. What appeared in front of them was the totem of the human race. One of the most tyrannical creatures, a dragon. And it was not just one dragon, but a group of them. It's a dragon. Oh my God, a dragon, a group of dragons. How is this possible? Chun Ming could not help but exclaim. Could it be that these are all azure dragons? Barbaric dragons. Could these be barbaric dragons? They can fly without wings. The barbarians' faces were also filled with shock. Compared to the shocked crowd, Zichun had seen the thunder dragon before. He was only shocked by the number of dragons. But besides the shock, Zichun found something wrong. The azure dragons below were different from the legendary azure dragon totem upon closer inspection. The azure dragon totem had 5 claws, representing 5 claws. But these green dragons had 4 claws. In addition, the azure dragon totem had 2 horns on its head, like the horns of a divine deer. It was very sacred, but the green dragons below had no horns. Some only had 1 horn, like the horn of a rhinoceros. It was sharp but not sacred. This should not be the azure dragon totem, but a kind of flood dragon. After discovering the difference, Zichun said, Flood dragon, it is indeed a flood dragon. But after transforming into this, it should be called a flood dragon. Wu Yu also came to his senses. His eyes were still filled with shock. Although they were not azure dragons, a group of flood dragons appeared in front of everyone. This kind of scene was extremely shocking. The valley below was very big. The flood dragons were circling around, so they did not immediately notice these uninvited guests. Everyone's eyes moved away from the flood dragons and looked down the valley. With a glance, everyone's expression changed again. In the center of the canyon, there was a tall altar. This altar was very similar to the altar under the statue of the barbarian god. However, there were veined patterns engraved on the altar. These veined patterns could be seen clearly even from a distance. At this moment, the runes were glowing, emitting a green light. This green light seemed to be materialized energy, and it was passing through the array and dispersing to the outside world. It was like some kind of spirit-dispelling array. After the cyan light left the formation, it would turn into cyan chi that floated between heaven and earth. This cyan chi was extremely pure, as if it was a type of extremely pure spiritual chi. It also carried a unique sacred aura. With a roar, one of the flood dragons opened its mouth and sucked in a strand of green gas into its stomach. Then, the flood dragon revealed a satisfied expression and continued to circle in the canyon. Around the flood dragon's body flickered and flickered as if it was refining the strand of green gas that entered its stomach. This cyan chi was actually the energy source of the flood dragons. All of the flood dragons were circling around the altar. In addition, Zichun also found a larger, denser, and denser mass of cyan chi in the distance. This mass of cyan chi was constantly rippling, twisting, and rolling. There seemed to be living creatures in it. Just as everyone's eyes fell on the mass of cyan chi, they heard the roar of a flood dragon coming from the cyan chi. Then, the boundless cyan chi surged and a small gap appeared in it. Through the gap, everyone saw a relatively small flood dragon being nurtured. It seemed that the little flood dragon would be born soon. This cyan chi was not only the source of food for the flood dragons, but also their foundation for survival. This discovery made everyone's expression change instantly. Obviously, the cyan chi that could nurture a flood dragon was extraordinary. The cyan chi that escaped from the array could nurture such a tyrannical creature as a flood dragon, and it could even allow the flood dragons to survive and evolve. What was being decomposed in the array? Everyone's face was full of curiosity. Their eyes moved from the mass of cyan chi to the center of the altar, where the source of the array was. At first glance, everyone seemed to see a sun emitting cyan light. The dazzling light was so dazzling that they could not open their eyes and look at it directly. With just a glance, the level 8 warrior could not help but scream. Then, he closed his eyes and tears of blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes. The level 9 warrior fared better, but the two of them could only see a mass of dazzling light. Other than that, they could not see anything else. Zichun and the other two outsiders, who had spiritual thoughts, could naturally see what was in the array. Not only could they see it, but they could also see it very clearly. In the middle of the array, in a state of decomposition, was a huge egg emitting a dazzling cyan light. The entire egg was surging with a sacred aura. However, this aura was blocked by the array and could not be released. They could only sense it through spiritual thoughts. An egg, a huge egg. It contains an extremely powerful and pure sacred aura. Could this be an egg of a dragon? This must be a dragon's egg. But why use an array to seal it and absorb its life force? Do they want it to be destroyed on purpose? The moment they saw the huge egg, the expressions of the two outsiders changed greatly. At this moment, greed appeared on their faces. Not to mention whether this dragon egg could hatch an azure dragon. Just the sacred aura within the dragon egg was enough to make the two of them excited. There was no need for verbal communication. The two turned into cold lights in the blink of an eye and rushed toward the valley below. During this time, Zichen's expression was still relatively calm, but his heart was also filled with excitement. This situation was just like when Zichen found the giant egg where Longhu was in the ancient beast world. Zichen's reaction was slightly slower. The two of them had already flown out, but they only flew about 10 meters away from the valley before they fell in a straight line. With two loud bangs, the two of them smashed into the ground. Their faces were covered in dust as they struggled to get up. Above them, Zichun, who had sensed all this with his spiritual thoughts, had a slight change in expression. He exclaimed in a low voice, "Forbidden Sky Domain." The two of them fell in a straight line. The Yuanli around them was still there, and it was not sealed. The only explanation for their fall was the Forbidden Sky Domain. After falling, the two of them quickly got up and ran towards the altar at top speed. All of a sudden, a series of hissing sounds rang out in the air. Those flood dragons that had been extremely leisurely before seemed to have gone mad in the next moment. They swooped down towards the two people below. Within their huge bodies, a powerful force surged, and then they attacked the two people ruthlessly. The two of them used their elixir weapons to block the attacks. However, the attacks from the flood dragons were extremely powerful. The two of them were constantly pushed back and away from the altar. "Didn't you want to kill the dragons? Why aren't you coming down?" Chun Ming, who was pushed back, shouted at the barbarians above him. At the same time, he channeled the Yuan Li in his body into his elixir weapon and slashed at one of the flood dragons. This attack contained Chen Ming's extraordinary strength. The flood dragon's eyes were filled with fear as it dodged to the side. Poof! The beam of light descended, and one of the flood dragon's dragon claws fell down. However, just as the dragon claws left its body, they dissipated with a bang, transforming into a stream of cyan chi that shot toward the altar. Then, they were absorbed by the cyan egg within the altar. At this moment, the barbarians were all jumping down the valley and did not notice this. Only Zichen noticed it. Furthermore, he also noticed that after one of the dragon's claws was broken, there was no blood flowing out from its body. Furthermore, the green energy that had not been refined previously was converging towards the broken claw in the next moment. Within a short period of time, the dragon's broken claw was restored. Zichun saw this scene clearly from above, and his expression changed. It was a no-fly zone below. It was already difficult for the barbarians who could not fly to kill the flood dragon. However, they did not expect the flood dragon to be able to recover from its injuries. Furthermore, when the flood dragon flew in the air, no one could attack it. As a result, it could still attack after recovering from its injuries. All the flood dragons swooped down. Qinming and company were having a hard time fighting. They kept retreating and were unable to approach the altar. Zichen also jumped down the valley. As soon as he reached the valley, a flood dragon attacked Zichun. The powerful force surged, and the attack was rather powerful. Zichun clenched his fist and punched out. The domineering fist appeared again. Golden light flashed around his body as his perfect body released its suppression. Pong! This golden punch had some of the perfect body strength, but most of it came from Yuan Li. This punch was filled with a threatening aura. Zichun's original intention was to shatter the flood dragon's head, but the latter's reaction was extremely agile. It dodged instantly, causing the punch to explode at its neck. A huge hole instantly appeared in the flood dragon's neck. It let out a shrill cry before rising into the air in a bid to recover from its injuries. However, how could Zichun give it a chance? He exerted strength with his feet, and his body soared into the air like a cannonball. Then, he threw a punch at the flood dragon's head. Boom! Zichun's sudden attack caused the flood dragon to panic. It let out a terrified cry, but it was unable to dodge and was struck. Just as Zichun's punch landed on the flood dragon's head, a dragon tail quickly swung over from the other side and ruthlessly struck half of Zichun's body. Zichun blasted the flood dragon apart with a single punch. On the other side, Zichun was also sent flying by the dragon tail. In the sky, the flood dragon's head exploded and instantly turned into a green gas. At the same time, the rest of its body dispersed and turned into endless green gas. At that moment, no one looked at the green gas. Instead, they looked at the spot where the flood dragon's head had exploded. They saw a ball emitting a resplendent green light quietly floating there. It was none other than the dragon crystal. Everyone's gaze landed on the dragon crystal. As for Zichun, no one looked at him. After being struck by the dragon's tail, he seemed to be severely injured even if he didn't die. However, at the next moment, Zichun got up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. He was safe and sound. Chapter 8:16. Zichun stood up. No one was paying attention to him. Everyone's attention was on the dragon crystal. The dragon crystal was the main reason why everyone was here. Therefore, the next moment, they gave up on attacking and ran towards the dragon crystal. This included not only the barbarians, but also the two outsiders. At the same time, the flood dragons also flew towards the dragon crystal. It seemed that the dragon crystal was also very attractive to them. Bang! But before they could get close, cracks appeared on the surface of the dragon crystal. Then, the cracks spread and intensified, and the dragon crystal exploded. Inside the exploded dragon crystal, there was a surge of green light energy. But soon, this energy surged toward the altar and was forcibly absorbed by the green light giant egg. Gone. Everything was gone. The dragon crystal was gone. It meant that their hope was gone. How could this be? All the barbarians' faces were filled with doubt, unwillingness, and disappointment. The flood dragon looked at the green egg with hatred. It was as if the egg had taken away everything that belonged to them. The two outsiders and Zichun's expressions were not as complicated. The dragon crystal was gone, but the dragon egg was enough. The battle started again. The barbarians were unwilling to give up. However, they did not think that every dragon crystal would disappear. Therefore, they fought again. In the midst of the fierce battle, the crowd realized that Zichun had entered the battlefield again. Furthermore, he was not injured in the slightest, and his attacks were still as sharp as ever. Seeing Zichun again, Chunming's expression became more serious. Obviously, his opponent was able to kill a flood dragon with his bare hands. In addition, his strong defense was enough to make him take him seriously. He knew that if he had taken such a powerful attack, even if he did not die, he would have been seriously injured. Since he was wary of Zichun, he was naturally on guard. While he was attacking, he also paid some attention to Zichun in case the other party suddenly launched a sneak attack. In fact, it was not only Chunming. Even Wu Yu was wary of Zichun and Chunming at this moment. Zichun did not care. He would fight when it was time. After learning from Zichun's mistake, the barbarians attacked the flood dragon's head. However, they were not sure if they could hit the flood dragon's vital points. Pung! A LV-8 warrior was hit by the flood dragon and was sent flying. In the process of flying, all the bones in his body were shattered, making cracking sounds. After falling heavily to the ground, he never got up again. Boom! At the same time, another level 8 warrior was struck in the head by the dragon's claw. A powerful force surged, and the warrior's head was easily smashed like a watermelon. Among these flood dragons, the weakest was at level 8, and there were quite a number of them at level 9. With such a powerful combat force, the barbarians were unable to gain the upper hand at all. As soon as the battle began, the level 8 warriors were in a defensive state. Only the 2 level 9 warriors managed to kill the 2 flood dragons with their combined attacks. However, just like before, the flood dragons turned into green light and disappeared after they died. The dragon crystals that they needed would also explode in the next moment and turn into a torrent of energy that would be absorbed by the giant egg. How could this be? Why did the dragon crystal explode? There is indeed a dragon crystal, but it doesn't match the legends. Dragon crystals can't exist in this world. They will shatter the moment they appear. After expending so much effort to kill the flood dragons, they didn't get anything. The barbarians couldn't accept this fact. If they continued to fight, it would be meaningless. It would only cause more casualties. Therefore, the barbarians began to have thoughts of retreating. As for the green light that the outsiders wanted, they didn't expect to get it because the 3 outsiders were each stronger than the other. They knew that they wouldn't be able to snatch the food from the tiger's mouth unless the 3 of them killed each other and suffered heavy injuries. The barbarians were very disappointed. They wanted to retreat, but they suddenly realized that there was no exit at all. Moreover, under this no-fly zone, it was extremely unrealistic for them to jump up and reach the top of the canyon again. Where is the exit? Where is the exit? A level 8 warrior roared anxiously. Facing the continuous attacks of the flood dragons, it seemed that they couldn't hold on any longer. Without an exit, they only had 2 options. Either kill all the flood dragons or be killed by them. From the looks of it, even if everyone died, the flood dragons wouldn't die because unless the flood dragons were hit in the head, they would be able to recover on their own. No one knows where the exit is. Let's just kill. Kill all the flood dragons first. Chun Ming sneered. The elixir weapon in his hand emitted a cold light. He suddenly accelerated and arrived in front of the flood dragons like a bolt of lightning. The elixir weapon went straight for the flood dragons' heads. After killing one of the flood dragons, Chen Ming pulled out his elixir weapon and retreated, dodging the attacks of the flood dragons beside him. As more and more flood dragons died, the green light floating in the sky became less and less. Without the green light, the flood dragons would have no source of recovery. Just as the barbarians slowly gained a chance of winning, they realized that the other flood dragons suddenly soared into the sky and flew towards the biggest ball of green light. When they reached the ball of green light, they began to tear and devour the green light. Within the green light, the cries of their companions could be heard. However, the flood dragons didn't care at all until they ate the entire ball of green light. As for the unhatched flood dragons, they turned into green light and disappeared, never to appear again. In the blink of an eye, there was no more green light in the canyon. There were only 8 flood dragons left. These 8 flood dragons were extremely powerful level 9 flood dragons. As for the barbarians, more than half of the level 8 barbarians were dead or injured. 2 level 9 barbarians were also injured. After a short pause, the flood dragons swooped down and attacked again. This time, because they had swallowed a large ball of green light, the flood dragons' attacks were much more powerful. They were fighting with their lives on the line. Death happened in an instant. This time, it was accompanied by the deaths of even more barbarians. Zichun bore the brunt of the attack and killed a flood dragon. During this time, his attacks were neither strong nor weak. He killed more than 5 flood dragons. After Zichun killed the enemy, the other 2 barbarians also killed a flood dragon. The 3 barbarians looked at each other and then rushed towards the second flood dragon. The 3 barbarians faced another 3 flood dragons. However, this time, before Zichun could kill a flood dragon, he felt a strong sense of danger. Zichun smiled coldly. He turned around and threw a punch at Lin Feng. A golden fist light illuminated the sky as Zichun punched out, colliding with the incoming energy. With a loud bang, the energy was shattered by Zichun. After shattering the energy, Zichun coldly glanced at Chen Ming, whose face was filled with killing intent. Then, a golden light flashed under his feet as he used his extreme speed step art. Zichen gave up on the flood dragons that were closing in on him and attacked Chen Ming. Just like the first time he met Chen Ming, Zichen didn't say much. This time, he didn't say much. Die! Chen Ming shouted loudly. Zichen's strange speed had surprised him, but as someone who had come out of the first-grade ancient road, he was naturally not weak. He slashed down with his Dan force, and a light ray blocked Zichen's path. Zichen snorted and displayed his level 6 strength. The pressure that was comparable to the barbarian god reappeared. Zichen shattered the light ray with a punch. Then, he flashed forward and continued to punch. Zichen used a level 6 berserker art for this punch. With the addition of a level 6 berserker art and the power of a level 6 berserker art, Zichen's attack was far more powerful than an attack that used elemental energy. An ear-piercing shriek sounded in the air. The void started to distort under Zichen's punch. A terrifying aura and pressure instantly wreaked havoc in the area. Chen Ming's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with shock. He took a step back and switched from attacking to defending. He was shocked that Zichen's combat power was so frightening. Bang! Another punch landed. Dazzling golden light shone, and Chen Ming was sent flying by Zichen. Chen Ming, who was sent flying, was not injured at all. However, the shock on his face was even more intense. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the excellent quality elixir weapon in his hand. Then, it shattered with a loud bang. Chen Ming's near-supreme grade Dan force shattered with one strike. Zichen's body shone with golden light. His perfect body provided him with immense strength. The golden blood in his body flowed and produced a sound like waves. At that moment, Zichen seemed to have become a god of war. His cold eyes swept towards Chen Ming as he enunciated each word clearly. Today, I will kill you. Not far away, the other barbarians were stunned. They looked at Zichen in disbelief. They couldn't believe that a person's physical strength could be so powerful. At that moment, a level 9 flood dragon launched a sneak attack on Zichen. Although it sensed danger from him, the sneak attack from behind gave it confidence. However, before its attack could reach him, Zichen turned around and punched. The golden fist flashed and the flood dragon's vision turned black. Before it died, it seemed to have heard a thunderous explosion. The level 9 flood dragon exploded, but Zichen remained motionless. Furthermore, the light around the motionless Zichen seemed to have dimmed significantly. But soon, the barbarians were shocked to discover that the extremely weak Zichen had vanished into thin air. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion rang out from the area where Chen Ming was standing. Chen Ming was sent flying a second time, but he still wasn't dead. His voice still echoed, "Wu Yu, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you attacking?" There was a hint of fear in Chen Ming's voice. "Sorry, I don't wish to participate in your matters," Wu Yu said calmly. Then, he took large strides back and held back a level 9 flood dragon. "Damn it, you despicable person. Aren't you afraid that he'll kill you after killing me?" Chen Ming cursed in exasperation. "I don't have any conflicts with Zichen. Moreover, this is my 5th and 8th ancient roads. After I walk out of here, I will reach the human gathering place. It will be a long time before we meet again. Therefore, we are not enemies," Wu Yu said again. It wasn't clear whether he was talking to Chen Ming or Zichen. "Despicable, truly despicable. You just promised me that you would kill him with me." This time, Wu Yu only smiled faintly and didn't say anything. At that moment, the other flood dragons seemed to have gone crazy. They suddenly abandoned the outsiders and attacked the barbarians. Chapter 8:17. The level 9 flood dragon had gone berserk, and the barbarians were in imminent danger. The exit tunnel appeared at the right time, and all the barbarians rushed towards it. This was a desperate attempt to escape. Along the way, the barbarians lost their lives under the flood dragon's sharp claws. However, they did not care. As long as they were still alive, as long as they had one breath left, they had to get out. As long as they could get out, they would never come back. Moreover, they had to spread the news so that no one from the barbarian world would ever come back again. The rumor about the flood dragon was just a lie. In just a few dozen meters, almost half of the barbarians had fallen. Swoosh! However, before they could escape, a figure that was even faster than them rushed into the tunnel. In a flash of light, the figure had already disappeared. The first to escape was the outsider Wu Yu. From the current situation, Chen Ming had undoubtedly kicked an iron board. He was afraid that after Zichun killed Qin Ming, he would come to kill him. After all, there was always hostility between the outsiders. Therefore, he immediately escaped when the tunnel appeared. As for the so-called green light egg, Wu Yu did not even dream of getting it. The battle power that Zichun had displayed had completely frightened him. He did not even have the slightest intention to fight for it. Wu Yu, just you wait. I will kill you. Just before Wu Yu disappeared, Qian Ming let out a thunderous roar. Immediately after, he coughed out a mouthful of blood essence. His entire body emitted a resplendent blood-red light. Qin Ming, who was emitting a blood-red light, moved at an extremely fast speed, dodging Zichun's sure-kill attack in an instant. Qin Ming's sudden change was completely out of Zichun's expectation. By the time Zichun reacted and chased after him, Qin Ming had already reached the entrance of the tunnel and disappeared in a flash. However, wherever Qin Ming passed by, there was a large amount of blood mist left in the air. He must have used some kind of secret technique. In the blink of an eye, there were no traces of humans left. There were only a few flood dragons that had lost their target. These flood dragons seemed to be extremely afraid of Zichun. They did not even attack Zichun. Zichun did not feel that it was a pity that Qin Ming had managed to escape under certain death. This was a lesson for him. In truth, just as Qin Ming had underestimated Zichun, Zichun had also underestimated Qin Ming. That was why he had been careless and allowed Qin Ming to escape. In fact, no one who had stepped onto the ancient road was weak, especially those who had dared to enter the first-class ancient road. If Zichun had not relied on his perfect body, which was comparable to a mid-stage primal core cultivator, it would have been impossible for him to suppress Qin Ming to that extent. If you want to revive the dragons, you have to kill these flood dragons first. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Zichun's sea of consciousness. Zichun instantly became alert. He looked around and released his spiritual senses at the same time. However, he did not find anyone. I'm here. The voice from before sounded again. This time, it was above Zichun's head. Zichun raised his head and saw an unfamiliar human man standing on top of an altar. He was only a little taller than Zichun. Obviously, he was an outsider. Zichun, who was already on high alert, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He quickly took a few steps back to distance himself from the man. Zichun had not noticed the sudden appearance of an outsider. Who are you? When did you come in? Zichun asked coldly. His spiritual senses kept scanning the man's body. However, he could not find any clues. The man was just like an ordinary person in the outside world. However, how could the man be an ordinary person if he could appear here without a sound? Zichun's spiritual senses could not find anything. This could only mean that his spiritual senses were too weak. The man was definitely an unfathomable existence. At this moment, Zichun actually had the urge to run away. You can't leave. If you leave, the dragons will not be able to be reborn. The man on the altar seemed to have guessed what Zichun was thinking. Zichun stared at the man. He was still on high alert. Haha, you're a cautious little guy. The man chuckled. Then, the aura around him began to surge. It was an extremely powerful aura. Under this aura, Zichun seemed to be fixed in place. He could not move his body. Zichun's eyes instantly widened. Hearing the familiar voice and feeling the familiar aura, he exclaimed, You're the barbarian god. If you want to catch up, then wait. Now, let's kill these annoying dragons first. As he spoke, the man withdrew his pressure. Zichun could already move. Just as he could move, Zichun found that the rest of the dragons had already closed in on him and were attacking him. Zichun's expression became puzzled. However, he did not hesitate and attacked the dragons with all his might. In just a few attacks, all the dragons were killed. After the dragons died, their bodies and dragon crystals turned into endless green gas. They flew back to the green light egg and were completely absorbed. The man jumped down from the altar and looked at Zichun with admiration in his eyes. You're really the barbarian god. Zichun looked at the man and sized him up. He had previously guessed that the barbarian god might be a human, but it was only a guess. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he could not believe it. What do you think? The man smiled faintly. Zichen's expression was uncertain. However, the perfect body in his body indicated that the man was in existence with the same constitution as him. It was also the man who summoned him. Time is of the essence. If you have any questions, ask them later. Now, let's break the array above first. The man pointed at the array above. Why me? Zichen looked at the man, his heart filled with vigilance again. The man spread his hands and said, if I could break it, I would have done it tens of thousands of years ago. It wouldn't be your turn. Zichen was still puzzled. The man continued, haven't you noticed that my power can suppress you in an instant, but it can't suppress that damned flood dragon? I can suppress you to the point that you can't move, but the flood dragon can dive towards you. This involves some secrets. I'll tell you later. Now, hurry up and break the formation. Seeing that Zichen was still indifferent, the man's expression suddenly turned cold. He said, you don't have the right to refuse because I'll kill you with one slap. It'll be easier than you killing the dragon. Being threatened, Zichen had no choice but to walk up the altar. Because the passage was already closed, Zichen had no other choice. The man smiled faintly and said, be quick. Use your blood to break the seal. Zichen did as he was told and used his blood to break the seal. The altar began to tremble, and the array pattern that was emitting a green light slowly dimmed because of Zichen's blood. Not long after, cracks began to spread across the altar, and the array on the altar was destroyed. After destroying the array, Zichen walked down. The man was looking at him with a kind smile. What's going on? Zichen asked. He could tell that the man didn't have any ill intentions. Are you asking me why I'm here, or why it's here? The man pointed at himself, and then at the egg. Both. A bitter smile appeared on the man's face, and he said, I appeared here because I made a low-level mistake, and was sent to guard the ancient path. As for it, it originally came from here, but it was also banished because it made a low-level mistake. However, it was more unlucky than me, and was directly killed by someone. Although it was reborn through nirvana, it was sealed. If you had come 10,000 years later, it probably would have never been able to come out of this world. Guarding the ancient road? Mistakes? What are you talking about? Zichen looked confused. When you entered the ancient road of the strongest ancient road, you should have seen the ancient road guardians, right? Of course I saw them. They're a bunch of people who use their position for personal gain. Thinking of the ancient road guardians, Zichen clenched his teeth. A strange smile appeared on the man's face. He didn't say much and directly said, let me tell you this. Originally, my rank was even higher than the ancient road guardians. However, because I offended a certain existence, I was demoted. I just happened to know about the situation with the barbaric dragon, so I took the initiative to come here. Zichen's eyes were wide open as he stared at the young man and said, what did you just say? You're at the same level as the protectors of the ancient road? In other words, you're a cultivator of the human origin layer. Zichen's shocked expression made the man feel a bit proud. He proudly said, of course. Since you're a mortal Yuan expert, who would dare demote you? Who could demote you? Zichen was still shocked. The ancient path is the most mysterious place in the entire martial heaven continent. It's also a place where experts gather. Let alone a lowly person in the origin realm. Even someone stronger would be demoted. However, I was demoted because I offended some higher-ups. A higher-up? Of course, as long as there are people, there will be disputes. The ancient road is no exception. In fact, it's even worse. However, you're too weak, so it's useless to tell you. The man didn't seem to want to say more. Zichen also didn't want to ask. He hated power struggles and killing each other. Suddenly, the man exclaimed, why hasn't the barbaric dragon been born yet? Furthermore, there are no signs of it coming out. Could it be that it's already dead? Zichen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The man suddenly looked at Zichen and asked, when you broke the formation, did you use your life essence blood to awaken the barbaric dragon? Facing the man's question, Zichen said, you didn't tell me. How would I know? Idiot. The barbaric dragon belongs to the body cultivator faction. It has been sealed for so many years that most of its memories have been erased. Its power has also greatly weakened. How could it come out on its own? Hurry up and use your life essence blood to awaken it. Zichun was helpless. He could only continue walking up the altar. He then forced out his life essence blood and smeared it on the cyan egg. As soon as the golden life essence blood touched the cyan egg, it immediately disappeared and was absorbed. Several drops of life essence blood were quickly absorbed. This absorption speed startled Zichun. This is the barbaric dragon of the body cultivator faction. It's one of the true dragon totems. Its power is unfathomable. You think you can awaken it with just a few drops of life essence blood? Who do you think you are? God? Is your life essence blood divine? Hearing the man's flustered and exasperated voice, Zichun could only place his entire hand on the cyan egg. Chapter 8:18. Zichun's normally rosy complexion turned pale in the next moment. Under the crazy devouring of the giant egg, both his blood essence and normal blood were rapidly draining away. Zichun's blood essence was almost instantly devoured by half. However, this was not the end, but the beginning. The blood in Zichun's body flowed out at a crazy speed. Zichun's face was filled with panic. He tried to break free, but it was as if the hand was a part of his body. He could not shake it off at all. He could only watch as he was sucked dry. In the blink of an eye, half of his blood essence was gone. Not even a quarter of Zichun's blood was left. Just as the blood in Zichun's body was about to be sucked dry, and Zichun's life essence was about to be sucked dry, the giant cyan egg finally gave up and slowly let go of Zichun. Zichun no longer had the strength to stand, and he sat down on the ground. His entire body was limp, and his face revealed an expression of someone who had just survived a calamity. The man rushed forward and brought the weak Zichun down. Here, quickly swallow this to recover. The man handed Zichun an object. It was shining brightly. It was the fruit of strength. Zichun took it and weakly swallowed it. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to recover his strength. The fruit of strength entered his body and quickly replenished Zichun's lost blood and strength. The man beside him watched quietly and did not disturb him. On the broken altar, after absorbing Zichun's blood essence, the giant green egg finally showed a trace of vitality. One fruit of strength allowed Zichun to fully recover his strength. Zichun opened his eyes and looked at the man with dissatisfaction. He had almost died just now. The man's eyes were filled with admiration. He praised, as expected of a perfect body cultivator. This power is really strong. If it was anyone else, they would have been sucked dry. You want to harm me? If I was an ordinary person, I would have died long ago. Zichun glared at him to express his anger. The man laughed and said, if you were an ordinary person, you wouldn't have the qualifications to be here. You wouldn't have the qualifications to accept my 10 fruits of strength. The man's words proved that he was the barbarian god. Zichun looked at him. You've planned this all along. The man shook his head and smiled faintly. It can't be considered a scheme. I've just been waiting for the perfect physique cultivators to arrive. So many years have passed, and I haven't met a single one. I thought that something had happened to the starting ground and that it had become foul. Fortunately, you came. It seems that the starting ground is still considered a pure land that hasn't been polluted. What do you mean? Zichun was puzzled. The man said, this is the ultimate path of perfect body cultivators, but you have to enter from the ancient road of the strongest trial. You should be from there, right? Zichun nodded. Then, he clenched his teeth and said, I was tricked by them. Otherwise, I would have entered the first grade ancient path. A strange expression appeared on the man's face again. What kind of place do you think the ancient road of the strongest trial is? Do you think that anyone can enter? Stop dreaming. If you don't have the strongest talent, no one will let you enter. If they tricked you, they would have sent you to the first grade ancient path. If you entered the first grade ancient path as a perfect body cultivator, you would have missed this place. That would be your greatest loss. What's going on? Zichun looked at the man in confusion. The true purpose of the ancient road of the strongest trial is to nurture peerless experts. Anyone who comes out alive from the ancient road of the strongest trial is an existence that can shake the entire martial sky continent in the future. Among the numerous ancient roads, only the two most ancient roads can nurture such experts. One is the strongest ancient road, which is the one you entered. The other is known as the most special and mysterious ancient road, which is the ninth grade ancient road. What? The ninth grade ancient road? You mean the one with the greatest chance of survival? That place can nurture peerless experts? Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief. He believed the man when he said that the strongest ancient road could nurture peerless experts, but he also included the ninth grade ancient road. That was something he didn't agree with. The ninth grade ancient road and the strongest ancient road of the strongest trial were naturally formed. No one knows their origins. Or perhaps it could be said that the history of these two ancient roads is as long as the martial sky continent. The ninth grade ancient road is known as the most special and mysterious ancient road of the strongest trial. When it opens on its own, it will release an unfathomable energy. If it doesn't open on its own, then the ninth grade ancient road is naturally the weakest. However, as far as I know, the strongest ancient road of the strongest trial has opened many times, but the ninth grade ancient road of the strongest trial has never opened. As for the first and eighth grade ancient roads, they were artificially created later on. They are the training grounds of the martial sky continent's experts. What the man told Zichen was clearly the secrets of the ancient road. When Zichen heard this, he was incomparably shocked. The ancient road that had appeared on its own was already strange, but to be able to create it, it was naturally even more extraordinary. I have two friends who also entered the ancient road of the strongest like me. However, we are not in the same place. Could it be that the ancient road of the strongest isn't just a single ancient road, but many? Zichen asked in puzzlement. Ordinary people can't enter the ancient road of the strongest trial. Everyone who enters has their own ancient road that is suitable for them. It's normal that you haven't met them. For example, this place is extremely suitable for perfect physique cultivators. There are also perfect physique cultivators techniques, but it might not be suitable for your friend. You're saying that they'll also find a suitable training ground for them. One of them is a monk, and the other is a sky-rending battle ape. Do you know which two heavens they'll be on? Zichen asked, his face filled with anticipation. The man looked at Zichen with a strange look in his eyes, but he didn't answer. Why aren't you saying anything? This involves some secrets that can't be revealed. There's only the two of us here. What's there that can't be said? Besides, you've already offended someone and been demoted. Are you still afraid of secrets being revealed? The man thought about it seriously, but he still didn't tell Zichen. He only faintly muttered, I remember that there really is a monk in a certain place. Moreover, there's also a place where many outsiders have died. At this point, the man didn't say anything else. Zichen already felt relieved. As expected, the other two ancient roads were extremely suitable for the monk and the devil ape. As for entering the ancient road of the strongest trial, it was also deliberately arranged by the guardians of the ancient road of the strongest trial. However, Zichen couldn't understand why they had put on a double act. After the dragon egg swallowed the blood essence, it didn't hatch immediately. Although the vitality inside was rich, it needed to awaken on its own. It needed to wait patiently. Moreover, the man clearly told him that once the dragon hatched, Zichen could bring it away and explore the ancient road of the strongest trial. After that, the man told Zichen some information about the ancient road. These were all true secrets. Although they weren't confidential, they benefited Zichen a lot. For example, the man clearly told Zichen what the body cultivator lineage was. The body cultivator lineage referred to the body cultivator lineage. The strongest physique of this lineage was the perfect body. Zichen also asked an extremely important question. When the perfect body is cultivated to the extreme, it can evolve into the fruit of strength. The man answered seriously, of course, the fruit of strength is the inheritance power of the perfect body cultivator. Without the fruit of strength, it's almost impossible for the perfect body cultivator to reach the perfect trial. Zichen looked at the man again and asked expectantly, can the fruit of strength be evolved in the mortal origin realm? Mortal origin realm? How is that possible? The man curled his lips and said, not to mention the mortal origin realm, Even the Earth origin realm, which is stronger than the mortal origin realm, might not have this ability. As for whether the heaven origin realm can evolve it, I don't know. It was also the first time Zichun knew that there were two realms after the mortal origin realm. After the core realm were the heaven realm and the mortal realm. As for whether the immortal realm was after the heaven realm, Zichun didn't know and didn't ask. Right now, he wasn't even in the mortal origin realm, so there was no need for him to know so many illusory realms. If you can't condense the fruit of strength, where did your fruit of strength come from? Zichun asked doubtfully. You said these. The man stretched out his hand and several fruits of strength appeared in his hand. Some of these were left behind by the barbarian god. The others were condensed by me by borrowing some of the rule power and the power of the mortal origin realm. Seeing the man casually take out a handful of fruits of strength, Zichun's eyes flashed with a strange light. He asked in shock, borrowing the rule power? You can actually borrow the rule power? This is unbelievable. However, I think it's very difficult to condense the fruit of strength with the rule power. How is that possible? I just casually took one. The man didn't seem to care about the fruit of strength at all. Is that so? Zichun's eyes suddenly lit up. Since you can casually take one, why don't you wave your hand a few more times and give me more? Your power has reached a bottleneck. You need luck to break through. It's useless to give you more. The man curled his lips. I don't expect to break through. Can't I use it to recover my power? Also, it's useless to me, but it should be useful to my friends. If I have the chance to meet them, I'll give it to them. Zichun said. The man looked at Zichun. You're giving my things to them. Zichun also looked at the man and said, You can take out one with a wave of your hand. It's not like you'll lose anything. What's there to be afraid of if you give me more? Moreover, you said that after the Torvosaurus is born, its strength won't be very strong. I still have to protect it. But as far as I know, you already have a lot of little devil wine. That can help you recover your power. The man said. Zichun's face was dejected as he said, Fine, I'll tell you the truth. I was cheated in the starting ground. Most of my resources are gone. I want these fruits of strength because I want to exchange them for resources. You came out from the ancient road, so you should know how dangerous it is if you don't have any resources and can't replenish your energy. The man seemed to be moved by Zichun's words and sank into his memories. After a while, he nodded and said, Yes, that's indeed the case. Since that's the case, I'll give you more fruits of strength. The man wasn't stingy and directly gave Zichun dozens of fruits of strength. Zichun received them and was immediately overjoyed. There were actually 50 fruits of strength. 50 fruits of strength. Zichun was delighted, but he still wanted to be happy. He looked at the man again. Chapter 8:19. When Zichun heard that he was going to bleed again, he staggered and almost fell. His face suddenly changed, and he shouted, Oh, no! I forgot something important. You have to let me leave now. The man looked at Zichun mockingly and asked, What is it? I almost killed Chunming. That bastard is very cunning. I am afraid that he will harm the ravens and the black race. I have to go back and kill him. Zichun looked anxious. The man's face was still full of mockery. I think you are the cunning one. You want to take the fruit and run away. Haha, do you think I am easy to fool? How can I? I can leave the fruit and come back after I kill Chunming. Zichun was about to put down the fruit to show his sincerity. The man waved his hand and laughed mockingly. That won't be necessary. All right then, let me go quickly, Zichun urged, immediately putting away the fruit of strength. The man smiled. I mean, you don't have to go. Those two outsiders have already left this world. What? Left? When did they leave? Zichun was confused. When they stepped on the passage. The exit is on the other side. Those two rank 9 warriors went to train. The man's words completely dispelled Zichun's idea of leaving. The rank 9 warriors and the outsiders had left. As for the rank 8 warriors of the Earth race, they did not dare to cause trouble for the two races. At least, they would not dare to do anything until they heard that he had left. Without a reason to leave, Zichun could only continue to bleed. This time, it was the same as last time. He did not stop until he had used up all of his essence blood, and needed his own essence blood. Afterwards, the weakened Zichun had to refine the fruit of strength to recover. While he was recovering, the man also told Zichen about the matters of the ancient road. After Zichen's essence blood was fully recovered, everything went back to normal. The first 2 times, Zichun had been extremely unwilling. However, when the essence blood energy in his body was replenished for the 3rd time, Zichen suddenly realized that the bottleneck of his power at the peak of the 6th level seemed to have loosened a little. This discovery obviously made Zichun feel energized. Unfortunately, the barbaric dragon no longer needed it. Just like the birth of Lunghu back then, the birth of the barbaric dragon caused quite a commotion. Glaring green light filled the entire world as a dense and viscous divine aura permeated the air. After which, the eggshell that was formed from energy instantly shattered and turned into pure energy that was devoured by the barbaric dragon that broke out of the eggshell. This was a dragon with a length of nearly 10 meters. It was as thick as a barbarian's bowl. Its whole body was covered with shining green scales. It had a majestic dragon head, long dragon whiskers, a pair of divine deer horns, and 5 claws. It was just like the legendary totem of the Azure Dragon. The barbaric dragon that was born roared towards the sky. Its loud and clear dragon roar resounded throughout the heaven and earth. It has finally appeared. Seeing the Torvosaurus, the man's eyes flickered with excitement. Because it had absorbed his essence blood, the Torvosaurus was not much different from Lunghu. As soon as it was born, Zichun could sense its soul aura. Moreover, their souls were already connected. When the Torvosaurus looked at Zichun, it was filled with intimacy. With the birth of the Torvosaurus, the restrictive spell collapsed instantly. The forbidden sky domain disappeared, and the small world disappeared. 2 people and 1 dragon appeared in the depths of the barbaric dragon mountain range. The forest here was lush and ancient trees towered into the sky. The aura of the Torvosaurus was released. The aura that belonged to a superior being made all the savage beasts tremble from the bottom of their souls. Their bodies prostrated and trembled. Seeing the Torvosaurus soaring in the sky, the man let out a sigh of relief. It has finally appeared. It has also fulfilled one of my wishes. Hearing this, Zichen felt something was wrong and asked, "Don't tell me you want to leave?" With the birth of the Torvosaurus, there is no meaning for me to stay here. It is time for me to leave. Weren't you demoted? Don't tell me you can still leave? Zichen looked at the man in confusion. The man pointed at the Torvosaurus and said, "This can be considered as a merit. The merits offset the demerits. I can return now." "Then what will happen to the barbarian world when you return? You are their barbarian god. You have already completed the trial. There is no need for the barbarian god here. Furthermore, I am not the barbarian god. The real barbarian god has long since left the barbarian world." Zichen wanted to say something but was interrupted by the man. "What? We have only known each other for a few days. You don't even know my name, and you are already unwilling to let me go?" Zichen revealed an awkward expression and said, "My name is Zichen. May I know?" Zichen didn't know how to address the other party. Should he call him Barbarian God or Senior? "You should just call me Barbarian God. I feel that this name suits me very well." The Barbarian God smiled. Zichen felt disdain in his heart, but he didn't reveal it. "Senior Barbarian God, since you are going to leave, the fruits of strength are useless to you. Why don't you make more of them for me? Give me more so that I can feed this Torvosaurus in my free time. If there is a chance to meet again, you will be able to see a white and fat Torvosaurus, right?" The barbarian god laughed. Good, Zichen. So the reason you are unwilling to let me go is because you want the fruits of strength." Zichen smiled awkwardly. "I can give you the fruits of strength, but does this count as you owing me a favor?" asked the barbarian god. "Yes, of course it counts. It counts as a big favor." Zichen didn't have the slightest idea of the use of his favor. "Haha, good, the barbarian god, will remember this big favor. If there is a chance, I will definitely find you to return the favor. Now, I will give you the fruits of strength." The barbarian god waved his sleeve, and numerous shining fruits of strength appeared. They were densely packed and fell from the sky like raindrops. Seeing so many fruits of strength, Zichen was completely stunned. With a rough count, there were more than 1,000 of them. Goodbye, Zichon. I look forward to our next meeting. The barbarian god's figure slowly disappeared. Right? You have to be careful. Don't be careless and don't die. With that, everyone dispersed. Zichun put away these fruits of strength. His heart was filled with joy, as if flowers had bloomed many times over. Little did he know that the barbarian god who disappeared was also very happy. He used the useless fruits of strength to gain a favor from a pure body cultivator. This was a good deal. After the barbarian god disappeared, Zichun also prepared to leave. He called the Torvosaurus over and flashed onto its back. At this moment, Zichun treated himself as a dragon knight. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from the sky. A black dot fell from the sky with the speed of a cannonball, causing Zichun's expression to change. The Torvosaurus carried Zichun and flashed, dodging the black dot's attack. The black dot smashed into the ground and exploded. Then, a bottomless black hole appeared on the ground. Zichun and the Torvosaurus hid in the distance and looked at the black hole in puzzlement. After a moment, 2 hands stretched out from the black hole, and then a human head appeared. Zichun's face was filled with surprise. He didn't expect the barbarian god to appear again. He asked doubtfully, "Barbarian god, didn't you leave after your merits offset your faults? Why are you back? Moreover, you want to sneak attack me?" "Bah, why would I need to sneak attack you?" Hearing Zichun's ridicule, the barbarian god was furious. "It's all your fault. Otherwise, I would have left." "Me? What does it have to do with me? I'll give you something. It's because he delayed my departure." The barbarian god pointed at Zichun. When his finger landed, a shining golden ball appeared in his hand. This ball directly flew towards Zichun. "What is this? A fruit of strength?" Zichun had a look of curiosity. "Goodbye? No, never again. No, you still owe me a favor. We'll meet again someday." The barbarian god soared into the sky and left with his tattered clothes. This time, he left completely. Zichun didn't send him off. He didn't even greet him. At that moment, after Zichun caught the golden ball, it was as though he had been immobilized. The golden ball entered Zichun's sea of consciousness and transformed into a tall figure in Zichun's sea of consciousness. This figure was evolving a strength-based combat skill. This was an extremely complicated strength-based combat skill. Even though Zichun was extraordinarily talented and had the divine power of the lightning youth, he couldn't immediately comprehend this strength-based combat skill. After carefully studying and sensing it, Zichun knew that this was an offensive skill that was specially created for perfect bodies. It was unique to perfect bodies. If one had to assign a grade to it, it would be at least level 10 or above. Seeing Zichun endlessly studying it, the Torvosaurus placed Zichun on the ground and quietly guarded him. As for Zichun, it took him a total of 10 days to comprehend it. In these 10 days and nights, Zichun had only comprehended a small portion of this strength-type battle skill. However, just scratching the surface allowed Zichun to feel his strength increase by several folds. This feeling was similar to using elemental energy to execute the Lightning Clan's combat skill. 10 days later, Zichun opened his eyes and saw the Torvosaurus staring at him with its eyes wide open. Zichun smiled and gently patted the Torvosaurus' head. Following that, a man and a dragon soared into the sky and headed towards the outer region. Everywhere they passed, beasts would submit and prostrate themselves in respect. Zichun didn't immediately leave the Torvosaurus mountain range. Instead, he went to look for the savage beasts that had left earlier. The storm had passed, and these savage beasts should have returned. When these savage beasts saw the Torvosaurus and felt its terrifying aura, they were all terrified to the extreme. Following that, they all gathered together according to Zichun's instructions. Zichun waved his sleeve, and 2 places appeared in the air like a mirror. One was the Wood Clan, and the other was the Raven Clan. Zichun pointed at the 2 places and said, "Soon, the people from these 2 places will gather together. If there is any danger, you will all help after receiving the signal. I don't need you to help me multiple times. Just one time will be enough." With the Torvosaurus on the side, no savage beast dared to refuse. They all nodded. Following that, Zichun gave each savage beast a jade pendant. He stated that if the jade pendant broke, it meant that the two clans were in trouble. Seeing the savage beasts accept the jade pendants, Zichun sat on the Torvosaurus and headed towards the outer region. Zichun first went to the Raven clan. When Zichun didn't return, the Raven clan were worried sick. However, when they saw Zichun riding the Torvosaurus, they were all stunned. Heya just happened to be in the Raven clan. When he saw the Torvosaurus, he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Moreover, the moment the Torvosaurus appeared, all the savage beasts in the clan went into a prostrating state. Chapter 820. The dragon descended from the sky and spread its aura. All the beasts retreated, including the barbarian tiger. Leader Zichun, you're finally back. We were so worried about you. The two race and the other clans have already returned. Wu Man went up to greet him. It was not difficult to see the joy on the other's face, but there was also a trace of uncontrollable shock. The barbarians didn't come looking for trouble, right? Zichun asked. The dragon flew to the side and scared the other beasts away. Wu Man shook his head and said, No, they took the initiative to take a detour when they were still some distance away from us. Zichun nodded and said, I'm done here. I'll leave soon. But before that, tell the Black Tribe to move here. You're leaving? When everyone heard this, their expressions instantly became gloomy. Although they had long known that such a day would come, it had come too quickly. The outsiders don't belong to this world, and this world doesn't belong to the outsiders. The other two have already left. I should leave too, Zichun said. The cheerful atmosphere turned gloomy. Heya knew that his persuasion was useless, so he stopped and asked, Do you want to move now? I'll go back and tell them. You come with me. You don't need to move. Just gather everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichun brought Heya and flew in the direction of the Black Clan. For Zichun, who could fly, 100 miles was not far, so he left the barbaric dragon there. The dragon was left there. It attracted the attention of many barbarians from the Black Tribe. They were all shocked. He didn't need to deliberately increase his speed to cover a distance of more than 100 miles. Zichun arrived in less than a minute. Such extreme speed made Heya's eyes widen in amazement. After arriving, Zichun put Heya down and asked him to gather all the barbarians. Call all the barbarians back, then stay in your rooms. Remember, no matter what you hear, don't come out. Heya did as he was told by Zichun. About half an hour later, all the people from the Black Tribe were called back. They followed Zichun's instructions and returned to their rooms. At this moment, only Black Cliff and Zichun were left outside of the Black Tribe. Light flashed in Zichun's hand, and the purple gold gourd appeared. As the lid of the gourd was opened, an illusory light was released. Zichun held the bottom of the gourd with his right hand, with the mouth of the gourd facing down. With the activation of his spiritual thoughts, the psychedelic light from the mouth of the gourd suddenly grew larger and longer until it completely covered the stone house. Under Black Cliff's shocked gaze, Zichun shouted, Collect! Amid the rumbling sound, the stone house and its foundation left the inside and flew toward the purple gold gourd. As it flew, the stone house became smaller until it entered the purple gold gourd. Such a big stone house was taken away by a small gourd just like that. Black Cliff was dumbfounded. He was extremely shocked. Just like that, Zichun collected the stone houses one by one. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out. When the thousands of houses of the Black Clan had been collected, Heya discovered that the purple gold gourd was still as big as before. There was no change at all. Follow me. After taking away all the stone houses, the Black Tribe's territory was now empty. Zichun pulled Black Cliff, who was almost petrified, back to the Raven Tribe. A few miles away from the Raven Tribe, Zichun released the stone houses in the area reserved for the Black Tribe. Boom! Boom! Amidst the loud rumbling sounds, the stone houses fell down and their foundations drilled deep into the ground. This rumbling sound was comparable to an earthquake. It startled the Raven Tribe barbarians. When they came to see Zichun pouring out so many stone houses from a small gourd, they were all stunned. The Black Tribe's relocation took less than a day. When the Black Tribe received the signal, They walked out of their houses with faces full of amazement. To them, this was a miracle that was worth spreading for generations to come. The Black Tribe moved a few miles away from the Raven Tribe. Under Zichen's witness, the Black Tribe and the Raven Tribe became the most sincere allies. That night, everyone sang and danced, ate large pieces of meat, drank freely, and indulged. Zichen only let the two tribes form an alliance, but did not merge. This was a very deep meaning. Wu Man and Heya understood, so they did not ask much. The next day, Zichen called Heya and Wu Man and gave each of them a token. What is this? The two of them overindulged last night, so their spirits were not very good. When they received the token, their faces were full of confusion. This is a life-saving thing. It can only be used once. Remember, unless the tribe is facing a life and death situation, do not use it. Zichen warned them and then told them the truth. What? There is an army of savage beasts coming to help. After hearing Zichen's words, the two of them were completely stunned. They didn't expect that Zichen had already found a group of savage beast allies for them without anyone noticing. After telling them everything, Zichen said that he would leave in a few days. The two chiefs said that they would like to see Zichen off, but Zichen refused. On the third day, before dawn, Zichen left the room. As if they knew that Zichen was leaving, Manhu and Manyo were already waiting outside. Zichen gently patted their heads and strode to the open space. The sleeping Torvosaurus had already opened its eyes. Right after Zichen stepped on its back, it soared into the sky. The dragon soared into the sky and quietly left. Just as Zichen's figure disappeared from the horizon, all the barbarians of the two tribes came out of their rooms and looked in the direction where Zichen disappeared. They silently wished him a safe journey. Zichen signaled the dragon to go in a straight line. On the same day, many barbarians of the two tribes saw an outsider leaving on the dragon's back. Just as the sky brightened up, Zichen arrived at the depths of the region. From afar, he could already see the tall statue of the god of berserkers that represented the god of berserkers' true form. Compared to the other statues, the pressure emanating from this one was indeed much stronger. Moreover, about 100 meters away from the barbarian god statue, Zichen saw a large stone house. He spread out his spiritual sense and felt a dangerous aura from the stone house. When Zichen approached, an old man came out of the stone house. The old man raised his head and saw Zichen. Then he saw the dragon. His eyes were filled with surprise. Zichen looked at the old man indifferently. Both of them looked at each other and nodded. Just a few miles away from the statue of the true god was the territory of the Earth race. Zichen's figure on the dragon was naturally seen by the group of Earth race people. Apart from being shocked, other expressions also changed on their faces. The leader of the barbarians who was lucky enough to survive saw the scene of Zichen leaving. His eyes instantly turned cold. With a loud dragon roar, Zichen and the dragon entered the passage and left the barbarian world. They entered the fourth ancient road. Zichen had already bid farewell to this place. What would happen in the barbarian world in the future had nothing to do with Zichen. Zichen didn't know if the Black Tribe and Raven Tribe would rise again. However, if the barbarians dared to attack these two tribes, they would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. The number one tribe in the barbarian world would also change. In the fourth ancient road, there was still no Ling Qi of heaven and earth. Here, Zichen's Yuan Li would decrease every time he used it. If he wanted to recover, he could only rely on Yuan stones or Yuan liquid. As soon as Zichen and the dragon arrived, they encountered a crazy attack. This was an unknown beast with a very strong combat power. It attacked the human and dragon together. In this ancient road, Zichen was surrounded and attacked crazily. After killing one of the beasts, Zichen found a crystal stone in its body. It was like a Yaodan that could replenish some energy. In the first ancient road, Zichen only faced one powerful existence. The second ancient road was also to defeat them one by one. The third ancient road was related to the growth of one's strength. Then the fourth ancient road would be a crazy attack. Zichen rejoiced that he only encountered a group of beasts on the fourth ancient road. If the situation was reversed, Zichen wouldn't have a chance to survive on this ancient road. In this place, the consumption of Yuan Li and strength was almost impossible to estimate. Zichun drank the monkey wine to recover his strength. As for the blood vitality pill that recovered Yuanli, it was even more painful for Zichen to swallow. If one had to use simple words to sum up this ancient road, it would be a battle of attrition. During this period, injuries were unavoidable. Serious injuries were also normal. The number of supreme pills was also decreasing. In this place, there was no day or night. Zichen didn't know how long he had been fighting. In short, when he arrived at the exit of the fourth ancient road, Zichun was already exhausted. However, he didn't dare to stop and rest. He didn't dare to take another breath. Grabbing the dragon that was riddled with wounds, he stepped into the fifth ancient road. After that, the human and dragon faced each other in battle. In the endless battle, Zichen's comprehension of battle skills was also deepening. His strength and Yuanli were also improving. Time passed by. Zichen relied on the human and dragon to forcefully break through the fifth ancient road. The resources on his body had decreased once again. The ancient road journey was filled with danger. Before he reached the first and ninth ancient road, Zichen's resources had already decreased by a lot. However, as he continued to fight, Zichen also grew in battle. As his resources decreased, Zichen became more frugal. In the process of growth and frugality, Zichen's unique fighting style was formed. This fighting style was cultivated by the majority of people who explored the ancient roads. That was to kill with one strike. Zichen didn't waste any extra energy. Every strike was a powerful one. Every strike was a sure kill strike. If his strike didn't hit, he would immediately flee. Because if he couldn't kill or injure his opponent with one strike, any number of attacks would be useless. Zichen had broken through the sixth and seventh ancient roads. During this period, the human and dragon would always encounter fatal threats. By the time he had broken through 7 or 8 ancient roads and reached the ninth, Zichen had already spent a total of 9 years. After 9 years, Zichen had broken through the first 9 ancient roads and reached the first gathering point. This was the gathering point of the ancient roads. There was a guardian here, and this was also a small trading area. The danger on the first ancient road was already very low. After several years of fierce battles, Zichen could finally relax. Chapter 8:21. After 9 years, Zichen had finally stepped onto the first 9 ancient roads. In these 9 years, a group of people had already entered the ancient road, and the second group was about to be gathered. On the square, there were still many core realm cultivators gathered. Some of them had already been here for years. The teleportation array suddenly lit up, and a violent and powerful aura appeared. Behind this violent aura was a turbulent airwave that turned into a gust of wind that blew in all directions. Many core realm cultivators below the array platform cursed and waved their sleeves to disperse the airwave. When the airwave disappeared, a person appeared on top of the array platform. To be precise, it was a woman and a beast. The woman was dressed in white and had a peerless appearance, like a fairy. She was riding a white tiger with black and white patterns all over its body. This white tiger was not ordinary. Its 2 sharp teeth were exposed, like 2 sharp blades that flashed with a cold light. In addition to this, the white tiger also had a pair of huge wings on its back. There were naturally many knowledgeable core realm cultivators present. The moment they saw the white tiger with wings, someone exclaimed, "Flying tiger! It's the flying divine tiger!" An indescribably beautiful woman riding a flying divine tiger with an extraordinary bloodline appeared. The combination of this beauty and the divine tiger instantly attracted everyone's attention. The woman was beautiful and gorgeous, while the flying divine tiger was domineering and ostentatious. This combination almost stunned everyone, so much so that they did not react in time and immediately wanted to drive this woman and beast off. "Get lost. Don't block the way." The flying divine tiger's cold eyes swept around. Then he roared and leaped down. Feeling the violent aura around the flying divine tiger, many core realm cultivators' faces changed and they all moved aside. "You still dare to block the way? Do you want to die?" One of the core realm cultivators was too slow to dodge and was hit by the flying divine tiger's claw, instantly flying out. The flying divine tiger was domineering, ostentatious, and powerful. On the back of the flying divine tiger, there was a fairy-like beauty, quiet, gentle, and calm. Who can tell me where this place is? The flying divine tiger's cold eyes swept around, and his loud voice was like thunder. Quite a few people's expressions changed when they heard the flying divine tiger call him Grandpa Tiger. However, the ancient road was about to open, so no one wanted to stir up trouble at this time. Naturally, no one answered the flying divine tiger's question, because no one was willing to recognize such a tiger lord, even if the other party looked very mighty. What? Are all of you mute? Being ignored, the flying divine tiger was enraged. Its eyes turned cold, and with a flap of its wings, it instantly appeared in front of one of the Dan Origin Realm experts. Pressing down on him with its claws, it coldly said, "Tell Grandpa Tiger what this place is. Could it be that it isn't the ancient road?" Yes, it's the ancient road of trials. It's the starting ground. Under Shin Hu's sharp claws, this Dan Yuan cultivator was unable to move at all. His face was filled with terror as he hurriedly replied, afraid that Shan Hu would suddenly kill him. Who would have thought that after Dan Yuan opened his mouth, Shan Hu's eyes would become even colder? His thunderous voice rang out once more. "Don't you know that before you answer, you should first say Master Hu?" Shun Hu exerted more force on his claws, and Dan Yuan's bones instantly made cracking sounds. Dan Yuan was almost scared to death by Shun Hu's strength. At this moment, the woman on top gently patted Shun Hu's back and said, "Little tiger, ask him nicely. Don't scare him." The woman's voice was gentle, like a spring breeze. "Hee, Meng Yao, if I don't scare him, he won't be honest." Shinhu half turned his head and smiled at the woman on top of him. "The people here are not as bad as you think. As long as you ask nicely, they will definitely speak nicely." The woman named Meng Yao said again. Dan Yuan, who was being pressed down by Shun Hu's claws, quickly nodded. Looking at the woman's eyes, he was also filled with gratitude. Shun Hu retracted his claws, and Dan Yuan quickly got up and retreated a few steps. On Shun Hu's back, the woman asked, "You just said that this is the starting ground. What do you mean?" Without waiting for Dan Yuan to answer, an extremely surprised voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Is that you, sister?" Hearing this extremely familiar voice, the woman's delicate body trembled slightly. Then, she slowly turned her head, and on that peerless face, there was actually a hint of nervousness. After turning her head, the woman saw that two people had appeared on the platform. Because everyone's attention was on this woman, they did not notice that there were actually two more people on the platform. Just as the woman turned her head, everyone also turned their heads to look at the platform. With one look, everyone was almost petrified. What's going on? Why is there another peerless beauty? Everyone felt that their minds were not enough. In this ancient road, the number of men was far greater than the number of women. Although there were some women who were above average in terms of beauty, there were almost no peerless beauties. But today, there were actually two such peerless beauties. The peerless woman who came after was wearing a green robe, like a green lotus that had just bloomed. Beside the green-robed woman, there was a slightly plump man who was directly ignored. "Shui, it's you." The woman in white turned around. After seeing the green-robed woman, she let out a low cry. Her gentle voice also began to tremble. "Sister, it's really you." The woman named Shui's face was also filled with surprise. Then, she directly rushed towards the white-robed woman. The two of them hugged in the air, their faces filled with excitement. Seeing this scene, many cultivators felt extremely regretful. They all thought that it would be great if they could be between the two of them. Shuelin and Su Mingyao, these two sisters who came from a barbarian land, finally met here after decades of separation. If Zichun had come 9 years later, he would definitely have been able to see the two of them. With two beauties present, even the flying divine tiger was ignored, not to mention the ordinary-looking little butterball. This Lu Chun from the Lu family walked down the platform alone. It seemed that he had long been used to being ignored after wandering around with Shuelin for so long. The two of them had not seen each other for decades. Now that they met again, they naturally had endless things to say. But at this moment, with so many pairs of eyes looking at them, the two of them could not say much. After a while, Su Mingyao asked, "Is he still alive?" Xuelin's eyes dimmed. She gently shook her head and said, I don't know. There has been no news of him. Around them, hearing their conversation, everyone was dumbfounded. Him? Which him? Obviously, it was a man. But which guy could get the attention of two beauties at once? In an instant, everyone began to feel jealous. The two of them who were just happy to see each other became gloomy. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. You two are Xuelin and Su Mingyao, right? This was an unfamiliar voice. Hearing it, the two of them immediately turned around and saw a one-eyed, one-legged man. Hey, little guy, how do you know my Mingyao's name? Tell me the truth, or I'll tear you apart. Shenhu coldly looked at the approaching tavern owner and bared his teeth. The sudden appearance of the tavern owner was already very surprising. But after hearing Shenhu's roar, everyone's face turned strange. Calling a powerhouse who had passed through the ancient road a little guy, this Shenhu was simply courting death. Hee, you're the little guy. Flying Shenhu, your bloodline is not bad. But you must be placed on the strongest ancient road in order to transform. The tavern owner smiled faintly and patted Shenhu's head. Shenhu was extremely arrogant before, but in the next moment, his eyes were filled with fear. As for the others, they even had a gloating expression on their faces. Obviously, this sentence was the death sentence for Shenhu. Senior knows us. Su Mingyao noticed Shenhu's abnormality, and a light flashed in her gentle eyes. The tavern owner shook his head and said, No, but 9 years ago, before entering the strongest ancient road, a little guy left something for you too. He said that he would give it to you when you came. 9 years ago, a person. Su Mingyao was startled, then quickly asked, Senior, may I ask who he is? What is his name? The tavern owner did not immediately answer Su Mingyao's question. Instead, he said, I still have to take care of the tavern's business. I just took some time out. Why don't you two come with me to the tavern and we can talk over there? Okay. The two looked at each other and nodded. At this moment, their eyes were filled with excitement, because they had already vaguely guessed who the person who left them something was. In the tavern, Xuelin and Su Mingyao sat in their seats, with a large glass of wine in front of them. Obviously, the tavern owner was quite generous, giving them large glasses. But the two had no time to drink. They were just eager to know if that person was the one in their hearts. Senior, is the person you're talking about a man or a woman, and what is his name? Xuelin asked anxiously as soon as they sat down. The tavern owner smiled and said, If I say it's a woman, you two will be very disappointed. A woman? The two were startled, their faces full of confusion and disappointment. I guessed it would be like this, so I'll tell you the truth. That little guy is a man, and his name is Zichun. The tavern owner laughed. Zichun, it's really Zichun. The disappointment and confusion on the two's faces were immediately replaced by ecstasy. They were very excited. Senior, what does this Zichun look like? What happened when he came here? Xuelin couldn't wait to ask, afraid that she would be happy for nothing. He's a good-looking guy, but he's a troublemaker. He came with 3 people, and he even dared to beat up the ancient road guardian, the tavern owner said. At this moment, there were naturally other people in the tavern. Hearing this, their expressions immediately changed. Then, they immediately drank the wine in their glasses and left quickly. Their expressions were as if they had seen a snake or a scorpion. Su Mingyao and Xuelin still didn't understand what the ancient road guardian meant. They were only concerned about some things about Zichun, so they asked many more questions. If Zichun was here at this moment, he would definitely see that his treatment couldn't compare to the two's, because the two's questions had already exceeded the amount of yuan liquid Zichun had given, and the tavern owner was also generous and didn't mention anything about the reward. It seemed that beauties were treated very well wherever they went. After the two spent the shortest amount of time to understand everything about Zichun and the ancient road, their excited expressions were replaced by worry. It seemed that Zichun's situation was worrisome. Chapter 822. After knowing what had happened to Zichun here, the two began to worry for Zichun. The ancient road was even stronger than the first-grade ancient road, so the chances of survival were not high. However, Zichun had survived several life and death crises. Although the two were worried, they were still confident in Zichun. At this time, there was no one else in the tavern. The tavern owner came forward and began to put things on the table. Soon, the same amount of things were placed in front of the two. These were left behind by Zichun. 1,000 blood origin pills, 100 special blood origin pills, 1,000 drops of mid-grade origin liquid, 10 treasure pills, 100 blood healing pills, and 25 blood explosion pills. These were left behind by that little guy. You can each take half. The tavern owner finished speaking and walked back. The two looked at the resources with complicated expressions. They were touched and felt guilty. Even after so many years had passed, they still hadn't forgotten about Zichun. Similarly, Zichun hadn't forgotten about them either. Despite knowing that they would enter the strongest ancient path, he still left behind resources for the two of them. Back then, Zichun hadn't even dared to say whether or not the two of them would come. The two put away the resources and remained silent for a long time. Those wines were left behind by that little guy. They are really good things. Back then, Zichun spent a lot of money to help his companions break through. In order to thank that little guy for his generosity, before the ancient road is opened, the two of you can come here and drink a cup for free every day. The tavern owner said generously. The two of them did not drink, but this was left behind by Zichun, so they had to drink. After drinking, the two of them felt that this wine was extraordinary. After that, the two of them came here every day to refine this large cup of wine. As for Lu Chun and Shenhu, they were not so lucky. They could only wait outside the tavern. This situation lasted for 5 days. After 5 consecutive days of offering large cups of wine, the tavern owner seemed to be unable to bear it. Fortunately, on the 6th day, the ancient road was opened again. Sophie, the old man, and the tavern owner appeared again and opened a passage in the air. It was also the first time Lin Shui and Su Mingyao saw the ancient road's guardian, Sophie, who looked ugly and fat. Sophie seemed to have lost interest in opening the ancient road because of the appearance of the two beauties. After briefly explaining the rules of the ancient road, she directly opened the passage. All the passageways were opened, allowing the passageways to choose their own people. In the middle of the gigantic portal, beams of light cascaded down. These beams of light landed on the core origin realm cultivators, as if they were selecting the most suitable people to enter the ancient path's buzz. Suddenly, an aura emerged from the portal. It was the aura of the ancient road of the strongest trial. This aura fell from the portal and directly landed on Xuelin. Oh, the strongest ancient road. Its grade is even higher than that of a first-grade ancient road. Congratulations. Sophie smiled faintly at the sight of this, but she was extremely shocked in her heart. Such a woman was actually chosen by the strongest ancient path. Clearly, she was extraordinary. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. They all looked at Lin Shui, but many of their eyes were filled with mockery and schadenfreude. It was even stronger than a first-grade ancient path, so the chances of survival were extremely slim. Xuelin's eyes were extremely calm. She glanced at Su Mingyao and then looked at Lu Chan next to her. She was ready to enter the ancient road of the strongest. Just as the ancient road of the strongest was about to disappear with Xuelin, an ancient aura suddenly descended from the sky. This aura was even more ancient than the ancient road of the strongest. The moment it landed, a huge force gushed out. This force directly pushed the ancient road of the strongest away, and the light cascaded down. The light that pushed open the ancient road of the strongest directly landed on Su Mingyao below. Then, this light extended again, covering the flying divine tiger. Such a scene. Not to mention the surrounding core origin realm cultivators, even the 3 guardians' expressions changed in an instant. The tavern owner exclaimed in disbelief, "This is a 9th grade ancient road. Oh my god, it actually appeared by itself." The old man was also shocked. It is indeed a 9th grade ancient road. It is known as the most mysterious ancient road. During this time, as the guardian of the ancient road, Sophie's perception was the clearest. This mysterious aura from the 9th grade ancient road was so vast. Her eyes fell on Su Mingyao. Looking at this unbelievably beautiful woman, she was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. Swoosh! The next moment, the light cascaded down from the ninth-grade ancient road shrank. Su Mingyao and the flying divine tiger disappeared. The ninth-grade ancient road opened by itself. The three guardians were completely stunned, but the others were puzzled. They didn't understand why the three guardians were so excited. Wasn't this the weakest ninth-grade ancient road? The ninth-grade ancient road opened by itself, taking Su Mingyao and the flying divine tiger away. Then, the strongest ancient road opened, taking Shuelin away. At this point, everything was on the right path. The others entered the first and ninth-grade ancient roads. During this time, Lu Chun was lucky enough to enter the fifth-grade ancient road. Rays of light flashed, and many core origin realm cultivators entered the ancient roads. Soon, only the three guardians were left, but the three of them were still in shock. There were guardians on the ancient roads, and the entire ancient road was under the control of humans, except for two kinds of ancient roads. One was the path of the strongest trial by fire. No one knew what would happen inside, and no one could monitor the entire process. There were only a few ancient paths that could be opened, and only then could they be explored. The other was the ninth-grade ancient road. The number of times this ancient road was opened was extremely limited. Since ancient times, no one had opened any of the 9 ancient roads. It could be said that everything that happened on the ninth-grade ancient road was unpredictable, undetectable, and unforeseeable. After everyone left and the ancient road closed, the tavern owner pondered for a moment and asked, "A ninth-grade ancient road has appeared. Should we report it?" Sophie didn't answer. She looked at the old man. The old man pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Forget it. If the other party enters the fifth-grade ancient road alive, they will naturally know. If he unfortunately dies midway, it's useless to tell them." The two nodded. They felt that the old man's words made sense. The tavern owner sighed. "Zichun, this little fellow, is indeed extraordinary. His 3 confidants all have extraordinary backgrounds, and their aptitudes allowed them to enter the path of the strongest trial. His friends are also extraordinary." Speaking of Zichun, Sophie nodded in agreement. "Zichun is indeed extraordinary, but I don't know if he has reached that place. Speaking of which, it's the first time I've met a body cultivator who has obtained a perfect inheritance." The old man said, "No matter whether he succeeds or not, we have already done what we should do. Everything will be up to fate." Then, the old man looked at Sophie and said, "If that little guy successfully exits the ancient road, I don't know if he will come and find trouble with us. Who knows? But even if he comes, I'm not afraid of him. Can't he just run away if he can't win?" Sophie said disdainfully, "Hee, that little guy knows the ThunderClan's techniques. He is known as the fastest in the world. Even if he is not in his complete state, he is still extremely fast. It's hard for you to run away." The old man shook his head and laughed. At this moment, the 3 of them were talking about Zichun. He had just brought the Torvosaurus out of the 8th ancient road and arrived at the 9th ancient road. As soon as they arrived, the 2 of them collapsed on the ground. After 9 years, Zichun finally felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he had not felt for a long time. He opened his mouth and greedily absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He was so moved that he was about to cry. He finally felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After catching his breath, Zichun hurriedly sat down cross-legged to recover the elemental energy in his body and the strength in his body. To be honest, if it wasn't for his perfect physique that had reached the peak of level 6, Zichun wouldn't have been able to make it here alive. There was spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the ancient road, but it wasn't very dense. In order to save some resources, Zichun relied on absorbing the spiritual energy of the outside world to replenish his elemental energy. This time, it took him a total of 7 days to replenish his elemental energy. After 7 days, Zichun finally reached his peak state. The Torvosaurus also used these 7 days to have a good sleep and completely recovered. Before they came, the Torvosaurus' strength was around level 6. During these few years, it had grown once and reached level 7. The combat strength of a level 7 Torvosaurus couldn't be underestimated. Just the strength of its body was comparable to Zichun's perfect physique. Other than that, the energy contained within the dragon crystal was also extremely terrifying. During these few years, Zichun had saved the Torvosaurus several times, and the Torvosaurus had also saved Zichun. It could be said that one man and one dragon had supported each other to reach this point. This is the first 9 ancient road. There should be a place for trading. Follow me and find it. Zichun gestured for the Torvosaurus to get up. He then took large strides forward. As for the Torvosaurus, it followed Zichun and circled at a low altitude. During the battles along the way, Zichun understood that walking was much safer than flying in the air. But after walking for several hours, Zichun still didn't find any traces. Not to mention human traces, Zichun didn't even see a single building. If it wasn't for the fact that this place had heaven and earthling chi, Zichun would definitely have thought that he had gone the wrong way. For hours later, Zichun began to fly at a low altitude. After flying for several thousand miles, Zichun finally saw a building. Seeing the building, Zichun didn't reveal any excitement on his face. That was because these buildings were all dilapidated. Moreover, after the baptism of time, these buildings had already weathered away. Just the slightest tremor would cause the entire building to turn to dust. No one has set foot here for at least several tens of thousands of years. Is there still anything to trade here? Zichun's face was clearly filled with doubt. After that, Zichun continued forward. Along the way, he found many more buildings, but they were all undoubtedly dilapidated. As Zichun flew past, these buildings turned to dust one after another. Seeing this deathly silent place, Zichun's expression became more and more unsightly. In these 9 years, he had nearly exhausted all of his resources. If he didn't exchange the useless resources for useful resources, he wouldn't be able to pass the next trial. As the buildings turned to dust, Zichun's heart sank. From these buildings, it wasn't difficult to see that this place used to be bustling. It seemed that many cultivators had come here. But now, this place was deathly silent. There was nothing. Chapter 8:23. Flying at a low altitude for several thousand li, Zichun finally found a building that hadn't been eroded by the wind. It was a stone house. It wasn't very tall, and there was a faint energy radiance circulating on the surface of the stone house. This was a seal that prevented the stone house from being eroded by the wind. After approaching the stone house, Zichun sensed that there were energy fluctuations within the stone house, as well as life fluctuations. There's someone here. There's actually someone here. Zichun, who had already given up hope, was reignited in his heart. If there were people, there would be resources. With resources, the road of trial would be a lot easier. Although he didn't dare to say that he had a 100% chance of passing, at the very least, he would have a higher chance of survival. Zichun's figure descended, and the Torvosaurus also landed not far away. Zichun pushed open the door and entered, and was instantly dumbfounded. This room wasn't very big. Aside from a stone table and 2 stone stools, there was only a stone bed. The life aura was on the stone bed, but it wasn't a person. To be more precise, it wasn't a complete person, but a skeleton that possessed the flame of life. This was a human-shaped skeleton, and it was quietly lying on the stone bed. There were only bones left of the skeleton, and there wasn't a trace of flesh on its body. The source of the life aura was within its skull, and there was a ball of soul fire that wasn't even as big as a fist. The soul fire was burning, and it emitted a weak life aura. It seemed like it was in a deep sleep. Just as Zichun pushed open the door and entered, the other party seemed to have sensed something. The soul fire burned even more vigorously, and the life aura also became denser. Zichun was instantly stunned when he saw this scene. He didn't expect to see such a scene. A spiritual sense spread out from the burning soul fire. This spiritual sense's essence was extremely high, but it was extremely weak at the moment. Zichun was completely capable of erasing it. The spiritual sense swept across Zichun's body, and then it asked blankly, "You're a trial taker?" The other party's voice was very ancient, but through the spiritual sense, Zichun was able to sense the other party's meaning. Thus, he nodded and said, "Yes, I just arrived at the ancient road. Previously, I used up a lot of resources, so I want to exchange some resources here." After he finished speaking, Zichun's face was filled with bitterness. The other party was already in such a state. It was obvious that there were no resources for him to exchange for. The soul flame in the skull burned brightly, and the previously muddle-headed skeleton seemed to be completely awake. Startled, he exclaimed, "A trial taker. It really is a trial taker. I can't believe I've been waiting for a trial taker." "What did you just say? Ancient Road 19? You only took 19 to reach this place." Zichen nodded and said, "That's right. It's the first trading ground on the first 9 ancient paths. However, it seems that I've come too late." "That's right. You're too late. There's no one here anymore. They've all left." The voice from the soul flame turned gloomy. "I saw a lot of weathered buildings earlier. Were there people who lived here before? But they've all left." "Where did they go?" Zichen asked. This used to be an extremely prosperous ancient road. Many trial takers would come here to exchange for resources. However, something happened to the ancient road, and no trial takers came here for thousands of years. It gradually declined, and in the end, the resources here were no longer enough to sustain everyone's survival. Thus, they all stepped onto the ancient road and left, the soul flame said. "What about you? Why didn't you leave with them?" Zichun was puzzled. "I'm the guardian of this ancient road. Guarding here and serving trial takers is my mission. If I leave, this ancient road will be completely abandoned." The skeleton's answer filled Zichen's heart with admiration. The skeleton's current state was also caused by the exhaustion of its spiritual power and the loss of its life force. "Young man, you're the only trial taker to reach this place in all these years. Moreover, you're a trial taker who reached here in 19. I'll give you a choice now. A special choice." "Special choice?" Zichun was puzzled. "Yes, it's a very special choice, but also a great opportunity. The ancient road is extremely long and filled with all kinds of dangers. If you had come a little later, I might have disappeared on my own. I can't guarantee that there won't be any surviving guardians on the ancient road. If there aren't any, it means that there won't be any resources left. Your journey on the ancient road will be even more dangerous. Under such circumstances, you'll be lucky if you can keep your life. Wanting to break through to the human origin stage is just a dream. Right now, you have a chance to turn a fish into a dragon. It can help you break through to the human origin stage. As long as you stay here and guard this place, I can help you break through to the human origin stage immediately. I'll guard this place forever. I'm sorry, but I can't agree." Faced with such a great opportunity, Zichen didn't hesitate at all and immediately rejected it. The temptation of breaking through to the human origin stage was indeed great, but the price he had to pay was so great that Zichen couldn't bear it. Zichen could imagine that even if he broke through to the human origin stage, he would still be waiting for death here silently. "You don't need to spend your whole life here. 1,000 years is enough. Stay here for 1,000 years, and I'll use the authority of the ancient road's guardian to help you improve your cultivation. During this period of time, you can fully comprehend this stage without affecting your potential. After 1,000 years, you can choose to leave." Zichun had only cultivated for a mere 100 years. 1,000 years was too long a time. Moreover, if he had to stay here for 1,000 years, Zichun was afraid that others couldn't. Wang Xian's status was unknown, and Lin Shui and Su Mingyao were very likely to come to this training ground. Therefore, Zichun had to hurry to the ancient road and wait for them. Breaking through to the human origin stage was great, but unfortunately, it wasn't Zichen's ultimate goal. Zichun didn't hesitate and decisively rejected the temptation. A low sigh came from the soul fire. "All right then, I won't force you. I don't have any extra resources to exchange with you. There's only a bottle of aged wine under the bed. You can take it." Zichen found a bottle of wine under the bed. There were yuan energy fluctuations on it, and it was obviously in a sealed state. Zichun thanked the soul fire. "Thank you for your gift, senior. I wonder what I can do to help you." The soul fire let out a bitter laugh. "I've been here for so many years that even I have forgotten the years. Tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. I've long grown tired of it. Now that I've waited for you, I've completed my mission. There's nothing left here, and there's no need for this place to exist. Go. After you leave, this place will disappear forever." The soul fire sighed. Zichen nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. He then bowed deeply to the soul fire. As he bowed, a ray of light shot out from the soul fire and landed in between Ziqin's eyebrows. Ziqin didn't notice this scene. After bowing, Ziqin took away the bottle of wine. Since it was sealed for so long, it was obviously extraordinary. No matter how bad it was still better than the monkey wine. When they left, I warned them that they could leave, but they had to leave some things behind. This place will never open again, so those things are useless. You can go and look for them. If you find them, you can take them all. Just as he was about to close the stone door, the soul fire transmitted its voice again. Thank you for your advice. Ziqin thanked it again, and then closed the stone door. After that, Ziqin walked towards the weathered ruins in the distance. He was afraid that the Torvosaurus would be careless and damage things. Ziqin signaled the Torvosaurus to follow him. Walking in front of the ruins, Ziqin waved his big sleeve, and the weathered dust was rolled up and scattered in all directions. At the bottom of the dust, Ziqin really found something. It was a jade bottle with a seal on it. The seal was still in good condition. Ziqin picked it up and opened it. He found that there were 5 pills inside, and they were all of extraordinary quality. After finding something, Ziqin was happy. He then began to search for treasures in the ruins. During this period of time, Ziqin found elixirs that could restore one's energy, resources that could restore one's strength, spirit fruits, and essence liquids. In the end, Ziqin even found a special wine. This wine was of a higher grade than the wine in the Origin Tavern. After Ziqin took a sip, he felt a burning sensation in his stomach. It was like a fire was burning and a surge of energy was surging. Ziqin praised it and then began to refine it. After that, the bottleneck of his strength that had been stuck for a long time actually loosened a little. After a while, Ziqin opened his eyes. There was a bright light in his eyes. Breaking through to the 7th level is just around the corner. After sweeping through almost all the ruins and raising his strength to the peak, Ziqin stepped on the ancient road. Before leaving, Ziqin bowed to the stone house from afar and then left on the dragon. I don't know if the ancient race is still in this world. I'll let this little guy go and explore. After Ziqin left, a sigh came from the stone house. Then, the whole place began to tremble. The trembling became even more intense. It was as if the world was moving. Amidst the violent trembling, the world was separated from the ancient road. This was the oldest ancient road. The current ancient road forces were unable to detect it. Therefore, even if an ancient road disappeared, they would not be able to detect it. After leaving the first ancient road, Ziqin stepped on the first ancient road of the second ancient road. Bang! As soon as he arrived, before Ziqin could see his surroundings, he was hit by a huge force. Under this attack, he and the Torvosaurus were instantly sent flying. The one who sent them flying was a huge creature that was comparable to a mountain peak. When he saw the other party, Ziqin did not know why, but the first thing that appeared in his mind was the ancient road's guardian, Sophie. This creature was almost as tall and mighty as the other party. They were both so powerful and terrifying. Ziqin climbed up from the ground. The dragon soul spear was already in his hand. Not far away, the Torvosaurus was also ready for battle. After that, a man and a dragon rushed towards the huge creature and continuously attacked. Ziqin's attacks were extremely sharp and terrifying. Each time, he would leave a deep wound on the huge creature's body. However, the other party was simply too huge. A mere injury would not affect his performance. The battle with the huge creature took a full hour. After an hour, the two of them finally killed each other. The consumption of the two of them was also huge. Chapter 8:24. These moving mountains were all tall creatures. Previously, there was only one, but the two had fought for a long time and consumed a lot of energy. Now, there was a group of them. Go, let's go quickly, Ziqin shouted and jumped up. At the same time, a loud dragon roar resounded as the Torvosaurus soared into the sky. Ziqin jumped on the Torvosaurus, and the Torvosaurus carried him away. Ziqin sat cross-legged on the back of the Torvosaurus to recover his energy. This was a tacit understanding formed between the two after many years. They would never waste any extra energy or time. Behind them, There were constant vibrations as the tall creatures caught up. They were only a bit slower than the Torvosaurus, and the distance between them did not increase. Zichun held a few top-grade spirit stones in his hand and used them to recover his energy. On the ancient road, he would save as much as he could, so there was no need to immediately swallow things to recover his energy. There were more than 100 tall creatures chasing after them, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. This was not because the tall creatures were getting faster, but because the Torvosaurus was slowing down. The fierce battle had consumed a lot of energy, and now that it was running at full speed, the Torvosaurus was gradually losing its energy. "Let me do it." The spirit stone in Zichen's hand shattered. Almost all of the spirit stones he had consumed earlier had been replenished. Just as he finished speaking, the Torvosaurus' huge body instantly shrunk. It was like a green belt that wrapped around Zichen's waist. Zichen's body flashed with a golden light as he replaced the Torvosaurus and began to speed up. The Torvosaurus only needed to wake up to recover its energy, so it did not need to swallow anything else. Therefore, before it woke up, Zichen would be the one running away. Once this group of tall and big creatures launched an attack, a round of concentrated fire was enough to eliminate Zichen and the Torvosaurus. Zichen, who had increased his speed, immediately displayed his extreme speed and instantly left the group of tall and big creatures far behind. While running at full speed, Zichen finally had the time to observe this world. This was a relatively normal world with mountains and forests. The only regret was that there was no heaven and earth spirit chi here. However, there were birds and beasts, and they were not weak. This world was very similar to the barbarian world, but it didn't have the barbarian's power inheritance. As a result, although the attacks of the tall creatures were powerful, they were all close-range attacks. As long as they kept a distance, they wouldn't be in much danger. These tall creatures seemed to know no exhaustion. They had been chasing Zichen for several hours, and Zichen's energy consumption was gradually increasing. "Forget it. Let's find the exit first." The lightning wings on Zichen's back flashed as he transformed into a bolt of silver lightning and began to search for an exit. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, Zichen finally found the exit. The exit was an enormous gate that occupied more than half of the sky. Not to mention a single person. Even these creatures could leave through it. There were tens of thousands of gigantic creatures around the door. Some of them were resting, while others were eating. What they were eating were gigantic beasts that were bitten to death, then torn apart, chewed, and swallowed. Zichen's appearance immediately alarmed these creatures. They let out sharp whistling sounds and attacked Zichen. As for the attacking objects, they were either gigantic rocks, skulls, or dried bones of beasts. These were originally very common objects, but when they were thrown with great force, they were like meteors that whizzed towards Zichen. Tens of thousands of meteors fell with a whistling sound and instantly drowned Zichen. Under such great force, Zichen's protective light shield was immediately shattered. His level 6 body was instantly beaten black and blue, and some parts were even bleeding. At the same time, under such great force, Zichen was like a giant bird that was attacked and was smashed down from the sky. After Zichen landed on the ground, many creatures stomped towards Zichen. The sky suddenly darkened as giant feet covered the sky and stomped down with great force. Zichen had no time to be shocked. He swallowed the fresh blood that he was about to spit out and turned into a silver light again to avoid the fatal stomp. He then left without looking back. As he was escaping, Zichen could not help but cough up blood. Pale golden blood sprinkled from the sky, and he was in a very sorry state. This was the first path of the 29 ancient roads. When Zichen entered, he was hunted down and the threat of death shrouded him from time to time. After that, Zichen began his life as a fugitive. During his escape, Zichen's resources were constantly depleted. With the exit blocked, Zichen could not leave. At this moment, he was like a turtle in a jar, waiting to be caught. Once caught, he would die. In this place, Zichen did not even have the chance to stop and catch his breath, let alone cultivate or break through. It was as if these tall creatures would never be exhausted. They chased after Zichen with all their might. This situation of being chased lasted for 7 days. After 7 days, Zichun found a towering mountain peak. This mountain peak was emitting a unique aura. When Zichun approached the mountain peak, his body began to become unstable and he fell from the sky. The reason why Zichun fell was because this mountain peak was emitting an extremely strong suction force. This suction force made Zichun unprepared, and he fell directly. After falling, Zichun wanted to control his body and get up again, but he found it extremely difficult. This suction force was gravity. It suppressed Zichun and made him unable to move. It's over. Suddenly losing control of his body, Zichun's face was filled with despair. That was because those tall creatures would quickly catch up. Once they caught up, only death would await him and the tortoise dragon. Zichun let out a furious roar. Golden light flashed around his body, and a powerful energy surged through his body. His bones emitted cracking sounds as he forcibly blocked this suction force and slowly stood up. At this moment, Zichun felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back. He staggered into the mountain peak. The staggering Zichun was only a bit faster than a tortoise. If this continued, only death would await him. Suddenly, Zichun seemed to have noticed something and turned his head to look back. Zichun had already wasted quite a bit of time here. According to reason, those tall creatures should have already caught up to him. But there was no movement behind him. After turning his head, Zichun really did see those tall creatures chasing after him. But they didn't come forward. Instead, they stood outside the mountain peak, as if they were extremely afraid of this suction force. They paced back and forth outside the suction force, surrounding the entire mountain peak. In addition, there were also some creatures moving rocks from the distance. They whistled through the air and threw them at Zichun. Because of the suction force, those rocks fell in a straight line when they got close to the mountain peak. They were simply unable to get close to Zichun. Seeing this scene, Zichun laughed heartily. Haha, the heavens never seal off all paths. He was saved. He was saved by this suction force. Of course, it could also be said that he was trapped. But Zichun didn't think so. Inside the suction force, those tall creatures were unable to do anything to him. And he had enough time. During this time, Zichun could strive for a breakthrough in strength and then charge out. Therefore, Zichun stopped here and prepared to stay here to cultivate. As for the Torvosaurus, it continued to sleep at the side. Now, Zichun's strength was already at the pinnacle of grade 6. Once he broke through, he would be at grade 7. This was a watershed. Although it was only a difference of 1 grade, the difference in strength was huge. Using the Primal Core Realms classification, grade 6 was the middle stage of the Primal Core Realm, and grade 7 was the late stage of the Primal Core Realm. Zichun's strength had reached the watershed. So had his elemental energy. He was at the peak of the early stage of the Primal Core Realm, not far from the middle stage. However, it wasn't easy to break through these two bottlenecks. Based on the situation here, Zichun's strength breakthrough was slightly easier than his elemental energy breakthrough. This was because he had discovered many resources on the ancient road that could increase his strength. Therefore, Zichun began to focus on increasing his strength. Outside the gravitational field of the mountain, the group of tall creatures didn't stay idle. They first made sharp provocative sounds at Zichun. When they found that it was useless, they moved more large rocks. On the second day, a few more tall creatures came. These creatures were much stronger than before. After they appeared, they lifted large rocks and smashed them at Zichun, who was in the middle of the gravity mountain. The rocks let out sharp whistling sounds and passed through the gravity mountain in an instant. Then, they resisted the huge gravitational force of the mountain and smashed towards Zichun. Zichun heard the sound and opened his eyes. When he saw the large rocks whistling towards him, his expression changed drastically. He grabbed the Torvosaurus and dodged to the side. Pong! The large rocks brushed past Zichun's body and smashed into the ground. The huge impact caused the mountain to shake. Zichun's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. He was even more afraid of these tall creatures. After knowing that this place wasn't safe, Zichun walked towards the depths of the mountain. Behind him, there were many rocks that were not willing to give up. However, they could only fall to the place where Zichun was standing. They couldn't go any further. After advancing for about 100 meters, Zichun stopped and began to focus on cultivation. The Torvosaurus was still sleeping. Zichun began to drink wine and then refined it. After his body was filled with energy, Zichen began to walk in the gravitational field. If he wanted to increase his strength, he couldn't just focus on cultivation. Before that, he still needed to consume energy. Just like when he wrestled with the barbarian bulls and barbarian tigers. The gravity here was very strong. In the beginning, Zichen could only walk slowly. However, as he slowly adapted, Zichen's steps gradually became stable. As time passed, Zichen's speed became faster and faster. Not only were his steps smooth, he could even jog. This scene caused the distant creatures to stare at him with wide eyes. Then, more rocks were smashed down. He wasn't satisfied with being able to jog. Soon after, he picked up another large rock and started to run. Zichen was cultivating in the gravity mountain. The tall creatures outside were still guarding there. They would throw out many rocks every day. As Zichen's strength became stronger, the rocks thrown out by them also became denser and denser. This situation lasted for an entire year. Zichen was also trapped for an entire year. During this year, the Torvosaurus was still sleeping. He could also increase his strength while sleeping. Chapter 8:25. After several years, his strength had finally broken through. With the breakthrough of the perfect body, Zichen's combat strength was equivalent to a late-stage primal core cultivator. This was an increase in his strength realm. At the same time, it also indicated an increase in his combat strength. The golden light emitted by Zichen's body became even more resplendent as an extremely powerful pressure spread out from his body. This pressure alarmed the sleeping Torvosaurus and the tall creature in the distance. The tall creatures let out sharp screeches. Then, as usual, they picked up rocks and threw them at Zichen. During this year, while Zichen's strength had been rapidly increasing, the strength of these tall creatures had also been increasing. The rocks they threw also grew further and further, causing Zichen to go deeper and deeper into the cave twice. The dormant Torvosaurus blankly opened its eyes. Feeling this extremely strong pressure, it understood that Zichen had already broken through. The Torvosaurus's eyes instantly brightened. Moreover, after a year of deep sleep, the Torvosaurus's strength had also increased. With his strength breaking through one level, his combat strength was much stronger than before. Zichen was confident that he could deal with the tall creature. After leaving, he turned his head and said to the Torvosaurus, "Torvosaurus, it's time for us to leave." The Torvosaurus nodded and transformed into a green beam of light that flew towards Zichen before wrapping around Zichen's waist. Zichen stood up and strode forward. Now, the gravity of the mountain peak no longer affected Zichen at all. Furthermore, in the past year, not only had Zichen's strength increased, but his physique had also strengthened under the gravity's pressure. Outside the gravity mountain peak, when they saw Zichen come out, the tall creatures let out shrill cries. On the one hand, they were calling for reinforcements, but at the same time, they picked up more rocks and threw them at Zichen. More and more tall creatures gathered here. They lifted up thousands of kilograms, or even tens of thousands of kilograms of rocks and threw them at Zichen. In an instant, it was as if meteors of destruction were falling from the sky. Sharp whistling sounds rang out everywhere. Looking at these stones and thinking about the companionship of so many creatures over the past year, Zichen's expression became extremely gloomy. The golden light around him became even more dazzling, and his spiritual thoughts and strength were already combining. Even though he was unable to unleash 20% of his full power, the combined power of the two was still over 120%. At the same time, a loud dragon's roar rang out as silver light flashed through the air, and the dragon soul spear appeared. Zichen held his spear and attacked the falling boulders. Silver light flashed on his spear, and spear lights kept appearing, shattering the boulders one after another. Bang! Bang! The sound of rocks exploding rang out continuously. Zichen held his spear and moved forward in a straight line. Wherever he passed, all the rocks shattered. Not a single one was able to touch his body. Zichen's strength had increased by one level, and his battle prowess had also increased by many times. He no longer felt any pressure when facing the tall creature. By the time Zichen walked out, there were already hundreds of tall creatures here. After Zichen appeared, They all stepped forward and raised their feet to stomp on him. The scene from a year ago reappeared. Last time, Zichun had been defeated. However, this time, Zichun took the initiative to meet the attack. His figure flashed, and his figure dissipated like a wisp of green smoke. When he reappeared in the next moment, he was already in the air. Zichun, who was in the air, looked extremely petite. The fist he threw out was even more pitifully small. It was not even as big as the eyes of the tall creatures. However, when this fist landed on the creatures, it caused a tremor. The small fist contained a huge amount of power, and it actually sent a creature flying. At the same time, Zichun swung his fist again. Golden fist lights kept flashing, and Zichun was like a bolt of lightning. He moved left and right, and sometimes he moved forward and sometimes he moved backward. Pong, 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 pong. One creature after another was sent flying. Some of them were directly pierced through by Zichun's spear, dying instantly. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of tall creatures were all knocked down. Among them, a dozen died. Zichun discovered a kind of energy crystal in the bodies of the dead creatures. It was the size of a fist, and it should be the source of their strength. This kind of energy crystal was a very strange substance. However, Zichun was unable to absorb it. Presumably, this was the so-called harvest from the ancient road, something that could be exchanged for resources. Zichun naturally wouldn't be polite to these tall creatures that had almost killed him. Moreover, after a year of companionship and greeting them with rocks every day, Zichun's killing intent had only increased. A sharp whistling sound rang out once more. This time, the tall creatures attacked once more. Some of them used rocks to attack, while others began to close in on Zichun, wanting to forcefully kill him. Kill! Zichun raised his head and roared. At this moment, he was like a killing god as he charged towards the tall creatures. His spear flickered with cold light, and his fists flickered unceasingly. All kinds of sounds rang out unceasingly. After a moment, Zichun's surroundings became quiet. None of these tall creatures were lucky enough to escape. They were all killed, and there was no lack of extremely powerful existences among them. Zichun already had several hundred energy crystals in his hand. These energy crystals could be divided according to the strength of the creatures. The stronger ones would have bigger energy crystals, while the weaker ones would have smaller energy crystals. Zichun could conclude that these were the real harvests, things that could be exchanged for resources. Along the way, he was fully aware of the importance of resources. However, just as Zichun was studying the energy crystal in his hand, he saw the barbaric dragon at his waist suddenly open its mouth and swallow the energy crystal in Zichun's hand. After swallowing the energy crystal, the barbaric dragon smacked its lips with an expression of enjoyment. Zichun was startled. He looked at the barbaric dragon and said, "This kind of energy crystal is useful to you." The barbaric dragon nodded seriously. Soon after, Zichun felt relieved. These tall creatures had something in common with the barbarians. That was, they both used their physical strength. The only difference was that these creatures could fly. Obviously, this was because of the energy crystal. And among the barbarians, it was said that they could fly at level 11. And at level 11, it was obvious that they had to produce something like an energy crystal to allow them to fly. Just like the original flood dragon, the reason why they could fly was because of the dragon crystal in their body. Although he didn't know why these creatures could produce energy crystals before reaching level 11, this didn't hinder Zichun's understanding of them. The energy crystal was useful to the barbaric dragon, and it could also be exchanged for resources. It could be said that it was a good thing that could only be chanced upon by luck. Therefore, Zichun had a crazy idea. Once this idea appeared, he couldn't suppress it anymore. Therefore, Zichun held his spear and flew towards the exit. If he wanted to obtain more energy crystals, the only way was to go to the exit. There were tens of thousands of creatures there. When Zichun appeared again, the pressure he released was sensed by the tall creatures. These creatures were still living a life of luxury. When they saw Zichun suddenly appear, they were all surprised. But the surprise only lasted for a moment. Following that, they became violent. They grabbed the things in their hands and threw them at Zichun. There were even some large pieces of flesh dripping with blood. The heavenly thunder wings had already appeared on Zichen's back. This time, he was prepared. When these creatures attacked, he turned into a streak of lightning and flew forward. One against a group, Zichen had plenty of experience. It seemed that since his debut, Zichen had always been one against a group. Zichen rushed into the group of creatures and swept his spear. Those who were hit by the spear would either be sent flying or injured. If they were unlucky, they would die. Zichen rushed into the group of creatures and began to madly slaughter them. Because his body was small, he was surrounded by tall creatures. This caused the other creatures to be unable to attack him. Therefore, the whole group of creatures was in complete chaos. Although there were tens of thousands of tall creatures, only a dozen or so could attack Zichen. Just like that, the number of tall creatures began to decrease. Suddenly, Zichen felt a sense of danger. Just as he turned around, he saw a fist as big as a millstone. It was smashing towards Zichen. Zichen blocked with his spear. Silver light flashed on the spear. Clang! The two collided, and a sonorous sound erupted. Zichen was forced back hundreds of meters. This was an even more powerful tall creature. It should be the strongest creature Zichen had met so far. Zichen's expression changed slightly. He then unleashed a powerful attack. First, he used extreme yin and extreme yang, causing the yin and yang energies to collide. Then, he used Thunderbolt Finger and all kinds of powerful battle skills. At the same time, just as the tall creature was struggling to defend against these energy attacks, Zichen flashed and attacked with his spear. Silver light flashed, and a loud dragon roar resounded from the dragon soul spear. Then, the 2-meter-long spear suddenly expanded to dozens of meters long and pierced through the head of the tall creature. The spear pierced through, and a surge of yin and yang energy surged. The tall creature's head suddenly exploded. From the moment the tall creature repelled Zichen, killing it, it only took a few breaths. It could be said to be clean and efficient. After the tall creature's body fell down, the other creatures finally reacted. It was obviously too late for them to help. After killing so many people, Zichen had consumed a lot of energy. For these energy crystals, Zichen naturally wouldn't be stingy. He took out a small bottle from his spatial spirit ring and filled it with fine wine. These were left to him by the soul flame on the ancient road. This was a true treasure. As long as he drank a mouthful, not only would he recover his yuan power, but he would also recover his strength. Normally, Zichen also treated this thing as a treasure and couldn't bear to drink it. But today, he had no choice but to drink it. After drinking a mouthful, the rich wine made Zichen a little tipsy. However, his mind was still very sharp. At the same time, the burning wine made Zichen's battle intent even more powerful. Amidst the repeated slaughter, the number of tall and large creatures rapidly decreased. Moreover, facing this one-sided slaughter, the tall and large creatures finally began to feel fear and began to flee. Zichen chased them like crazy. Just like how he was chased a year ago, this time, he directly chased them for thousands of miles. After losing more than 2/3 of the tall creatures, Zichen finally gave up. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill anymore, but that killing a creature was too exhausting. Moreover, Zichen had also consumed a lot of energy during the slaughter. Zichen had consumed a lot of energy, as well as energy recovery pills. As for the wine that could recover all his strength in one mouthful, Zichen really didn't dare to drink too much, because it was easy to get drunk. Even if he recovered his strength, he would still be drunk. Chapter 8:26. The corpses of the large life forms nearly covered the entire ground. The Torvosaurus shot out from Zichen's waist and began to clean up the battlefield. But to quickly clean up tens of thousands of corpses was an extremely difficult matter. By the time Zichen finished killing them all, the Torvosaurus had only cleaned up a third of them. Next, Zichen also joined in the cleanup. These energy crystals were naturally good things, but there weren't many resources to exchange for on this ancient road. Wasting resources to exchange for these useless things was undoubtedly a waste. That was why Zichen didn't kill them all. After collecting all the energy crystals, Zichen discovered that there were actually 15,000 of them. And among the many energy crystals, There were close to 100 that were the size of a human head. They all belonged to the strongest life forms. Seeing so many energy crystals, Zichun was a bit stunned. But the Torvosaurus was incomparably happy. It directly picked the largest one and swallowed it, happily refining it. After putting away the energy crystals, Zichun stayed here, quietly waiting for his strength and origin energy to recover to their peak. A day later, those large life forms that had fled returned. But when they saw that Zichun was still here, their faces filled with fear and they fled once more. Zichun saw them, but he didn't kill them. He had used an entire day and night to recover all his strength. He really didn't want to waste it. After recovering his strength, Zichun stood up and called out to the Torvosaurus. It was time to set off. Zichun gripped the dragon soul spear tightly and stepped onto the second ancient road. On the ancient road of the strongest smelting trial, the current ancient road of the ancient road had no way of exploring it. Thus, no one knew what Zichun had experienced on the ancient road of the strongest. On other ancient roads, there would occasionally be areas without heaven and earth spiritual energy, but these situations were very rare. But for Zichun, areas without heaven and earth spiritual energy were as common as eating rice. He had long since become accustomed to it. From the moment he stepped onto the ancient road until now, it seemed that there was only a little bit of heaven and earth spiritual energy in 19 miles. During this trip to the ancient road of the strongest trial, Zichun had seen many creatures he had never seen before. He had seen many special beasts. Although it was filled with danger, it had also increased his knowledge. When Zichun reached the 28th ancient road, he finally sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was a human encampment, and there were human cultivators living here. However, when Zichun tried to interact with them, he was shocked to find that these humans possessed extraordinary combat strength. Such powerful combat strength could only allow them to launch a few attacks, but each attack was undoubtedly extremely powerful. The moment he saw his opponent, Zichun thought of Zhang Tong, who had been in the heavenly barbarian pavilion. It seemed like Zhang Tong could only make 3 attacks, but each attack was extremely powerful. It was the same for this special tribe. However, they weren't only limited to 3 attacks. Some of them were even able to launch dozens of attacks. After intimidating these special humans with his powerful combat strength, Zichun began to study their combat techniques. It had to be said that a technique that could quickly unleash a powerful attack could save one's life at a critical moment. Moreover, using all the strength in one's body to attack would undoubtedly greatly increase one's combat strength. Zichun stayed in this world for 2 years. 2 years later, Zichun relied on his unique innate divine ability and the techniques of this tribe to create his own unique attack method. This attack method was similar to his opponent's, but the attack power was more powerful. Moreover, each attack could maximize one's combat strength. After several years, Zichun had reached the ancient road of the 28th century. The amount of resources he had consumed to reach this point had left him speechless. But the harvests he had obtained were things that he couldn't immediately use. Zichun urgently needed to find the trading market to exchange for useful resources. Fortunately, he was about to reach the 28th ancient road. After 2 years, Zichun could leave. However, Zichun, who had created his own unique technique, didn't leave immediately. This world had spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so naturally, there would be resources he needed. Zichun was afraid that the situation on the 28th ancient road would be the same as on the 28th ancient road. Therefore, he stayed here to look for the resources he needed. This search took him 2 years. Zichun had already been on the strongest ancient road for more than 20 years. In these 2 years, Zichun changed the entire world. He collected all the resources he could use and recover. Normally, he would look down on things in the outside world. However, in this resource-deficient ancient road, these things became priceless treasures. Many cultivators didn't dare to set foot in this dangerous place, but Zichun dared to go. In this dangerous place, Zichun had experienced many life and death crises. However, after resolving them, his gains were not small. After 2 years, Zichun left and stepped on the 29th ancient road. Originally, the first ancient road had extremely thin spiritual energy. However, the 29th ancient road had no spiritual energy at all. It gave Zichen the feeling that this was a desolate and defeated small world. It was deathly still. Zichen and the Torvosaurus began to go deeper. After flying for thousands of miles, they saw piles of fine soil. These were all caused by the weathering of buildings. Zichen quickly descended and searched through the fine soil. After searching through about 10 piles, Zichen finally found some resources. However, too much time had passed. More than half of the sealed spiritual energy on these resources had dissipated. This caused the resources inside to be greatly reduced. Subsequently, Zichen began to search for useful resources in the weathered fine soil. This search took more than half a month. Zichen searched very carefully. However, the resources he found made Zichen want to cry. He didn't even have 1/3 of the resources on the 19th Ancient Road. Such a small amount of resources was simply unable to support Zichen to enter the next Ancient Road. If it wasn't for the harvest on the 28th Ancient Road, Zichen might have given up on this Ancient Road. After stepping on the 31st Ancient Road, Zichen became even more careful. When he attacked, he used a more economical method to kill his enemies. If he could kill them with one attack, Zichen would definitely not use a second useless attack. Zichen walked from the 31st Ancient Road to the 39th Ancient Road with great difficulty. After a long time, Zichen's elemental energy finally transformed again. This was Zichen's greatest gain after stepping on the 31st Ancient Road. His elemental energy had finally broken through from the early-stage Primal Core realm to the mid-stage Primal Core realm. This breakthrough caused Zichen's combat strength to increase once again. At the same time, his chances of survival also increased. The battle was still ongoing. Even though Zichen had broken through, his life was still in danger on the Ancient Road. His strongest trump card, the Thunder and Lightning of the 9th level of the Thunder Dominion, was also decreasing rapidly while helping Zichen resolve the crisis. It had to be said that although the Ancient Road was fraught with danger, it was also a great training ground. Zichen's physique, which had broken through to become a Grade 7 warrior, had also reached the peak of Grade 7 and was not far from Grade 8. From the 31st Ancient Road to the 38th Ancient Road, Zichen had faced endless battles. Among the 8 small realms, none of them had any spiritual energy. By the time he reached the 39th Ancient Road, Zichen's energy had been depleted once again. However, this time, it wasn't just Zichen's resources that were depleted. Zichen's Thunder and Lightning trump card was also depleted. This was the only thing that Zichen could rely on, but it was also depleted in the face of danger time and time again. Before stepping into the 39th Ancient Road, Zichen closed his eyes and prayed for a long time. Moreover, he strictly asked the Torvosaurus to pray as well. If he didn't see the trading market soon, Zichen would have no chance of surviving on the Ancient Road. The heavens seemed to have heard Zichen's prayer, but they played a big joke on Zichen. There were still some resources on the 1929 Ancient Road, but when Zichen reached the 39th Ancient Road, he was completely dumbfounded. There were no resources here, not even the slightest bit. Not to mention the wine that could restore one's strength and yuan energy in a single gulp. There wasn't even a drop of ordinary water. This place was empty. It 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 was empty. Zichen wanted to commit suicide. There were no resources here. There was nothing. Zichen was completely dumbfounded. Along the way, the Torvosaurus, which had been continuously devouring energy crystals, had successfully broken through to Grade 8. The combat strength of a Grade 8 Torvosaurus was not weaker than a mortal origin realm martial artist. If it was placed in the Bedlam lands, it would definitely be able to intimidate the patriarchs of the overlords. However, this was the Ancient Road. There were many existences that were stronger than the Torvosaurus. Moreover, every time they appeared, they would appear in groups. It was obviously unrealistic to expect the Torvosaurus to carry him through the rest of the Ancient Road. Looking at the empty 39th Ancient Road, Zichen was in a daze. Previously, Zichen had sensed that there was still a chance of survival on the Ancient Road. Heaven never bars one's way. However, after arriving at the 39th Ancient Road, Zichen understood what it meant to have no way out. The current him had no way out. He could not retreat. He could only move forward. However, there was only darkness in front of him. What was even more infuriating was that there was no heaven and earthling chi in the 39th ancient road. It was impossible for Ziqian to automatically restore his yuan energy. Sigh. Looking at the empty space, Ziqian let out a bitter sigh. Then, he took out some firewood and some beast meat from his spirit ring and started to roast the meat. These were the special beasts that Ziqian had killed along the way. The meat was not bad. On one hand, it could increase his strength. On the other hand, it could also increase his yuan energy. The current Ziqian was undoubtedly in dire straits. He was in dire straits. Even if he ate roasted meat to restore his yuan energy, he still had to control himself. When his strength had recovered to 100% and his yuan energy had recovered to 80%, Ziqian walked to the exit of the ancient road. He took a deep breath and entered the fourth ancient road with the Torvosaurus. As soon as he appeared on the fourth ancient road, Ziqian saw countless creatures. These creatures were all small beasts. They had sharp claws and sharp fangs. As soon as Ziqian appeared, these creatures pounced on him. In the blink of an eye, Ziqian was drowned by these small creatures. After a while, Ziqian rushed out. Ziqian was covered in blood. Some of it was his, and some of it was from the creatures. These small creatures' attacks were extremely sharp. Even if Ziqian had the physique of a peak grade 7, he could still break through his defense in an instant. However, when the attack power was strong, the defense of these creatures was not very good. Thus, Ziqian took the opportunity to rush out. After rushing out, Ziqian fought, escaped, and looked for the exit. Just like this, Ziqian's body was covered in more and more blood. His silver spear was also soaked in red blood. During this period, the Torvosaurus was also injured. Ziqian began to consume the limited resources. After killing his way out of the fourth ancient road, he continued to enter the fourth ancient road. Chapter 8:27. In the beginning, there were only two kinds of ancient roads. One was the strongest ancient road, which was known as the training ground for powerhouses. The other was the well-known 9th-ranked ancient road, which was known as the most mysterious place. Over the course of countless years, the force that controlled the ancient roads had forcibly added 8 more ancient roads to these two ancient roads. Although there were only 8, the number of small worlds contained within them was innumerable. It could be said that this was a really big deal. Among these 8 ancient roads, the innumerable small worlds had intersected with the original ancient roads. This was the most precious and inconceivable thing. During this period of time, the body-tempering road that had been opened from the strongest ancient road made the force of the ancient road extremely proud. This body-tempering road was the original barbarian world, which was extremely suitable for body tempering. Apart from that, there were also countless ancient roads of the strongest that had been broken open. If one's luck was good enough, they would have a chance to enter the ancient roads of the strongest that had been broken open. These ancient roads had an extremely important characteristic, and that was that they were extremely useful for cultivation. For example, in the barbarian world, any cultivator who entered would have their physical strength break through to the 6th level. The other ancient roads were relatively similar. If they didn't have a lot of resources, then they had other precious treasures, or rather strange things. These ancient roads that had been successfully opened and intersected with the other ancient roads. The only thing that didn't was the hardships that Ziqian had experienced along the way. If it was said that Ziqian had entered the barbarian world and entered the other world with resources through the ancient roads, then he should have obtained the fruits of his hardships. However, if others rashly entered this place, they would have taken advantage of the loopholes of the ancient roads. The 5th 9 ancient road was the first gathering place for all trial challengers. Here, it didn't matter if you were a 1st class, the strongest, or a 9th-ranked ancient road. As long as you made it to the 5th 9 ancient road alive, then you would appear in the first human gathering place. In front of the human gathering place, there was an extremely mysterious 5th 8 ancient road. This ancient road was discovered by a peerless powerhouse in the past. Even among the strongest ancient roads, this ancient road's ranking was extremely high. It was a true land of great opportunities. After the other party discovered it, they forcibly used their formidable strength to break open this world. Then, they used the power of laws to connect to the other ancient roads. If a cultivator was lucky enough, they would automatically be teleported here when they reached the fifth ancient path. If the world of the barbarian race was a world that focused on the cultivation of power and belonged to the body cultivators, then this world was an opportunity for elemental force cultivators. This was because this place produced a special substance that could make origin energy purer. Moreover, there were many powerful battle skills that had been lost. If one's luck was good enough and the opportunity was great enough, one could obtain a powerful inherited battle skill. All of the cultivators who had arrived here had coincidentally arrived at the fifth ancient path and had come across an opportunity to be teleported here. This world was large enough, and there were many lucky chances. However, there were very few dangers. The only thing they needed to be wary of was the foreign trial challengers. The number of trial challengers who arrived here was surprisingly high. Therefore, after these trial challengers arrived, they would gather in groups of 3 to 5 and form some sort of alliance to resist the other trial challengers. In this world, there was a silver domain. This was the domain of heavenly lightning. From the outside, other than the resplendent silver light and the lightning snakes swimming around, there were no other changes. Even the sound couldn't be heard. But as long as one entered this silver world, they would feel a kind of apocalyptic danger. If they rashly entered, even a heaven realm expert would die. And in this silver world, there was something called lightning liquid essence. It was said that after swallowing this lightning liquid essence, an ordinary cultivator would immediately become a heaven realm expert with pure origin energy. And the lightning liquid essence's effect was to temper origin energy. It would make the already pure origin energy even purer, without any impurities. This kind of thing was a priceless treasure for ordinary cultivators, but it was also the same for heaven realm experts. It was said that as long as a Hotion cultivator refined it, they could transform into a Sciention cultivator. Their combat strength would increase by several times. As the name implied, a Hotion martial artist cultivated a cultivation method that produced pure origin energy. Like Zichun, this was a Hotion martial artist. As for a Sciention martial artist, they were like Ling born with a pure spiritual body. As long as they had a suitable cultivation method, they could become a powerful Sciention martial artist. At this moment, outside the silver world, there were two groups of trial challengers arguing over the ownership of a drop of lightning liquid essence. The two sides were both Hotion cultivators, and each side had exactly 3 people. Yanwu, you have to understand that we asked for this drop of lightning liquid essence first. So, you'd better not go too far, said a burly man coldly as he stared at the youth in front of him. Duji, are you an idiot? It belongs to whoever asked for it. What do you think the lightning liquid essence is? The youth called Yan Wu snorted coldly. I still say the same thing. It's up to Lei Ming. Whoever he wants to give the lightning liquid essence to can have it. Lei Ming already agreed to it. It was ours in the first place. Why should we share it with you? Duji was still unwilling to accept this. The 2 Hotion cultivators beside him also had ugly expressions. Clearly, this Yan Wu fellow was pestering them endlessly. He was blatantly trying to steal their things. Yan Wu glanced at the burly man, disdain flashing in his eyes. You're merely of the acquired earth element. You're only slightly stronger in defense, but your attacks are useless. I'm letting Lei Ming choose now, so I'm giving you some face. So, you have to accept it. The Hotion earth element represented Hotion cultivators. It was an earth element technique of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. The Martial Heaven Alliance produced Hotion cultivators, but just like other large powers, the Martial Heaven Alliance also had other powers. These powers were tangled up and varied in size. But according to their factions, they could be divided into 5 factions. Those were the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. Of the 5 elements, the metal element had the sharpest attacks, the fire element was the most berserk, the wood element could use wood energy, the water element was mostly female, and the earth element was mostly male. Furthermore, they were extremely powerful, but their defensive power was greater than their offensive power. In other words, their defensive power was stronger than their offensive power. Of course, that was only for Hotion cultivators. To outsiders, Hotion cultivators were Hotion cultivators. No matter what faction they belonged to, They were all incomparably powerful. Of the two factions of Hotian cultivators, Duji's side was an earth element cultivator, while Yinwu's side was a berserk fire element cultivator. The fire element's attacks were not only powerful, but they also contained a berserk flame poison. They naturally had the upper hand against the earth element. While the two factions were arguing over a drop of lightning essence, a silver-robed youth was standing on one side. The silver-robed youth was tall and slender. Silver light flickered around his body like a silver snake. There was a silver lightning mark on his forehead that emitted silver lightning. Just by looking at his figure and appearance, he should have been a handsome man with a jade-like complexion. Unfortunately, at this moment, his face was as fat as a pig's head, and there were clear finger marks on his face. He was actually beaten beyond recognition. In his hand was a drop of lightning essence. This was the liquefied energy of heavenly lightning. It was something unique to the ancient path, and it had extraordinary effects. Lei Ming, then tell me, who should I give this lightning essence to? Du Ji's cold eyes fell on Lei Ming. The threat on his face was indescribable. Lei Ming was in a dilemma. His hand that was holding the lightning essence was trembling. He looked at Yinwu and then at Du Ji. His mouth moved slightly, unable to make a decision. Lei Ming, don't be anxious. Think carefully. Think carefully, Yinwu said lightly. But the coldness in his eyes made Lei Ming's heart tremble. Lei Ming was holding the lightning essence now. He was so scared that he didn't know who to give it to. No matter who he gave it to, the other side would beat him or even kill him. In this place, Lei Ming was extremely cooperative. He would agree to any request, but he was still beaten because there was a situation of snatching. The fearful Lei Ming was hesitant, unable to make a decision. Turbulent energy raged from the sky. The sky suddenly broke open, and a crazy murderous aura fell from the broken void. Feeling this murderous aura, everyone's expression changed. They all looked up at the sky. A huge black hole appeared in the broken void. A figure walked out of the black hole. This was a figure whose entire body was covered in dried pitch-black blood, a figure that would make one feel nauseous. It was because there were several layers of blood stains on his body, all of which were left behind after the blood had completely dried up. There were also some pale white substances, unknown as to what they were. He was holding a long spear in his hand. The spear was already soaked in dried blood. It was impossible to see its original color. There was a black belt around his waist. The head of the belt looked like some kind of black ferocious beast. This was a human figure whose entire body was covered in filth. The moment he appeared, a nauseating stench was emitted from his body. However, no one present felt nauseous because the murderous aura that surged out from his body made them feel apprehensive and oppressed. When the black man appeared, his body was filled with killing intent. He was extremely cautious. However, after seeing this place clearly, there was a hint of surprise in his only bright eyes on his filthy face. Then, he said, "What rich spiritual energy!" Just as everyone was confused, an incredible scene happened in the next moment. With the black man as the center, the spiritual energy in the surroundings started to go berserk. It was like a tornado started to roll. The endless spiritual energy formed a storm and swept towards the black man. However, as the center of the storm, the black man seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole. All the spiritual energy that gathered was refined by him at the fastest speed. Almost everyone present was in the sky realm. Seeing the speed at which the black man refined the spiritual energy, they all gasped and sighed. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, the storm started to spread. It continued for several miles, dozens of miles. The spiritual energy within dozens of miles was rioting because of the black man, turning into tornadoes. The tornadoes approached from afar. The violent spiritual energy could easily tear apart an ordinary Dan Core realm cultivator. However, the black man stood in the center of the tornadoes. He was motionless like a rock, refining the spiritual energy. Chapter 8:28. After a quarter of an hour, the black man opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a golden light was emitted from his body. The golden light penetrated the black man's jet-black blood stains, and a berserk aura emerged. Under the berserk aura and the golden light, the black man's clothes and dirt instantly exploded. The black man was completely naked, but the glaring golden light was like a golden sun. Under the illumination of this intense light, no one could see the black man's perfect body. The black spear in the naked black man's hand also swept away all the dirt after the berserk energy. The originally black and dirty spear turned into a glaring silver light in the next moment. Under the silver light, it was as if there were snakes of lightning swimming on the spear. The glaring gold and silver light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Many people felt pain in their eyes after looking directly at it, and they subconsciously closed their eyes. The gold and silver light in the air gradually dissipated, and the black man disappeared as well. In his place was a handsome young man wearing a black robe, with a blue belt around his waist and holding an extraordinary silver spear. The handsome young man was naturally Zichun. He held the dragon soul spear and led the barbaric dragon. Without any resources, he fought his way from the first ancient road to the first 7 ancient road, and finally arrived at the first 8 ancient road. Along the way, Zichun could be said to have saved as much energy as possible. He didn't want to waste energy to shake off the dirt on his body and spear. He originally thought that it would be another fierce battle when he arrived at this place, but he didn't expect that there would be an outsider here. Moreover, what made Zichun even more concerned was the unbelievably dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. To Zichun, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was like heaven. Zichun's indifferent gaze swept around, and his gaze fell on the silver world. After discovering that this was a lightning region, Zichun's face was filled with astonishment, but his heart was also filled with joy. Obviously, the heavens were still looking after him and had sent him a trump card. Following his gaze, Zichun discovered a familiar aura. This aura came from his bloodline, from his soul. It made Zichun feel as if he had met a family member. Zichun's illusion came from the hidden golden Lei clan mark between his eyebrows. Zichun's gaze instantly fell on Lei Ming's body, and he saw the Lei clan mark between Lei Ming's eyebrows. He let out a low cry, Lei clan. At this moment, Lei Ming was also sizing up Zichun like the others. However, unlike the others, Lei Ming was looking at the Dragon Soul Spear in Zichun's hand. This Dragon Soul Spear had a fatal attraction to lightning cultivators because of the large amount of Thunder Crystals and Thunder Soul Crystal. Seeing the lightning mark between Lei Ming's eyebrows, Zichun naturally also saw Lei Ming's pig face. His gaze swept around, and when he saw the Heaven Realm experts on both sides, Zichun guessed that Lei Ming was in trouble. Zichun's expression didn't change. His gaze once again fell on the liquid lightning essence in Lei Ming's hand. After seeing the liquid lightning essence, Zichun's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt a dense lightning energy from the liquid lightning essence, and this lightning energy was actually so pure. In a daze, Zichun felt as if that liquid was even purer than the energy he cultivated. Furthermore, Zichun immediately understood that Lei Ming's trouble must have come from the liquid in his hand. Zichun's figure flashed and landed on the ground. He didn't go forward to help. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and began recovering his energy. The previous 15 minutes of crazy energy absorption only gave Zichun the ability to protect himself. It didn't let him recover his energy to the peak immediately. Hence, at this moment, he didn't have the ability to fight against 6 Heaven Realm experts at the same time. Zichun kept his spear and sat down cross-legged, recovering as if there was no one around. This kind of arrogant action caused the faces of the surrounding cultivators to change. Clearly, Lei Ming's actions were too arrogant. However, there was still a good show to watch, and they didn't have the time to care about Zichun. Although some of them were thinking about Zichun's extraordinary spear, they were extremely wary of the violent killing intent that surged out of Zichun's body. They didn't dare to cause trouble for Zichun. Their gazes moved again and landed on Lei Ming. At this moment, Yin Wu and Du Ji's aggressive gazes had already landed on Lei Ming, waiting for him to make a decision on who to give the liquid lightning essence to. Many cultivators in the distance looked on mockingly. As a member of the Thunder Tribe, Lei Ming, who was in the middle stage of the core realm, wasn't weak even though he didn't have any powerful techniques. However, it seemed like he could only fight 1 against 1. When faced with a group of Heaven Realm experts, he could only passively take the beating. In addition, Lei Ming wasn't willing to leave. This made many Heaven Realm experts set their sights on Lei Ming. On one hand, they wanted Lei Ming to go in and find the liquid lightning essence. On the other hand, they wanted to beat Lei Ming up for it. These days, watching Lei Ming get beaten up had become a kind of entertainment for many cultivators. Lei Ming, I still have to find the ancient tribe's battle techniques. I don't have time to waste with you here. Yin Wu's smile became colder. Lei Ming, make a decision quickly. My time is limited too. Beside him, Du Ji also snorted coldly. Lei Ming was extremely helpless. It seemed like he didn't dare to provoke either side. Moreover, he couldn't leave the liquid lightning essence on the ground and let them fight to get it. That way, Lei Ming would be purely looking for trouble and would die even more miserably. Please don't make things difficult for me. Lei Ming finally opened his mouth, but his expression was pleading. We're not making things difficult for you. Yin Wu looked at Lei Ming and smiled. You're from one of the mysterious 4 great ancient clans, the Lightning Clan. How would we dare to make things difficult for you? Du Ji also had a mocking expression. That's right. The 4 great ancient clans have a great reputation. They surpass all the other powers in the continent. Who would dare to make things difficult for you? Aren't we all waiting for you to distribute the liquid lightning essence? You can give it to whoever you want. We definitely won't resist. Just as they were talking, Du Ji's knuckles cracked. The two of you, please don't make things difficult for me. If you want the liquid lightning essence, I'll go in and find it for you. Why don't you discuss who will take it first? When I find another drop, I'll give it to the second person, suggested Lei Ming. Yin Wu and Du Ji exchanged a glance and let out a cold snort. Clearly, there was no room for discussion. Lei Ming was helpless. As a member of the 4 great ancient clans, he knew that the Lightning Clan had already declined. Their situation was extremely bad. Since he was young, he had been determined to make the Lightning Clan rise again. However, only after coming here did he realize that the Lightning Clan wasn't welcomed by others. They were suppressed and schemed against everywhere. He had already walked through 5 or 7 ancient paths, but he hadn't found a single technique of the Lightning Clan. Now that he had reached the 8th path with great difficulty, this was the place where the Lightning Clan's techniques were most likely to appear. Lei Ming wouldn't leave no matter what. He wanted to live. He wanted to obtain the Lightning Clan's techniques. He wanted to bring them back to the Lightning Clan and make them rise again. Under the pressure, Lei Ming had no choice but to make a choice. He gave the only drop of lightning liquid essence in his hand to Yin Wu. The reason he gave it to Yin Wu was because he was a fire attribute Heaven's Path expert. His combat power was great, and his temper was extremely explosive. If he didn't give it to him, Lei Ming was afraid that Yin Wu would kill him out of anger. As for Du Ji, he had been beating him up before, but he hadn't had any intention of killing him. After weighing the pros and cons, Lei Ming decisively made his choice. As expected of a member of the Lightning Clan, this choice is truly wise. Yin Wu laughed loudly as he received the liquid lightning essence. Du Ji's expression immediately became ugly. He shouted furiously, Lei Ming, you're courting death. Hearing this shout, Lei Ming quickly covered his head with both hands. He knew that what was coming next would be a storm of angry beatings. It didn't matter if he hit his face or body, but he couldn't hit his head, because if even a little bit of energy entered his sea of consciousness, it would cause trouble. In the next moment, a storm of attacks fell. Du Ji and the other 2 Heaven's Path experts weren't stingy with their attacks. They continuously attacked to vent their anger. Indeed, they didn't dare to do anything to Yin Wu, but they could vent their anger on Lei Ming. In the distance, Zichun was sitting cross-legged and recovering. He frowned slightly. It was reasonable to say that he was also a member of the Lightning Clan. He had obtained the Lightning Clan's inheritance and received the Lightning Clan's kindness. At this moment, seeing Lei Ming being beaten by him made him feel uncomfortable. Furthermore, seeing the Lightning Clan's members being bullied like this made Zichun even more uncomfortable. Bang! Lei Ming was sent flying by a kick. He flew for more than 10 meters and was then kicked around like a rubber ball. Yin Wu took the lightning essence and watched the show from the side. He had a mocking expression on his face. Beside him, The others were cheering loudly. Zichun, whose yuan qi and strength hadn't fully recovered, was already burning with anger. He was angry at these people's attitude towards the Lightning Clan. He was even more angry at Lei Ming's attitude of not resisting. Suddenly, Lei Ming was sent flying again. However, this time, the kick was off and he flew towards Zichun. Lei Ming landed on the ground and rolled a few times. He only stopped when he was about to touch Zichun. "Hey, friend, kick him over to me," Du Ji shouted at Zichun. Zichun's furrowed brows relaxed, and then he opened his eyes and looked at Lei Ming. Lei Ming had his head in his hands, his back facing the crowd. Facing Zichun, Zichun could clearly see the unwillingness, humiliation, and resentment in his eyes. But more than that, there was a sense of helplessness. Fate seemed to have written a few words in his eyes. If you want to live, you have to bear it. Zichun, who opened his eyes, stood up and walked towards Lei Ming. In the distance, the others were laughing. Du Ji was shouting loudly, indicating for Zichun to kick him over. Lei Ming hugged his head with both hands, and his body was trembling. He heard the approaching footsteps and also sensed his fate. In the next moment, he would be sent flying by a merciless kick. However, after waiting for a long time, Lei Ming didn't see the kick. Instead, he saw a strong hand. Zichun bent down and grabbed Lei Ming. He then helped him up. Lei Ming's swollen face was obviously stunned. He looked at Zichun in disbelief. The others were also stunned by this scene. All of them restrained their expressions and stared blankly ahead. Yen Wu was stunned at first. Then, the mocking expression on his face became even more intense. At the same time, he glanced at Du Ji with a mocking expression. Du Ji's face turned white. It seemed like this was the second time he had been slapped in the face today. "Kid, what do you mean? I told you to kick him over. Are you deaf? I told you to kick him, not to help him up." The two sky martial artists who followed Du Ji also shouted loudly. Zichun didn't look at Du Ji and the other two. He also ignored them. He looked at Lei Ming in front of him and said seriously, "As a member of the Lei clan, you should have a Lei bone." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.